Today, basically, we call you here for the Lee Vision Bearer to address some of the training violations of the president, including some national issues. Senator Johnson, welcome to the press.
Well, thank you for coming in honor of my invitation. We just got a few things to bring to the people of our country this morning. One, it has to do with the buses that President Weah sent to Nimba. Before those buses were purchased and distributed among certain schools in Nimba, there were so many propagandas that were spread by our children who were paid to go and say Nimba County is for Weah. Don't listen to Senator Prince Johnson, don't listen to Senator Poon. These are irrelevant people. The two people don't own the county for President Weah. So the very people we recommended who are on the job right now, they received the money and they were campaigning all over, telling all of our people not to come to await us. The authority that sent them believed that our entrance into Nimba, all Nimbanians would have boycotted our entrance. Unfortunately, it was a very huge crowd. From District 1, that is the Benga district, and District 3, the crowd was unbelievable. And when we returned to La Monrovia, President Weah, I believe strongly, he witnessed our entrance into Nimba and the overwhelming reception. So he decided to do something to convince our people or to pacify our people so that they can be turned against us. What did he do? He sent 4 buses that he never sent before, saying he took power. He sent 4 buses to Nimba, 1 to Khan High School in Berrigan district, Campley. He sent 1 big bus, 18-seated. He gave it to Garrison Yellow to deliver the bus. But what we need in the county, as I've been told, is not just the bus. Our priority is not the bus. Number 1, our priority is science laboratory for the science students. When you do theory in the classroom, you must do practical. That is completely lacking. And this is this. What else do we need? We need computer. We are living in a modern age of technology. You can't have a high school that the people in the district, the Berrigan district, is one of the biggest districts in our country. Several thousands of people live there. You cannot have the only high school in that area that doesn't have science laboratory. So we need science laboratory. And not as we may need bus, it's not the time for that right now, because you gave 18-seater bus to the school, Kanha, that has 400 plus students. How many students will board the bus? And where are they going? And when the bus has a problem, on a carrier or whatever, who's going to repair it? Who's going to fuel the bus? Who's going to gas the bus? Who's going to pay the driver? So that is not our priority. So I strongly believe that the government misprioritized our needs. They truly misprioritized our needs. So we need science laboratory for Khan High School. We need library for Khan High School with modern books. With modern books for their study also. And we need computer lab. These are the three major things they need. In addition, mentioned, Khan High has volunteer teachers. They are not being paid. We didn't pay for them. And there are other teachers that are on salary but no pay. They are not getting paid. But they are committed to teach our children. Despite the fact that government is not paying attention to them in the area of salaries. Same thing, Nima Community College, that is not Nima University. I don't know why it was raised to that status when you look. It's nice a university, of course, but it is seen as it was when it was a community college. Lack of incentives. We want them to provide those incentives for the better learning of our children. These are the few things I call you for. And I want to ask the government to bring back our money. They are owing us $9 million. Meta-C gives us $1.5 million every year. And they put it in the escrow account in the central bank. This government led by Mr. Ware will go there and take our money using iron fist on us. It's our money, it's not for the government. If you want to use it, you contact us and say, look, we got a budget shortfall, we are down economically, and we use your money, meet the caucus. But when you go behind us and take our money that is not yours, that's stealing. That's complete stealing. So let them bring back our money. In the absence of bringing our money and the strong advocacy I initiated from day one to today, the county former inspector, they decided to threaten those county officials and the current county inspector, go and mobilize the citizens for where? Nima for where? You don't do, they will sack you. So our citizens, our local officials are under serious threat. But unfortunately for them, if you combine the local officials, including Parliament Chief and Sanitary Superintendent, the City Mayor, Development Superintendent, you combine all of them, their number does not even reach to the number of the citizens of the country. You can see for our entrance. It was huge. They were surprised that everything they told the citizens about us in a negative perspective, it did not work. The people still came out. These Nimba people are committed to standing their ground, and they respect their senior senator and they respect their junior senator, who is now the Vice Senate Bureau of the Unity Party and NDRO, rescue team. So that's what I call you for. We cannot thank the president for what he did, because our $9 million is in their possession. They didn't ask for when they were taking our money. Meta-C is paying royalty tax to the government. Honorable Kankan, they pay royalty tax. Then you take the royalty tax, then you take our money on top. You use it, depriving us of our due entitlement. The resources that belong to us, you take it from us. As iron ore is going, money is going, we cannot get anything for development.
And so we'll take a...
This is a major concern.
Just three questions quickly. Just three questions. Yes, True FM.
Okay, Senator Johnson, my name is Henson Dega and I do report for Truth FM. Alright, so I'm well concerned with the issue that has to do with $9 million dollars you are talking about. Senator, you have been in the vanguard of advocating for the people of Nimba as it relates to the Mayans not occupying top governmental positions. And all of those issues you've raised for the people of Nimba County under this CDC-led government are yet to yield result. We should have a few days down to the much talk about election. Do you think your concern will be adhered to by this government?
No, we're not pushing right now for this lame dog government to give opposition. It's overdue. They will be boasting, they always boast of deputy minister, assistant. No, we're not talking about subordinate position. According to the agreement we signed October 2017, which ended October 2022, because for X number of ministers, talking about real ministers that attend cabinet meeting. Ministries that we will control to be able to employ people to who suffer behind this Joshua campaign team. We suffer a lot. We utilize other people, they work hard 24/7 day and night in all places we slept. And you only get one post office, it's a disgrace. You got Bangura as a deputy minister for administration, but the assistant minister for administration in the Ministry of Commerce is the one to deal with. And they don't deal with Bangura much. He will come and say, oh, Senator Johnson is not telling the truth, but what will he say? He will protect his job. He used to complain to me. I took the matter up with Minister Magay, who was then the de facto prime minister. It didn't work. So he led to say, give her a job. No, we don't need.
Yeah, I'm talking about the concern you raised about the money from Mental Steel, that you accuse the
That
government of
is the
stealing,
key. That is the issue.
of stealing the funds.
They will not pay. They are eating the money. They will not pay and cut off all county sitting in all of the counties. So there's no more county sitting. Because we used to go to county sitting and discuss about what we have in the county coffer in the escrow account. Then from there we'll come up with resolution as to what we need as development package for the different districts. But they cut everything off because there's nothing to talk about, no money.
Senator, in the event that this government is not re-elected, what will you do?
Oh,
In order for
if the
people of
government is not
Nima,
re-elected
yeah, to
and we
get the
are
money.
re-elected,
Mhm.
we will ensure that all counties' social responsibility funds for no companies operating in the area be given back to them.
Thank you. Spoon.
Yes, Senator, you talk about the rousing welcome you received from the people of Nima County. And if we should do a comparison, quite recently the president was in Grand Bassa County, and we saw a huge number of people turning out. Just a few days ago, we saw another one, the thank you rally in Congo Town at the CDC headquarters. It seems as though CRA isn't anything to boast about in this election anymore. Why we want to maybe see that as a reliance that is people of Nima stay behind you.
You know, crowd. There are two types of crowd. Paid crowd and people who gather themselves. Let me tell you, 2017, 2020 election. The SKT complex was packed to capacity. Packed. Then I was with the CDC and they were jubilating. And I called Magay and said, look, I'm telling you spiritually, it's a fake crowd. They didn't want to hear me. You know, when you tell the guys the truth, you become the enemy. But you know the one I most fear in life? I fear the one who does not express his mind. Who come and tell me, Papa, everything good, Papa, everything good. Everything about me is good, you keep praising me, good, you are a liar. Because imperfect creature cannot exhibit perfection. There are about you. Some mistakes, some missteps. So people who praise you every day, they're not for you. Who can look at your face and tell you, Chief, this is what you done wrong, they're not good friends. These are the kind of people who served before, worked with before. I told them the crowd that were on the field because they were paid. You get the blueberry, the red berry, the t-shirt, and $20. You know, they got a lot of money. They brought $7.5 million United States from Israel. They got $65 million that they put in the budget that was passed. Some rejected that one. They printed 64 billion local money, and they brought into the country 34 billion, and they didn't change old notes to new notes. So they got a lot of money. Even the $140 million drugs that came, those people were apprehended and detained. But overnight, they freed them, and in return for their freedom, they gave the government 100 pickups. The CDC government, 100 pickups. When the police don't have vehicles, anyone who go to the police station to get a complaint about somebody who was offending you, they will tell you, the complainant, we don't have transport, get something to go. And you take 100 pickups for campaign. Dividing motorbikes all over the country, pickups all over. When the police doesn't have anything to go, logistics to move. You don't care for security. And a government that does not care for the security of the people, the life and property of the people, then how do they re-elect you? More so more so members of the press. When the president has told the Liberian people he's not a politician. He said, me, let me tell the truth. I'm not a politician. That there are people who put me into this thing to get something. Well, they are getting so much now. Politics, they are politicians. But after almost 6 years, you still say you're not a politician. After being a senator, you're not a politician. So it's time to go. Any government that cannot protect the life and property. Look, when you born a child, and that child is doing very well, it's a pride to you. People gravitate to you in support of you because you're doing well. But when you born a child that is doing bad things, you don't want to identify with anything that is bad. Why do, we fought war, right? Wars are fought around the world for freedom, for reasons. Now, we fought war because there were problems in Limba with the government. So we fought to free ourselves. People know the reason why we fought. They know it. People know those who benefited from all the Bushwa and other places we passed. But yet they say, Prince that killer, that murderer, that this one. When you go to talk shows, when you don't call Prince Jolini, then your talk show not correct. Even Sekou Sherif, he will cost me. He will talk this. But guess what? He is preaching for a regime that has to account for 8 auditors killed in cold blood.
Who told that God ideas? They don't want it to be on a level playing field. They divided it into a class system. I say, you know why? We were designed as the upper level, the second level, the middle level, and the ground level. That's the idea. We that are up here will be the one that will make the decision for the people that are below us. That's how they took that concept to create different division in our country and in the world. Folks, everything that you see today happening in the world will be on the principle of idea or division. Let me say this again. Apparently you didn't get it. Everything you see in this world that is controlled by man is based on the idea of man creating divisions so that they can set different class level. Now you ask me about, what about the people? They take the breadcrumbs and give it to the people on the ground. What do? They put in place those psychological words to encourage people. Like what my sister just said, age is just a number. Okay, age is a number. That's good, Patricia. Age is just a number. But when you measure the age of the man in the upper class and you measure your age in the lower class, how can you together on a comparison X and Y, Z angle, how can you measure up when you and he were born on the face of the earth? When God created the universe and did not make anybody rich. Did God make anybody rich when they were born? No. He said the idea is for you to go on that face of that earth and you multiply and make yourself better. But when man came on earth, he came up with an idea to break people apart and set up a class system. And within that class system, to do away with discouragement, he decided to put in place hope based on false confidence. Age is not number. What age is about? Age is about accomplishment. Again, age is about accomplishment. The idea that men had taken, they took it in different sections and different parts of the earth. Some countries, they used that idea and broke it apart to create some level of equality. One good example is in the United States. You don't have to be the richest man to live a better life. The idea that the people of America put together is when you up there, make decisions that will make the other people to feel better about themselves. That is why when you are 40 years old in Liberia and never accomplished anything in your lifetime, the moment you come to America, you start to see your life changing. The people took that idea and spread into categories, but they gave some people their fair share. Today in Liberia, you got a man who is 45 years old, still holding book, going to LU, thinking that age is just a number. But you got it old. You are getting old, my friend. And then when you take that age as just a number and put it into another country, society, and as I met you 40 years old, what have you accomplished? Oh, I just worked 10 years in this company, and I own my own firm, I got 401k, I got this, I got that. Because of the ideas. God gave every country a population and a land based on one principle of idea. The idea was the concept that I can create a heaven and the earth and make people to multiply. But it's up to them now to take my idea and multiply it in a way that they can produce more better things for themselves. Now, let's take that age. Omen Boka, he's 70 years old by my count. I could be wrong. Let's take Ure, let's take Walker Bronsky, let's take Alexander Cummings. All these people are in their 60s. They are older than many of you guys. They are older than your children. They are even older than your parents. What happened to your confidence as young people? You want to tell me that those that were born between 1968 to 1980, there is nobody in that age range that you can be president of Liberia? To say this is our generation, we just need to promote you guys so that the little education we are getting from 1968 or to present, that we cannot elect somebody to be our president? Let's forget about George Weah, because George Weah will be gone. It will come a time George Weah will be gone. So while George Weah is there now, let us start planning. That's why you see in every company, they got one, the current year they're in is not the year they operating in. Some company fiscal year is called 2019-2020. Before that year, kind of already planning for that year. What is the young generation doing today? Do you think the old hair guys that were over there, no disrespect to them, all right? But I will paraphrase it again. Do you think those senior citizen politicians, do you think their idea will fit or align with today's generation? These people, remember, their children have already learned. Their children have already accomplished. They are using your political darkness and lack of vision and lack of confidence in your generation to certify their retirement. Remember, 6 years. 6 years from now, those guys will become retired. So they're in there, they will be like what an American man call lame duck. They're not going to be that much active. Their children and their close confidants going to run that government for them. What happened to our confidence as young people? We thought the 21st century, with Liberia population going to increase to 9,000 by year 2030. If we are not starting to build confidence in the young generation and continue to let the old folks continue to lead us, where are we heading to, folks? You want to tell me you don't have confidence in your own self? If you can reach your age in life and say, yes, I need to leave my parents now. I think I'm out of high school. I think I'm out of college. I think I'm working now. Let me go find a girl, marry, and begin to make family. What is so wrong about somebody else taking that next step from your generation and say to yourself, I want to be president of this country. I feel your pain. We are from the same generation. We should make our generation to be better than the prior generation. Alexander Cummings, ANC, you see all the guys then that you show over there, they are all from the same generation group. that have been on the earth for 60 years. Their future was planned. Many of them branched out. Look at their educational background. When they got in it, when they turned 20s, they left Liberia to go and venture out for their future. They accomplished because their generation served them well. And they did their fair share. When they were young, exploring their future, they had their own leader at that time who made decisions for them. Now the opportunity has presented itself to you guys to elect your own representative, to elect your own president in your age group. You're thinking about putting 60 years old person into office. But standard, let me tell you now, according to labor law, these kind of people will be having pin joints. They will be having knee joints. They cannot do and they cannot operate effectively. Not to mention, the country itself don't have better health care. They will be going to more medical checkup abroad than doing a job for you guys on the ground. But when they were young, they went to companies where they work. Why you think many Alexander Cumming retired now? Because a useful life as a young man who could work hard. According to the American labor standard, if he has stayed too long, you are going to become a liability to that company. That's why people got retirement package. Why should your generation in Liberia take older people who are at the verge of retiring to go make them president of your country? Has Liberia become now the AARP of America? Where older Liberians who have retired their useful life and go to Liberia now and go become president in your midst as a young people? Where is your self-confidence, people? Where is your self-confidence? Let's be real here. Where is your self-confidence? So you want to tell me you went to school. Many of you guys went to colleges here. Many of you guys went to universities here. And you're claiming to be working good jobs. All it takes is planning. You plan, you do, you check, and you act. How simple is that? How simple is that? These people serve in all positions. Bernard, you work on a tailor. Charles Walker Bronskin work on a tailor. Omer Boka work in the door, the alley, the Totman administration. And Alexander Cumming spent all his life in corporate America. And the other them measure out to be 60 years old. At the borderline of retiring. Then they look into Liberia. Instead of them going back home, Alexander Cumming and these guys, instead of them forming better companies to go through all the 15 counties and start to encourage young and start to build young entrepreneurs to be after them. Do you see Bill Gates today? Do you see Bill Gates? Is Bill Gates the head of Microsoft? No. He has done a fair share. He sat down and said, you know what? You're running a company now. I'm going to focus on my foundation. I think I have done my part. There are many CEOs today in America who have done their part for the company they founded and left it. But in Liberia, that's not the case. We cherish older people. So then why the need of going to school? What is the need of going to school? Why can't the young population today plan together and say, guys, yes, this is the 21st century. Look around Africa. The country is growing in population and the decisions are being put in the hands of young people. What more about we Liberians? What more? That we sit down there and take older people and put them in power. You know what that tell me? It tell me that Liberians don't have confidence in themselves. It tell me that we are a country that rely on people from the past ideas. And I bet you guys, if Ellen say, I won't run again, many of you guys will support Ellen. No confidence in yourself. Picture the thing as a children looking at their father. That the father cannot even do anything for himself. That's how you guys are. And that's a shame. That is a shame, folks. It's a total shame. We should learn to build confidence in ourselves, in our generation. Why? Why are we not building confidence in our generation? So we should allow other people to make decisions for us. A job we are screwing up, that's fine. How can we get rid of job we are? What is the better plan? The better plan is to be the same old politicians that were defeated before based on their ideas and the scorecard they created in the country. Is that the better idea? Come on, man. When you go to school to refine the thing they call your brain. Your left side of your brain, your right side of the brain. You went to school to make it better. Oh, maybe I guess. And one thing I'm missing the equation. So that equation is bad. Let you raise the bowl. The equation is about self-interest. As long as Randy know Mr. Walker, or know Mr. Ure, or know Mr. ANC, Randy, that thing talking, I don't care. Because you know what? When I become president for myself, I'm not thinking about Liberian people. I'm not thinking about confidence. It's about myself. Look at George here. All the people who support the CDC, they didn't look at you got the serious people. So what you want me to do? To play for my generation? I beg you, I already live in my generation. Once I know Ome Boka, once I know Bernard Ure, once I know Ezana coming, it's for me. That's the kind of mindset. The next time God bring me back on the face of the earth, I don't want to be Liberian anymore. Because we are the least common denominator of people in the world that think so low of ourselves. No confidence. No confidence. Too much shame. Let me start taking people in here. It's Saturday. I know you can't lecture too long. All right, let me bring in Abraham Mensko first. And then let me go drink some my water here. Too shameful, man. It's too embarrassing. It's too embarrassing to us. It's too embarrassing. They will say, we are Liberian. We are educated people. When you get people your own, what makes you think God is Martin Colley? What makes you think God is Sonny Ball? What makes you think the other young people in our country cannot be nurtured, cannot be given the proper guardians to become president of that country? What makes you think they can do that? What makes you think they can do that? Look at Minnie Darrell Dillon. How long he has stayed with the United Party. Every time they keep telling him to wait. Darrell Dillon got all those soulful beer on him now. They keep telling him to wait. When will Darrell Dillon be considered to be president? When he's 65 years old? I'm just bringing this thing as a perfect example. When? Okay, that women pay. All right? Orusha go. They may not be good people to you, but these are guys that were born between the 68, 69, and up to the 80. They're age right in between it. If they decide to pull themselves into politics, why can't they be that way? All right, so the other guy you want to come on, I'll bring the next person on. Let me bring Hassan in. Hassan, I'm bringing you in.
How are you, Chief?
I mean, we are messed up people, man. You are young men that you're supposed to be setting up in Liberia as an entrepreneur. We have given up on the confidence. You know, when you study psychology, your self-confidence. I mean, imagine the 1990s, the influx of Liberians that came to this country, how successful they have become. Why can't we now be given the opportunity? I leave it with you, my brother. Have your say.
My brother, I fully agree with you. You know, our problem in Liberia today, we keep pointing fingers every single moment, but we forgot to know that we are our own problem.
Sure.
The biggest problem with the Liberian youth have today is inferiority complex.
I agree, 100%.
Inferiority complex. We don't even trust our very self. I was so sad and ashamed of my generation when I saw these four people, these four retired old men, Bromsky, Ambassador Boakai, Alexander Cummings, who already retired.
Yes.
And Bernard Ure, that they are putting themselves together to form another coalition to at least take the leadership. And I was like, what's about the young people?
Exactly. What about women pay?
What's about the young people? You see, what's about the young people? This is our war.
Yes.
The 21st century.
They had their fair share.
You see, this is our war. And then we have educated people now. Liberia, we have educated people now. We have people with PhD. We have people with masters. We have people with political experience.
Yes.
Entrepreneur and all of these people. Why can't we focus on the young people? Why can't we turn our country over to the young people? You see? But when you look at it as well, my brother, we the young people, we don't even trust ourselves.
Yes.
We the young people, we don't trust ourselves. Today, one of the reasons why I appreciate the Liberian people for electing Ambassador Weah was because he's a young man. You see, he's a young man. But we don't just trust ourselves, you know. And also, when a young man is out there, just look at Liberia. Look at Liberia today. You know, I was in Liberia for 15 months. from the voter registration till May of 2018. I was in Liberia. I did not leave the country. Liberia is the only country where people can buy voter registration card from voters so they can vote for them. And those that are selling their voter registration card, they've forgotten to know that they are selling their future
Yeah.
just for $10.
Yes.
That's the worst part of it. Just for $10. You see, this is our moment. This is our generation. If we allow these old people to take over, we will keep complaining over and over. At the end of the day, we will just be like that. We will just be like Liberia from the previous age that up to now, people will continue to complain and we will achieve nothing.
Yeah.
We will achieve nothing.
Yeah.
You mentioned some brilliant young people, Colley, Darius Dillon, and so on. These are brilliant Liberian.
Yes. These are
You know,
people-
you
these are
yourself.
these are people that are supposed to now take all the different political party and let Mr. Ure Alexander Cummings provide guardians for them to compete for the next election, so that way we'll build confidence in the younger generation. They cannot be seen as the only solution to our problem when they have already
Absolutely.
put on the scorecard that we know. There is
Yeah, but these people fail us already.
Oh, exactly.
These people fail us.
So how old do they want Dawah Dillon to be the standard bearer?
Absolutely.
How old?
Charles Walker Brunson fail us. Joseph Boakai fail us. Alexander Cummings fail us. Bernard Ure fail us. All of these people fail us already, and we know. We know it. This is our Liberia. You understand what I'm saying, right? So why can't we come with new generation? Why can't we look up to other people? They are not the only qualified people. We have qualified people. We have Liberians at the World Bank. We have Liberians at the United Nations. We have Liberian, at the African Union. We have Liberian everywhere around the world. Why can't we encourage them to come, but just looking at these expired people?
That's the referee.
See, it's very sad, my brother, but we have no one to blame but our very self.
Oh,
We the young people.
Yes, exactly. Because they hate.
Thank you.
And that blame is all within the hate, the jealousy. That's why I'm feeling these things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But
as long as we continue to point finger based on tribal line, religious line, social status, we will go nowhere.
We'll go nowhere.
Oh, that made a Majingo man, that made a Guillaume man, that made a Mano man, that made a Pele man. Oh, no, the Muslim man, oh, this country, they're not Muslim country. Oh, no, the Christian, all of this stuff here.
Yeah.
We are going nowhere.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look, guys, I'm not here for who want to say what. This is an open platform. You can write anything you want to write. The only thing I ask is to be respectful. That's all. Because at the end of the day, I will go home and sit down. I got my trip to make next week. Company paid trip. Because I'm going to go provide training. I'm only speaking for the young generation. If a country like this can look at God and me, who got the education and who made the requirement, and people retire and I took that position, a country that I was not born in, but a country that felt that because I have the confidence that I can do things for them, and therefore they can take me from one state to another, hotel, rental car, everything paid for. All I got to do is to come back and do that itemization and report it into the system. What more about our own country? So you can write what you want to write. Because like I said, we are only doing things based on individual interest. And that's why the white man is better than us. Don't deny me. If what I'm saying is not true, take your law and go back to Liberia. The men in America that live, the men are born from America that go to other countries, when he don't like it there, even when they deported him back to America, he will feel happy to come back here. Because there is some opportunity waiting for him here. So you guys can come and say anything you want to say. It's up to you. Because you know what you're depending on. But not what everyone is depending on. So if you want to be the slave, it's up to you. I don't care. So let me bring in the next people here, all right? Let me bring the next people here. Let me bring in no, Othello, I will not bring you in here because you already Othello, you will not come in here because you're already expressing yourself. All right? So you're already expressing yourself. To be a very intelligent person, Othello, is to come out and express your idea. But you don't understand where we came from, you saying it's don't lie. I don't know how old are you, but if you think that your generation don't have any stake to play in Liberia right now, then continue with your story that is lie, is no way. Because you should be able to come out here and let's sit down and discuss what is our problem, why our young generation of our time is not taking place. But you are honoring that age is just a number, ideas, and making no sense. So I'm not going to argue with you. So I'm bringing in how they call this guy. I think it's men's school or something. I'm bringing this guy in, and then we'll continue. Folks, this is our time. Look, let me tell you. You see the young children then that you see in America who are supervisors over most of the black guys because they both believe in youth empowerment. Because they know the age of 60s, many of them will start to retire. So they try to bring into the rank the young people that are coming out of college. But you'll find grown people, grown men, will come here and defend ideas that they don't even know the beginning of. I'm not going to block them. Let them go ahead and do what they want to do. I'm not going to block nobody. All right? Let me bring Abraham Mensko. I try you. You're not coming on. Let me bring in Eddie. All right? Let me bring in Eddie. We have to talk about our generation. I saw the guy today, his funeral. They were having a guy who was born in 1975. That man, today, he was being buried in Liberia. Tears set in my eyes. How much did that man accomplish? 75-year-old man. What did he accomplish? When the day of the turbo, the taught what better medical care did they provide for the people? Nothing. You born in Liberia poor, you die poor. But then you get somebody who is drinking from that leaking pipe, from that person. Then they can't say, oh, you this, you that. But they can't go back to Liberia, go live there. I challenge anybody. I will take my salary and pay your way to go back to Liberia that think that the white man is not better than the black man. My brother, have your say.
Can you connect me with the topic on a discussion, please?
Oh no, my brother. I can't go way back like that. What I'm saying here.
I beg you, just touch you a little bit.
Yeah, I usually like for people to be part of it, but I mean, you are a young child. I don't know how old are you, but I'm sure your age should be between 1968 to 1980. You're right in between there.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, by that, our constitution provides that you must be 35 years old to run for public office, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they say you must be 60 years old?
No.
When I'm allowing people, I want people to understand here is between 20 to 23 years make a generation. And if you had 3 generations, that's 60 years. We know President Weah, many of us are having issue with him. Let's say we don't want him for the next round. Are we going to look at those old folks who have had their share to make him our president? What good it is? We have a young generation from 1968 born to 1980 born. Can we not put ourselves together and find a better person within our group? Today, there are many Liberians who are learning. They're into political science, they're into the medical area. Why can't we look in the young generation now and start to empower the young people? So that's why we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think I have an insight on your discussion. And for me, what I see is the reason there is that it's not that we don't have young people who are qualified that can take on the mantle of authority, but those people who should bring young people to light and make them to occupy said position, they are not doing it.
So then why is the alternative? I want to engage you now. You already see the wall, the building there. What is the alternative? Who have the majority?
Yes, it's true. We have the majority.
And how do we persuade them?
That's why we need to engage them.
Okay. So you see a brother, here who came to the show, instead of being like you, he's saying that we are lying. So he's telling you and me that we don't have no generation that was born between 1968 to 1980.
No.
All right.
We have huge generation. We have better generation, even from 1980.
Guy here, because they got a guy here now who see it's all lies. We don't have generation that was born between them. So the current generation is women born. I mean, look at the men's screen. Because that's what we you see how intelligent you are. The reason you are very intelligent, you came in the middle, even though you may have heard some stuff, you're like, let me see what Randy talking about. I will ask Randy, but that's not your man. He can't say lies, disinformation. What is so misinformation about me telling you that we got people that were born between 1968 to 1980? They have learned, they have worked, they got experience. Why can't we look at more people now and begin to add it? Look at Darrell Taylor, for example. Darrell Taylor been in the party all that time. Don't you think Darrell Taylor, Wilmer Pay, Oroshoku should have been the one standing there and say, we are ready to take on Joe Weah and have that campaign among themselves, all right, or the primary to elect their leader? But you see people who are in their 60s that have retired, that are ready to start feeding peas in their joints. Then we're presenting them. These are people who already play their political game in the eyes of the Liberian people, but we're bringing them back. So what happened to our generation? Then they're messing that all lies.
You know one thing. You know one thing about our generation. We always try to look at someone tinted character instead of helping the person to better their character, but we always try to look at the tinted aspect of it. You know, our mind is wired to the negative aspect.
Thank you.
Our mind is wired to always the negative part of the news. Is why we are always focusing on.
Let keep making a comment here, so those that will see the podcast will see how low-minded that negative wire is in their mind and see how they can pull it out. We are talking about young generation empowerment here. Somebody come here and say, those are all lies. What is lies here? What is lies?
So those people have to see how they can be a help. You know, we all have to think about empowering the younger generation.
Okay. Yep.
We all have to see about working towards that. Both the old one and the young one, we all have to work together in bringing our young people who can take on the mantle of authority.
Are you in Canada or are you in the US? I don't know where you are.
I'm in Washington State, close to Canada.
Okay. One of the best states in America that even started a higher rate of low-end paying job. Most of the job that you see, my brother, you see young people in the supervisor role, right? They grow in that generation. Because they know after the older population go, they start to bring in those people. But look at Liberia today. It will take a man to be up to what? 50 years old before he even get an entry-level job. Look at the university today. At the University of Liberia, you got a 45-year-old man still thinking that he can make it. That's the mindset they put it into us. That look, wait your turn. You must be 60 years old before you get something. Or because, you know why? Our people who are in authority, they have brainwashed the young generation to wait, to keep waiting. So a guy like Darrell Dillon, he's going to wait until he turns 65 years old before the Liberian people will get to see that he's ready to take on the office. And that's the mindset they are downloading now to the young generation. That no matter your age, no matter how much you accomplish, you're not ready to be president yet. You're not ready to be this yet. Let me let you have your last thing. Other people in.
You know, the whole thing there is that, like I stated earlier, those people who should be bringing the younger ones on board to make them leaders, they are ostracizing them. We should have the older one, like even the president who is running should have a young boy who he will be training so that when he leave power, this young boy will be popular among his people and then he can be elected to the position. But right now, the older folks are the one, they still picking each other, taking each other's hands, carrying them up. The educational aspect of our, in fact, there is no system that will make a young man to get into place. I was just telling my wife, I went for a certain job a few days in Portland, in a state called Portland, close to me. And when I went there, I felt so old. I saw children, 18 years, 17 years, 18 years, 17 years. We all went, we were competing for that identical job.
Oh my Lord.
Young children.
I can't imagine.
And I felt so,
I can't imagine how you
I felt so, I feel so old in myself.
That's okay.
So you see,
That's okay. Now,
and
let me tell you this. Let me tell
yeah,
you this. Let me tell you this. It takes a young man who is very concerned about reality in our country.
yeah,
But God let you to come and tell us your experience. You're not doing it
yeah,
for us, but you're doing it for the next generation. And you also
yeah,
doing more teaching here. Because to tell us what you
yeah.
went through, that
Mm-hmm.
really close everything that I've been saying here. That
Yeah,
generation got their time. But you know what?
yeah.
God bless your heart, my brother. You will get that
And
job.
let me say,
You will get that job.
let me say, let me say this: the last thing before I leave. The younger minds you have, the fresher and the new ideas and the faster development will take place in any nation. That's what I think.
Thank you. Make sure you make that.
Because
Make sure you make that phrase a signature. Make sure you make that
the,
a signature. That's a very good
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Thank you,
Make sure
thank
you
you.
patent it and own it. Make sure you patent it and own it. All right.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
God bless
Thank you
your
for the
heart, my brother.
time.
God bless your heart. God bless your heart. Look, folks, this is nothing about politics here tonight. It's about our generation. What can we do as a country? Is Georgia is messing up. It's Omer Boka. It's Ure. It's Charles Walker Bronsky. These people that we know that have done their part for 3 generations. Are they the people that we're going to depend on? Why can't Darrell Dillon? What is the party rules that if the candidate fail, why can't Darrell Dillon run? Why can't Wilmore Pay? Why can't Orisha Gu? Why the other people? Why they can't take over and see how much they can persuade people to say, you know what, I'm like you. I share the same view like you. I share the same age group like you. When you bring in older people, that's how old our mind is in terms of thinking ahead. Young children, young people are making life of their own. Excuse me. They're making life of their own. And you got people coming here. Oh, they this. My man, let me tell you one thing. That man are making other comment. I have seen people spit next to me, call me any kind of word. They have said a lot of things. But I only do what I want to do. Because the people up there, they say will support you. That's what we call leadership. So those of you guys who are feeding from these little leaking pipes and coming on Facebook and going after people, this is not a place here. We talk about real life. Next week, I'm going to walk you guys through a process. And through all that process, I'm going to educate you guys. Because there are some people who are doing the same thing, but they're not letting you guys know. But I will make sure that what I can do, from the flight to what I'm going to do, what I'm going to spend, all those things. Like how you see the president went to Israel. They take certain money to travel. When they return, they should be able to provide their travel expense. That's what I'll be showing to you guys by God's grace next week. That when you're making that trip, whatever you buy, whether it's for your girlfriend, whether it's for your wife, for your kids, when you come back, you do that deduction, that atomization, the one that apply to the company or the government, you put it in that system. If it's for the government, you say government expense. If it's for your own money, you say I will pay, and then you write that check. I'm going to walk you guys through that process. We, as a young people in this from Liberia, it is time that we become very positive in our mindset. Because the young generation, look, most of you guys need to look for people from Kenya. Take your time and go on Facebook. I mean, not on Facebook. Take your time and just Google Kenyan youth empowerment and look at videos. See what the young people in Kenya are doing. There will come a time that the young generation will be prepared to take over. Or I see the young generation in Liberia. As soon as you talk something about one political leader, they come be insulting you. That's a lie. You want to tell me in your lifetime you will not be able to make one decision for yourself? You all be slaves in your own country? You want to tell me that? Young people now should be able to sit down and discuss. Oh, my Lord, I forgot. Let me see. I need to bring some guys on here. I forgot. Let me see whether they stay hanging around. Okay, guys, if you want to come in, sorry, I lost my mind. You want to tell me If you were born between 1968 and 69 to 1980, look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what have I accomplished? For many of you, you got good education, you got good experience, you are playing some role that you making decisions for people. Now, why can't you take that ideas and circle back to all your peer group and say, look, guys, what's the problem in our country? What can we do? And bring ourselves together. If we don't like the president, can we represent ourselves so that we can do something? Let me bring in Abraham here. I tried you twice. Let me see here. I hope you come on. That's all I'm saying here, folks. That's all I'm saying. They got young people who are making good strides. How you feel you go to work in America, you see the young guys. Oh, I just got out of car here. I'm 25. I'm going to be the new manager here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But you check it on your age, probably you're 40 years old. But you do yes, sir. Why? Then when you go talk, then the one can't say, oh, the man this, the man that. Welcome, my friend. What's up? Hello?
Hey, Ron.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much.
What you got for us today, my man?
Man, thank you. Yeah. And the hustle. The most of the guys you're talking about, for me, I don't really know them. I don't really know them by names and only by the faces. But like man, like Dallon Dillon, right? He's supposed to that man always talking about, oh, I work with the vice president in your office. I work with the Edwin Snow. Let him just look at the guy, Paul, the former speaker for the Republican.
Yeah. Paul Ryan, young guy.
Paul Ryan work with the people in their offices.
Yes.
But when he got ready, when he got 20-something, he decided to go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot.
He decided to go for it. He just go like one of the people 24/7. But I think in Liberia, they need to pass the law where when you're 18, you got to leave your parents. I think people, when they're 50, they just feet is still small.
True.
Yeah. Because people can be 20.
We lost you there, Abraham?
Good. They stay around the old people. How you be an old man?
He's making some point there, but he's getting the glitch. He's making some excellent points, but he's getting the glitch.
You know?
Yeah.
For the old people, for the young people to tell the old people, say, push me, let me go for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be able to bury you.
Yes. Yes.
But they're sitting there and they're trying to put the old people in. You know, and the old people already near their grave.
That means they don't even have confidence in themselves. That means they don't even have confidence in themselves. All right?
Let's take, for example, the people, I see some group of guys over there, they say under the EFLL. They ain't got no talk in the house. They want to imitate how they call the guy.
Those guys, they are a perfect example of what I'm saying here today. But they just are doing things the wrong way. They should be able to organize themselves and look for people outside of the political culture of our country. And so we are the Young Economic Freedom Fighters. We are looking for people who are within our generation that can represent us. But we welcome other people to just provide guardians for us as to how to go. But that's not the case. Yes. They are all aligned with the old guys then to manipulate them to just cause destruction in the country. And that's why we're having this conversation. These guys can become representative, they can become senator, they can become minister. All it takes is for somebody to lead and guide them. But in Liberia, if you are 50, if you are 40s, if you are in your 30, your 20, they don't see you in any position until you turn 65 years old. Then they say, yeah, the man ready. What good would that do for your health and for the time you have on the face of the earth? When you get young people in other countries that are making great strides and contribution to their country. That's the mindset we need to get rid of, and that's why I'm here. I see other guy like here, oh, they push misinformation. Now, it begins so simple. I didn't even get him no mind to play. He had packed it low and going now. That's how, you know, I would say that's how low we think. That's how low we think. But you'll find
Exactly.
from Finland, we think better than some of the guys in here. That's how shameful it is. But have your last say, I see somebody else coming here.
Why the people say you might always think big? The people talking about, oh, they may get more brains, you get this brain, get that brain. When the man got to playing football, he say, I want to become a president. He say, I want to work with the Liberian people. You know when you go, the man I want to become president. The people say, oh, my man, you want to be president, but you don't reach that area yet. You got to go to school. The man say, I'll go to school. But the man was still behind. You know, you're still in me or something. I still got through, they say, okay, my man got to do the message, I will do it. You got to do the one, I will do it. After that, he went there. People like Darren, they say, you know, they're trying to grow beer, great beer, so they can say, oh, yeah. But they just want to become like people like Baco Mafia. They'll just be causing noise around. When they get in chain, they waste it.
And he can do better than that. And they can do better than that. They can do better than that.
They can do better,
They can do better
but they can't do it. They don't want to do it.
Okay.
They just want to talk for the other people.
That's why the show is all about tonight and going beyond. The young generation. Why can't they have a party called the Young Leadership Party of Liberia? So where they will think and come up with their own platform, where they will keep look at.
They don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to take responsibility.
Okay, that's why it is. That's why it is. All right, and that's why they get into the older people, the people who are served already, who the Liberian people reject, the majority of them. Then you take it and say, oh, that's the replacement for President Weah. Is that the better you can do?
They want to stay on the sideline.
Is that the better they
stay on the sideline?
Come on, man. Look, Abraham, thank you so much, my man. Thank you so much. Let's talk in the back end, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You want to tell me that those 4 people, that the best replacement there or the better replacement for President Weah? Look, I'm not here to praise any political party. I'm looking at potential people who can make our country better. All right? I'm not here to talk about President Weah. If you don't let President Weah, then you start to find a better replacement, folks. That's why it is. The American people said they didn't like Obama. They came up with somebody who now creating more jobs. All right? If you don't let President Weah, it's Omer Boka, Ure, Bernard Ure, Chad Walker Bronsky, Alexander Cummings, and Joe Boka, that the replacement for Joe Weah, then you might have well just stay with Weah. Because these people have already shown their true color to you guys. I'm not going to put my brain with that kind of thinking there. No, it's wrong. Let me bring the next person here. We are better than that. We are better than that. Look within your generation group from 1968 to 1980 and see who you guys can align yourself with and promote that person and see what you can do with that person. All right? A guy like you, right there, or many of you with your experience that I don't know all about how you tell us, can be somebody over there, my friend. Yeah, once you got your family, you got all that. So we want to sit down here and allow people who have done their part in society to be the brain, to be the eyes for us. Come on, man. We're better than this, man. Have your say, my brother. Welcome to the show.
I'm coming 1 second. Thanks, my brother, for this platform. It is a great platform, and I'm so happy for the topics today because my brother, is what going on in Liberia is very serious, you know. When it comes to the youth in Liberia these days, you cannot predict. Like you cannot look at somebody today and determine what they're going to be tomorrow because everything when it comes to the youth these days is just different. It's contradicted. It's disorganized. Is I don't know how to call it, but I would not go to the political party for now, but I will make a reference on the soup from the University of Liberia.
Yeah.
They came out recently and make a video concerning Kabena Janet.
Yeah.
And in the video, they said that the impeachment should not be Kabena Janet, but it should be President George Weah. Mm-hmm. How can you divert those kind of situations that's going on in the Justice Department to George Weah? What George Weah have to do with it? I don't think they have read the entire document or the entire case. So they came out with a situation that George Weah should be impeached, all kinds of things. You know, my concern is, as students of the University of Liberia, mm-hmm. I think when you're advocating or when you come on the radio or when you want to say something, I think it should be progressive on the etiquette, to educate the youth or to educate the people, like the youth of the young guys that's coming on of you or whatever. Like for example, there's a lot of stuff in Liberia that you need to talk about that will help the youth.
Yeah,
especially when you are a student president for SUP. Like you can say, okay, we need a library in Vera district.
Yeah.
We need this for social students. There's a lot of great things you can talk about.
and let me hold you there.
That people will look at.
Let me hold you there. Let me hold you there because I love the interaction here, and that's why I think I'll be going in most of my topic here. The economic freedom further of Liberia. One thing you just said, and I'll piggyback on that. How many of them have gone to the various counties and be able to identify the human need, the social need? Like how many hospitals were left in by the past administration? What is the current administration doing? How many students from the age of 5 to 12 or 15 are in school? When you say you're fighting for economic freedom, these are the economic challenges they have. But you see, they got the team, they got the need. They want to mirror that out of Judah Lalema. But Mr. Lima got his people already in the South African parliament, and he speaks to them most often to give them those things. But they said, we tend to photocopy most of the things, but we're not really following the process of what we're doing. And that's why the conversation tonight and going forward will be all about. The youth can be empowered, like the students at university. One thing I also listened to them, and I thought that what you're going to say first, one of them said, our men here better than AFL. What does University of Liberian student have to do comparing this? Are they meditating now for the university? Are they going to go to war? You see the kind of mind in our country? Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
My brother, yeah, what you said is true. That exactly on point. Like we are in the diaspora or in the US here. Saying we feel like okay, we got vast experience. We are opportune to be here. Saying to educate ourselves on one or two things. So I think if we come out, not everybody will come out and say something, positively to change people's lives, but the little contribution to come on the show and share your ideas, I think it don't have to be financially, but those are all supports, what I'm saying? But when we look back in Liberia, actually, I feel like I'm a young guy. I love that country. Yeah. I'm into the business sector. I'm not into politics, but every human being by nature, you're a political being. You know what I'm saying? So despite I'm into the business, but I look at situations that affect our youth. They are not thinking the way they're supposed to think.
My brother,
you know
a guy like you, as a businessman, with all the politics, it all leads to economic freedom. So those who are in politics, if they don't have business on mind, forget it. Because you know why? Even the business tycoons in the world, when I listened to Warren Buffett's son that lived in South Africa, he was on a show with Tony Blair and Paul Kagame. And he said two things. Predictability and stability in the country will bring investors. All the men in that town that talking about impeaching the president, that talking about the AFL is better, that are making noise. That's not what it's supposed to be focusing on. If you want to take on President Weah, come up with the facts and say, President Weah, the country is challenged on the area administration. These are the challenges we have. And we present it to you. If you cannot do these things, we, the Young Economic Freedom Fighters, will look for somebody within our group. And you also go to a different political party. Make yourself independent. If the worker people, if the Europe people, the common folk can say, look, these are the facts we have from the different counties. We want to empower economic freedom. But if you cannot do it, we will find somebody and make that person to be our own because they represent our thing. That's when now somebody here will say, yes, you guys now have already answered the call of the people. But you can be very, disorganized in your thought, in your presentation, and you're going nowhere. Because the very university you're fighting for, there used to be people who make noise on that university campus before even some of you got there. What good did they do for them? All they get a small position and they forget about the university. Is that what's going to happen in the generation now? How will Martin Colley and all be judged? When somebody can call and get a bit of it, gentlemen, your be there will be there. Because take an example, let me fair. The Jefferson Koji, the Alvin Wilson, what did the guys then were making noise on every campus? How many of them making noise today? We got to change that kind of behavior. It's a cultural behavior that we are adapted. It shouldn't be about individual. It should be about an objective that we must progress on. That's what it is. I give you the last word so I can bring other people in.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much, man. I'm so happy to, I always watch your platform and it's very educated. some information that we don't get every day because of the busy schedule, I do come on your platform and get this information. So I just wanted to add one or two things, to my Liberian brothers back there, and I want to add one or two situations. I want to add on one or two to the situation with the political parties. I want to ask my Liberian brothers, like the youth, not the youth in Africa or in Liberia. Okay, you said George Weah is incompetent. George Weah is not your type. George Weah is not what you want. I don't have a problem with it. You entitled to your right. But my concern is now. Okay, I take for instance, if you take George Weah from there, who you got? Come up with who you got. You can stand up with like it's different from George Weah, or like it's different from the old story.
Let me put it one in your mouth.
Who you got?
Let me put it one in your mouth. I thought you were going to say those 4 politicians that competed against George Weah. Is that the best you got?
That's why I was going. That's why I was going, bro. That's why I was going. But I was trying to say that who you got? Is this the old political? This old hands. The old hands, the full old hands. You think our country was built on their, I don't know how to call it, like the jeans screen. The shoe screen that you tie on your shoe every day you go to work. Our country was not built on that. This country is now, it need a youth to take control.
Yes,
and before the youth take control of their responsibility, they have to divert their thinking, their mindset that, okay, we got to show this same old people faces to carry the crowd. You have to show your identity.
Yes.
You have to identify yourself in the society.
Like that.
Despite, you see, this is the reason why I like George Weah government. I don't get problem with what happened. I know that most of the people in the government, they are young, they are new. But my brother, before it take development, a development come with struggle. These guys that are young guys in the government, give them chance that they get experience. So tomorrow in the next generation, these guys will be equipped to run. They will know that, most of the ministers, most of those people, they are all youth, they are all young guys that we are empowering.
Yeah, but
if you give these guys chance,
in all fairness to the conversation here, you said one thing, they are incompetent, and President Weah to drop the ball. He should have also brought people in who got experience to guide the inexperienced people, because you cannot just bring everybody that are not experienced, because they will not plan, they will not check their plan, they will not act on their plan, and you have all the mistakes. So while it's true, we can take away some things that President Weah dropped through the cracks and try to patch it up. So he got some things that he needs to take care of. So corrective action, we call that corrective action.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But if you look in the government today, my brother, George Weah have mixed the government up with a lot of different political parties.
Yeah,
they have some old hands in the
so the fire is,
in the government.
That's all equate to some of the missed opportunity, and it can be fixed. Like the economic, like the university student, they should come out and say, "Look, President Weah, these guys you put in your government, people working in the private administration, this is how poorly they perform. Look at their scorecards. Now you brought in young people. You don't have the guardians to make them to be better.
No.
That's why we're making the noise. Now, when you come up with these findings, then someone will say, yes, the young generation is very spot on things. But if you come and start aiming in one direction and not giving all the reason why, then we see things later on and we say, you know what, you got problems. So thank you so much.
My brother, thank you so much. Until I got one message, until the youth in the country can come up with somebody very different or very strange, that somebody that the entire community or the entire country can look at as different, like can bring changes in the mindset. That's the only way we'll go forward. But without all force, without 4 people, I won't lie to you, we will still be in the same situation. I heard Bronsky talking about giving history on Joseph Junior Robert did, the slavery day. Yeah. Now we free. Yeah, you know all that story. You've been sitting there, you do nothing.
You should go in the classroom to start teaching the children about that.
Yeah, you know all this. You're giving that kind of history. Yeah. You think that's the history now we want to build on because you guys live by that history as a Congo, America, whatever, and you guys sit down with people. You think you want to come and fool again with that same old story? Yeah. I'm lying, my brother.
Thank you.
We know that story already.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. All right, guys. Youth empowerment. All right? Youth empowerment. Let me bring in young here. Look, guys, if you want to tell me tonight that those that were born between 1968-69 up to 1980, the level of accomplishment they have had in life, and you want to tell me that we cannot find somebody within our age range that can be the next president? That's the first question. Second question here is, We got a lot of young people in the other political party. And I'll bring in Darius Dillon, I'll bring in Wilmer Pay, and I'll bring many other people. You want to tell me that the young generation cannot build confidence in these people and say, you know what? We want to take Darius Dillon. We want to take Wilmer Pay. We want to take somebody else to be president. Because why? The Constitution requires that they should be around 35 years old. Why are we keep investing into the old folks? Look at all the guys they presented on Friday. Is that a better thing they got for we are? Please, man. Even Yasini that always on the show here. You want to tell me Yasini cannot run for vice president too on a candidate if she wants to? All right? Man, that Fatiga that always making that noise. You want to tell me he can't even run too? Man, the Costa who always 36 years old every year. You want to tell me he can be somebody too? But he must always be talking for other people. That's how we lower our self-esteem, folks. These guys should be able to make strides. Let me see here. I tried another guy, but he's not coming on. Let me see here. Lucy, I try you, not coming. I'll try you again. If you don't come on, I'll go to the next person. I am saying here, folks, we must encourage the young generation of people. Welcome. Welcome. I see guys like you. Or many of you now, I don't be some kind of guy with your experience. You're not making your contribution. Is the Liberian scoreboard or the Liberian automatic machine? You put your car inside and say, oh, Lucy, you have been 65 years old, but then probably job here or to contribute. No. You in your prime of your generation, my friend. This is your time. We must encourage the young people to put their minds together, and the older people provide, and the experienced people and the older people provide the expertise to guide you guys. What you got for all here tonight, my brother? Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you? How are you, brother? How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah. I just wanted to respond to your question because I read your question. Do you mean the Liberian living in diaspora or Liberian living in Liberia? Because you say like
it's all about the above. It's all about the above. I want everybody to come together.
Yeah.
We are one Liberian and determine the challenges in the country from that age group. What can the local Liberians and the diaspora do to come up with a better candidate? And say, you know what?
Yeah.
We think this person is someone that we can align with.
I think to respond to your question, brother, is a very big question, but I'm just gonna speak based on myself. So, I think the nation of Liberia. I think to respond to that question, I'm just gonna speak what I think about that. I think mostly, like you say, you know, like you mentioned earlier, like we need to have a like young people, you know, the best youth who will just sorry, sorry in the background. Like to respond to that question.
Take your time, collect your thought, take your time.
Yeah, sorry for that, man. To respond to your question, I think mostly this is not about the youth. Personally, if you ask me, it's not about selecting the a young person to become the best. I think Liberian is we're just lacking a system. Liberia as a nation does not it's not really structured. So
what about the confidence too? What about the confidence? Do we lack the confidence too? Because confidence will give you
the young people have the confidence. If we say like young people do really have the confidence because they have young people who are really.
But which direction is the confidence in? Is the confidence is leaning to support other people rather than putting themselves first? So we got to determine the direction of the confidence. They have the confidence, but in what direction is that confidence going?
Yeah, but why you need to understand as well is the question that you asked as well. If you do have the confidence, but if you're not given the opportunity, it can work. That's what you have to understand as well.
Okay, now, so there where now you look at the direction of the confidence. Because the country, if you look at the country statistically, the population is growing, 65% are youth. So those guys who are like the economic freedom fighter, the student at the University of Liberia, other societal group, they need to now start to organize themselves, looking at the challenges they have in the country. Because they got the youth, they got the population for that youth, and determine whether the current leadership or the political leaders, whether they're meeting those demands. And if that is no to that, can we organize ourselves? Can we find somebody who will represent us within our group and reach out to the diaspora Liberian and do these things? That's how you come up with the ideas.
Yeah,
but they're not thinking in that direction to a greater extent.
But yeah, because for me, I'm just gonna respond to the question. Like for me, like I'm just gonna respond to the question that he posed over there. You can have those sort of mindset, but the point I'm trying to make to you here, majority of the Liberians do have the confidence. Majority of the Liberians who are living in the diaspora, who are living in the Western nation, or who are living whatever they are in Liberia or internationally, they do have the confidence. They do have the mindset. But the issue of Liberia, we, even as young people, once even you get out, you get opportunity to the young people as well. Once they don't have the opportunity to come to power, it's difficult. But I'll just the point I'm trying to respond to it, like the point I'm trying to make here is that Liberia has has a problem. Not only the young people don't have the confidence, the nation as a whole has the issue. Because like generation keep failing, keep failing, keep failing. When I say keep failing, it's like when one leader's coming to power, you know, they're not going to work. They don't compare themselves with like Ghana and other African nations to say, well, this is what we're doing well. This is not what we are doing. This is what we have to work on. People are just in power to enrich themselves. So the point I'm trying to make here, like in regard to your question, I would say young people do have the confident ability, the skills, but they are not be given the opportunity. And to get an opportunity to reach that area there, you don't even if you select a young person that you think can run a country, it's going to be very difficult as well because like it's a continuation. If you select that young person to come to power, because look at Josria. When just before Josria were elected, everybody said Josria is a young person. Josria will do well, but when Josria elected, the story changed because is lacking the system, the structure, like how the nation have to be structured. One nation is structured.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
With the mindset you got, other
Yeah.
countries one time went in that direction over and over. What we do here now is what we call asking the far why question. Why the system is like that? The people. Why the people like that? Because of how the culture is. Why the culture is like that? That's how it started. Why it started that way. Now, when we understand the far why question, what can the young generation do today? And how can we know? Because if we continue like this, then we might all just leave our country and go somewhere else. So, as long as we got our confidence, like you said, how can we direct that confidence now? Are we going to go in the same direction? Because politics is about reading the situation, coming up with a solution, and allowing everybody ideas and let plan and make sure that we do the right thing. Because the way it has been done, it has been the wrong way. So we need to put ourselves together. We need to challenge ourselves. We need to commit. Commitment is what is missing out of everything you have said. If people, let's say you sit down with 250 Liberians and say, look, guys, I think we can make ourselves better. But time immemorial, this is what we have been doing, and we thought that had been the right way. All because what we say, we don't commit ourselves to it. Ellen said, if I let go back to those said rampant corruption. He did not commit himself to fighting corruption. He too got engulfed in corruption. Ellen said, public enemy number one. You got Joe Wiase will not be on the fence. So they say these things, but they do not commit themselves to what they want to do. They don't set the tone. So when we see all these things, young generation know that you can become a leader in your country, but from what you're adding and what other adding, these are the components now we need to make sure to build that structure. And to build a structure for it to last for long. Commitment, confidence, and stuff.
And I mean, what he's saying, I think I definitely disagree. Some of what he said, I definitely agree with what he's saying, but some of them you have to understand as well. That's what I told you earlier, that even young people, they have the ability, they have the skills, but the people in power, they're not giving them the chance. So, I mean, if you don't...
Let me hold you there. Who put the people in power?
Yeah.
Who put them in power? They don't go there by
It's
themselves.
It's all Liberian did it.
Okay, so if the Liberians are doing the same thing over and over, what can we do? That's why I asked you the follow-up question. Why are the Liberians keep putting people there? Why? We have to think about these things. You know the reason why many Liberians have they are like this, they don't have gray hair growing here? Because we don't think too much. We are weak
No,
set of people.
no. For me personally, if you say Liberia doesn't really think, I think Liberia really think. Like, I mean, some of these things you're saying, I may agree, but some of them, like, I'll disagree with that.
No,
Because, like,
you
you
see,
say,
what you're
yeah,
saying here,
yeah.
you look at the whole Liberian culture. You
No,
already
I'm not.
defeating yourself by saying it's a system problem. And because it's a system problem, it's going to be hard to fix.
No,
I'm
I
telling
want to
you,
come with my solution. I want to come with a solution. When I say like it's a system problem, basically I want to come with the reason why I think it's a system problem too.
now you're talking now. So let's listen to your solution now. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because what you're saying is a good idea. What you're saying, it have to go that way, but it may not happen the way you think. Because all young people in Liberia doesn't think the same way.
I understand that. So yes, I understand and I like that. So let hear some of your solution now. Go ahead with something.
The solution that like I'm trying to bring to make sure Liberia is better. One is like Liberia as a nation. Like when I say like there's a system there, the solution that I think is the best for Liberians to go forward. Number one is the president have to be well educated. When I say well educated, like you have to know what you're doing. You should not be elected because people know you. You have to be well educated. Apart from education, and there should be like a separation of power. When it's a separation of power, the government should not really have more power in decision making when it comes to judicial power. Everybody should be like the separation of power. The judicial should have their power. The government should not have more decision making to that. Corruption, anybody who do wrong things should be punished. Law should be enforced. Definitely, if you commit a crime, you should be punished for that. You should be punished for that. You should not be seller like, just because you're rich, you should not be like impunitive. You call impunitive. And Liberia must be respected. Foreigners are taking over Liberia, like Lebanese, Ghanaians, all those people. Liberians should invest money into Liberia and send Liberians overseas to be well educated and come back to their nation. But what I'm trying to understand is like Liberian would prefer to help non-Liberian, like maybe Lebanese or other nationality to come to Liberia to invest into Liberia and not empowering their people and not helping their people. And nation like that can never go forward. That's what I'm thinking. Because if you favor your people, if you don't take, if you refuse to help your people that the futures of Liberia, the youth, you don't invest into them, you don't really educate them, but you prefer to help foreigners that build the country, then your own people, this can never go forward. My solution is like non-Liberian should be given the opportunity, should be empowered, should be sent to best school, should be given the opportunity like the bank should loan their money, so they can start their own businesses. And not only like everybody should work in the government, but entrepreneurship as well, other sort of businesses as well. Because everybody want to work in the government. That's the only way everybody can make money. That should not be the main focus. Some people can learn to be a trade, captain, learn to different type of trade as well. So those sort of things can work. So that.
All right. So
Yeah.
everything you said, one thing missing from inside.
Yeah, what is that?
Commitment. Because everything you said, it had been said from 1847. But the commitment to follow through. And that's why we need to sit down and regroup and find out why things are the way it is. You talk about educated people. We are high Toba, we are high Ellen. You talk about giving people empowerment. We are doing it, but he's not committing himself to meeting this goal. So, like you said, it's a systemic problem, which I agree. But one failure in the system, it triggers a bad reaction to the whole system.
Yeah,
so I would see what you said is the commitment. Let's say everything you said right now. All right? Let's say everything you said just now. I came to you and said, okay, I'm going to do it. Put me there. But if I get there, I don't do it. I mean, I did not commit myself to it. I can be an educated person. I can take your advice just to get there. I will not commit myself. I can be a wise man, not educated. You give me the opportunity because I knew to get there. If I get there, I don't do it. That is commitment. We must commit ourselves. That's why it is.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but I do have a question for you, right? This question, I just want to learn. Why you think like other African nations like Rwanda, Ethiopia, Senegal, and all African nations, they're doing better compared to Liberia? Like even Rwanda has civil war, this sort of thing. I just want to really, really understand this sort of thing, like for learning purposes. Like,
Thank
why
you.
you think those nations they're really,
Thank
really
you.
doing better? Yeah, especially Rwanda.
Yes, the leader,
Mm.
he set the tune. He began
Mm-hmm.
the process by setting the tune. When
Mm-hmm.
he said, I would no death should be on the street, you are the first person that picked up the first death. When you have a leader who will set the tune,
Mm-hmm.
when he said, like everything you just said, let's say you put somebody there, and that person say, I'm going to commit myself. And the way I will commit myself is to set the tune. I will make sure what I say is what I'm going to do. Say it and do it. Say it and do it. Guess what? Your ministers, the other branches of government, when they see how well you're doing, you're going to get a buy-in from the surveillance. If a surveillance man go to this place, speaking about Rwanda, Paul Kagame, when he was visited by Warren Buffett's son, he was sitting next to him. In an interview, you should look it up on video, on Google. He
Yeah,
said
I
the
will.
reason he loved Rwanda, he told Tony Blair, he said, Tony Blair, some corruption is in the UK, just like America, but we fight corruption. He said, I went all over Africa. The reason I'm investing in Rwanda is because they are doing things that give me off confidence. He said he went to a business center. The guy who was trying to take bribe from him, the guy, when he went there the next day, the guy was being taken to jail. And that gave him the confidence. So to answer your question, we will have all the plans, but we should commit ourselves to them. Like you said, if somebody does wrong, the law should take a course. If the leader is up there and somebody do wrong, make sure you set that example by going through the process. The reason the country are making progress is because the leader is setting the tune and he's in the front of the example and he becoming to show to the people that I'm not just saying it, but I'm also doing it. Rwanda, because of the president setting a tune and continue to do the right thing, they are the only country on the African continent that the US government gave them money and said, go do it yourself. We're not going to monitor you. So we should learn to set the tune. If you're the father in the house and you got your children, if you say at 9 o'clock, you need to go to bed. I don't care your favorite child or the one that you think is the best. When that time comes, turn that TV off. Because when you set that tune, everyone will adapt to it. But in Liberia, we have said so many things. Corruption is public enemy number one. We're not allowed to sit down on the fence. We get rid of rampant corruption. We said those things, but we never said the tune to change things.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying it's very, very interesting. But sometimes I also think like maybe the issue of Liberia maybe is a mindset or is a DNA thing issue because like people don't. I think sometimes I think like isn't the DNA thing like a mindset thing because like people will say something's wrong, you know, they will keep doing it. They keep doing it even though they know it's wrong.
Now, let me give you an example of that. Let me give you an example. The behavior we got in us,
I feel
it
like
cannot be changed. Give me a few seconds. The behavior we got in us, it cannot be changed. It's called, if you study behavior analysis, our behavior cannot be changed. But what we can do to our behavior is to control our behavior under laws. Sometimes you work to some places, they will tell you, don't be on the internet when you to your place of work. No cell phone. But the moment you get in your car, that rule does not apply to you. Second example, you will find many Liberians, when they're traveling from Liberia, they're beating the system, no regard for the system. But when they get to Europe, they get to America, they're not driving opposite lane, they're not running, they're not leaving the car on the road. Because why? The system that is here is controlling the behavior, and when you violate those systems, you are fined, and that fine is going to follow you to the court. It's called committing yourself to what you do. It's called setting the tune. When a leader set a tune and he trickled down the responsibility. And the people you got it committing themselves to that process, you will see the change. Rwanda is no different. I was thinking the same thing today. How can Rwanda become a better country that they still 1 million people?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
today,
definitely.
the leaders,
Yeah,
they giving women power. They are
yeah,
doing cleaning up every day. It
yeah,
reminds me
yeah.
of Jerry Roddy. It reminds Jerry Roddy.
Yeah,
When
to
Jerry
from
Roddy,
Ghana.
there's a video where Jerry Roddy was cleaning the sunny. He didn't
Yeah,
stand
yeah,
there
yeah.
for him like this. He was there taking that thing, cleaning it out, and at the same time telling the people. So today, the people of Ghana, they saw video of that man, and they came and said, you know what? Hold on, guys. We need to set the tune. In Liberia, our leaders in the past will say things. They don't do it. Even though we are administration, you hear some of them saying, let the president go borrow. He can borrow, the next generation will pay. Instead of them asking the question, what's the significance is the borrow going to do for us? What the impact? Our people are not committed to the cause. And that's why the conversation this evening is about what is going wrong, what can we do to prevent the more damage the thing will cause. Because if the young generation are not giving the information that you and myself exchanging right now, they will walk right into that thing, and it will be your children and my children now asking the same question now to another talk show 20 years from now.
Yeah, yeah. I think also we have to pray for bed. We need to pray and select best leaders, because when you do have the best leaders as well, that can make a
Prayer is
difference.
not a problem. Prayer is not a problem. All right? Let me tell you this. When God created the earth, I know you sound like a Muslim guy, but I will just put it on a level platform, and you will help me out with the Quran. When the universe was created, God put man and a piece of land. It's incumbent upon us to improve on the land, to work together as people. Our prayer is not going to solve the problem, my brother.
What I'm saying is that, like, when I say prayer is not only the solution. Okay, when I say prayer is not only the solution. But the mindset of the young Liberian, the new education, most Liberians who are living in diaspora and who are living also in Liberia, they do have the mindset. They can see it. They can see the realities. Like, they can see, like, this is why we want to change Liberia. For example, we need better institution, because institution like the University of Liberia is too weak. You don't do comparison with that. So if you have well institution in Liberia, institution like law enforcement, the police institution is very strong. The family institution is strong. Like education system is strong. That can build a nation to go forward. But
Yes.
institutions in Liberia are weak. A nation can never go forward.
And you know why we? You know why we? Let
Yeah,
this that again.
Why is so weak?
Right after the war,
Yeah.
when President Sedi became president, that war took off 14 years back. First thing you need to do is to bring back the mind of the people. Focus on education. Make sure that education becomes compulsory, mandatory. Let everybody go back to school, so that way you can reintegrate the minds of our people. That was priority number one. Educate the people. Do you know today, when you stand before many young generation of Liberians now, the post-war Liberian young generation, and ask them, how much do you know about what happened between Dole, the Bandingo, the Bano people, and what brought about the war? Only a few will tell you. But if you ask a child today, like my daughter, who is 17 years old, what happened to 9/11? She will tell you.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very, very good point that you raised. I respect that, because even Africa now, like most Africa, but now that's a very good point there. The education system, that people will rather educate their people about Western education rather than teaching their peoples about history and how can they build Liberia, their culture, those sort of things.
And you know what Sierra Leone doing today?
Yeah.
You know what Sierra Leone doing today? Don't take my word for it.
Yeah.
Go and Google it. Sierra Leone TRC.
Wait, you have a good point. Yeah.
Sierra Leone TRC,
Yeah.
they're teaching it in the elementary and junior high school. What led to the war? And they're asking the children, was that the right way to have the war? The children said no. So now, when that generation, because remember, every 20 years make a generation. 20 to 23 years is one generation. If those children grow up and they have been asked in the classroom whether the war was right or where the war was wrong. And if they get in power authority, the fact they're going to say, no. Our history told.
It's
That's
not
why you
good.
see in America,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
teach the children here how to love their country. They teach the children about Ben Franklin, Abraham Lincoln, their founding fathers. And then when a new president comes in, they give them new president brochure. That's one of the fundamental things we miss in our country. We miss it.
Yeah, I agree.
All right?
I
We miss it.
definitely agree with that.
There's a guy,
Yeah,
let
that's a
me
very
say this to you. There's a guy I saw, I'm not going to say the guy's name, but that guy, I learned that he's a Liberian guy in America. They made him a backyard with a gun. I don't know what he was looking for, but I learned that he's a talk show guy. Is that the right message he's sending to our people? We should be able to educate our people and lead them in the right direction. One of the fundamental problems in our country is because we fail to educate our people on their rights. These guys are making a decision today. Think about it. The war came in 1989. Those guys that were 9 years old, that means they were born in 1980. When they walked in 89, some of them are already 9 years old. Those that were not lucky to come to America or go to Europe, but remain in an African region, never went to school, they're back in Liberia. Today, many of them are what? 38, 39 years old. They are the ones making decisions today. We're in the midst of no parental guardians, no purpose bringing out. What do you expect? And they're making a decision today. They are in majority. 65% of the youth in our country, 65% of the population are youth. They are the ones making a decision in the absence of common sense education. And that's why we got to come up with this discussion, my brother. Your input is very, very significant. And
I mean, I really like your prof, and that's what I also believe that most Liberians do, like the leaders in power, they don't really love Liberia. I also think that we're like most Liberians, once they have the money, they have all the resources, elite people, they don't really love. They say they're Liberian, but don't really love it because most of them, they invest in foreign nations. Even when I was in Senegal,
we don't have value. You know, that means the country as a whole, we don't have value.
Yeah.
That's how you got the Christian values, you got the Muslim values that come from the Quran, the Bible. We don't have our country value. At what point do we consider our country? You know, that in America, they say the American values. Somebody can abusing or maybe doing negative things to say that's not the American value. Liberia at this moment and before then has not been teaching our values. What is our value? Can you go and corrupt the country? Is that being a Liberian if you call the country? Or if you come and report something wrong, are you going to get a compliment because you are protecting our values? The country don't have values.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a good point. I
No
respect
values.
that.
We got a democracy, but democracy got 4 pillars: representation, equality, justice, and freedom. We don't have those things. And that's why you see all the things we're talking. If you talk about full representation, if you talk about equality, if I'm in a position, why should I go and corrupt when I know the other people are supposed to benefit? And when the people do these things, the leader of them don't commit themselves. So you're right, it's a systemic problem. Now it's a systemic problem. The young generation are going to that system, and we right now at the gate now. Hold on.
Yeah, I
The
get your
system
point.
behind it's a bad system.
Yeah, I
Let
get your
tell
point.
you small, but I said that before you get in there. Because the system is polluted. We don't want you to tell something, but we want you to commit yourself. And that's what we need. Like somebody said, we should start to educate the voters. Somebody make a comment here. We should educate the voters. Because when you educate the voters, you can easily make decisions. For example, why should a lawmaker be there for 6 years, 12 years?
Yeah,
Do you know what it means?
and the
My son was
Constitution
born in
as well,
2009.
and the
That means
Constitution.
9 years old now. Somebody who became senator. The level of achievement my son has got in this country. Think about the child in Liberia, in that main district, 9 years old. You know 9 years old in America, by the standard. And look at 9 years old in Liberia. A kind of man not performing well, we can tell the voters, we have to reduce the people years. But again, when I talk about the voter education, he made an excellent point.
Yeah.
So let me let you have the last say because I got other people waiting, and
Yeah,
I'll put some
thank you
press with
so
none.
much, man. Keep what your platform is great. You know, like having this conversation with you is it's very educative, and I learned a lot from you. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for keeping your brothers. Thank you for
Thank you.
affecting
And
me.
welcome to the show. Don't be a stranger, my man. I need your help. I need everybody's help. I cannot do it alone.
Yeah, definitely. No, you educate that. You discuss some key points here is very, very good. You know, like that's a very good point. Keep doing it. Affect the
All
young mind.
All right, thank you, brother. I need your help. I need your help. Seriously, I can't do it alone. I need your help. All right, let me see. Let me bring in Jim Moma, and then from there I will bring in Josefa. All right, James, if you dare, you guys. Let me apologize. Judio, how you doing? Welcome to the show, Julius. As always, I love you. I love you a lot. I like the challenges you put before me. It made me strong. How you doing, James?
Hey, good afternoon to people.
I think you get your question. Yeah.
Yeah, my man. I like your topic.
I'm glad to see you guys. I know you are touched by the topic, so
yeah. My man, some of the things that come into my mind is that do we really need to change our constitution? Because Amos Wyatt wrote our constitution. How many years it working for us?
That's
Number one.
Very important question. And you know what? We missed opportunities on that. And we're in the third one. 1984, though asking him to revise that constitution, he never did it. Maybe he was under stress. Ellen King, we thought Ellen could have been influenced too to change that.
Yeah.
Now we got a president here now that owns both of the houses. Can we do it? We don't know yet. And that's why we want to have the conversation. And thank you for
we don't know. You know, and you see students there marching now like they say they're more better than AFL Sodia. I did doing research. You know.
That
what
was
the guys thinking, man.
Yeah.
You know, so your topics you drink is very touching. I mean, those are things now people who watching this podcast worldwide should be looking at and going on the street coursing. Yeah. Because sometimes I think we don't have money. People who trying to help our country, let's say people who trying to build an airport. Why are there contract agreement? Okay, we help you build your airport, we'll be handling the vacation. All those things the contract people sign, we don't know.
Yeah.
And you understand it? And we just blind.
And then
this government is
where the Economic Freedom Group, these are young guys. They need to put up with some of us here for us to get in the guidelines and guardians as to what to strategically look for and bring it. Can you imagine in developed countries, young children will go and do research? I remember in the city of Philadelphia, that meter they used to use, the meter used to quickly run down, but some tech decided to do a research on that meter, and they found out that the meter had a lot of defects. So they took out the issue to people, they came up. So when you have young people who are economic fighter, that's a very good title to attract serious-minded people. Forget about the politics. Look at the industry sector. How many people in Rivergy are getting education from the age of 5? How many children are giving birth by their parents and are registered with the Ministry of Health? How do we know whether a child was born in Liberia? When you start to come up with these topics, guess what? You will get independent mindset of people that will come and support you. Even if you don't have the resources, but when you start to list those things that you think are important, other people will come. Like, for example, I've been having my show. I haven't seen you yet because that has not been your text. And, you know, it has not been your text. And, you know, so I'm thinking, I say in my mind, how can I make it very diverse? How can I make it dynamic? Bring in the youth. I mean, take for example, look at me, Charles Dillon. This man should be part of the new breed of oppositions. Let people like Charles Bronski and say, you know what? I have my fair share with Taylor. I have my fair share in the house. So Charles Dillon, I can be an advisor to you now. I can lead you through the process. Because maybe my face was not the face for the party. People didn't like me. So let me support you. But you bring in the CEO people back. And you the opponent. So what can we go for a man like John Kerry? May John McCain go in peace. But if John McCain were around, we're going to bring all of that that failed Howard Dean and say, okay, Mr. Trump, here are the people that are going to defeat you now. See how the American people react. But there are time for everything. They had their fair share. They are all in their 60s.
And my brother, don't get me wrong. One of the main things you touched on, right? I never believed that Liberian was brilliant until I entered grad school.
Okay.
When I'm finishing my second master. Liberian are brilliant. When I got jammed, I brought it with a brilliant mindset of Liberian.
Yeah.
When teacher said, when I gave you an A, they get Liberian who broke all the code.
Yes.
and we got A in school. Liberian are brilliant.
Look,
So
let me give you a
the
perfect
important,
example. Let me give you a perfect example. God gave every nation 4 things. I'll tell you today. Every country got a piece of land. Every country you go on, they got a piece of land. Every country got a population. The population that are born in our country, each and every one got a gift.
Yeah.
But the domain that control the gift is in certain people. And those people with that domain plus their gift more fun things. Joe, we are for now. Forget about politics. But then look at football. I'm coming to your point about Liberians are gifted and smart people. Somebody came from Europe, took that man and carried him to Cameroon and took him to Europe. He conquered the soccer war. That tells you that we Liberians, we are gifted. But our leaders are not looking at what we're discussing right now, what God has given us. All right? If a man can leave from Liberia and go and conquer the football war, I think we can have many people in different areas if we give them the opportunity. Forget about we are messing up right now, but we're talking about the gift that we got. And we cannot take that from him because that's the gift that God has. Why? So leaders, the discussion tonight is, I am saying, those guys they put out there, they are telling us that, oh, you see, all the generation that Randy talking about that were born from 1969 to 1980, they don't want to be president for you guys. Even though I got my brother right here, he got 2 masters. No, we don't want that man right now. Because we are the guy that in our 60, we are the face for this country. No. That's why I'm saying, no. You can go over there and make a great impact. Anyone we see in our group, it is time that we give those people the opportunity now. All right?
No.
Look at Game here. Game here, they call Game. She got her own school in Liberia. She lived in America, learned the system, and said, you know what? I can go back to Liberia and open a school system. That girl, if you give her the opportunity to even go and become some kind of director for local education, see how much you will bring to the table. Just in our generation group.
A lot.
Why can't we focus on the young generation and influence our young brothers back home so they are in the voting population? Because the voters in Liberia, they are being shared like some kind of gangster that went and robbed the bank and divided the money. But we don't get our fair share. And the advantage here is Liberians cannot vote from here. We can send money back home, but those that are eligible to vote, they can vote. Don't ask anybody. How much time do you have to go to Liberia, go fly? No.
And my brother, I know you get a lot of caught up. But again, we need system in place. The country has no system.
Oh, yeah.
They have no system to hold people liable for what they are doing.
Exactly.
Until we get that in place.
Yes.
And you understand it? You saw what happened between Edwin Snow and Falcon.
I can never use that example in any training. That to me is graphic for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't respect one another. We have no system in place. It will keep going on and on and on until we sit back and say, what's the problem? Mama, there's one rest issue. Do you know how many years back we can solve the rest issue? We cannot solve rest issue.
It keep video.
It keep video.
For 1979. So that means that we don't even have the solution to our rest problem. So you know sometimes illusion can come to my mind. And let me just tell you some of the illusion. Say tomorrow somebody die from Liberia, they go by, they meet up. I mean from Liberia, yeah. What's going on down there? I mean, not easy down there. You saw the referee now? No. Okay. Then you go to do. I mean, yeah. The correction problem, they no.
You're not solve the rest problem? No, we solve it yet. And you know the truth here? Joe, we are trying to say the truth on BBC. Get that to the financial expert, let it solve that problem. Because even in Minnesota, yeah, right? You go to Restaurant Depot, you buy rice $30. You go in the store, you pay $75 for the scene, 100 pounds of bag of rice.
In all fairness to that question, I think Joe, we are dropping the ball on that. Let me be frank with you here, all right?
Oh yes.
We are. If that BBC journalist was nasty, I just discussed that with somebody this evening. When President Weah said I'm not a financial expert, And if that journalist was somebody from Fox News interviewing Barack Obama 5 years ago, somebody questioned Joe, well, okay, so you want to tell me, so let me just play the devil advocate now, right? So President Weah said we need financial expert. But I'm the journalist. Mr. President, you president of the country, right? You got people in financial position now. You want to tell me that they are not expert to give you what you want? Then why are they doing in there? That would be a perfect question.
No, my brother, that the first thing we had to, you remember he called all the restaurants there in the meeting, and they said, Mr. President, you have to give us some time. Let's say our rest before you bring the press down. That was the first issue he had time. But
Yeah,
again,
but
people
here's
who
the
have,
thing. Here's the thing where you went wrong. You must do a feasibility study on the current situation, and then you meet the people and say, look, this is what we had done financially. This is what we had done from the production standpoint. We have the data. Now, let's look at the data and see why these are the way they are and what can we do to negotiate. Because the man will not tell you I'm going to lower the price. That's negotiation. Why in it for me? Why in it for me? You can just tell me to lower my price. So you got to come with something and say, look, I already have this. Get it in a code. When somebody commit a crime, they don't commit a crime. But the man, they want to come also and say, oh, my man, we got all the things against you now. Can you plead guilty so we can lower the fine or lower the punishment? But if he just said, let's go lower the thing, the man say, okay, my man, we'll think about it, we'll be back in the meantime. Then they go ahead. But the man just don't lower our prices. We got high tariff, we got this, we got that. Sorry for the call interruption there. All right?
Yeah.
We got this, we got that. All right? Then the next thing you know, all hell break loose. So I think the president, guy like you, that's why you see Aki say they need to tap into the young generation. The foreign minister of George Weah, one thing you should start to do, going around and opening a Liberian database from A to Z, agriculturists, biologists, engineer, people can put in their expertise. Make sure you create that opportunity. Put in your year of experience, if possible, your current company. And then you streamline those things. So when you kind of think a financial expert, somebody who want to talk about business, how to combat the business community, then you say, let's call this guy here. Maybe you want to contract you for 2-3 hours. What is your stuff? And you know, then you present the thing to them. So okay, I'll get back to you. Well, the country has the experts, but we need to develop that index of Liberian professionals where the government can tap into. Look at LinkedIn, for example. That means on LinkedIn, I'm making anybody that get hired from LinkedIn, that guy getting money on that person. Because that's why when you send the email, he follows it from the marketing department. Did that person get hired? Yes. 1 hour cut. Easy. But that's the challenge that we have.
Man, I hope we have system in place that we govern us and we respect it, you know. I mean, but I like your topic. Let get other color chance. Let it come put their input in. If system will work in Nigeria.
So you in Minnesota now? In Minnesota?
Oh yeah, in Minnesota, man. Now.
So where you doing the D Depot now? Where you doing your D Depot?
We'll just keep banking the government. That's all we can do. That's all.
I have my fair share. I have my fair share in 1999. I'm done with it. So I will pray for you now. You see that?
That's all we dream. We praying for them. We begging. Let Donald Trump change his mind, but he got his mind. He want everybody to go. That Donald Trump right there. You can't change his mind.
Yeah, you cannot predict. Yeah. But thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. Let me bring in share in here while I take my call. Let me bring in share while I take my call. And I'll be leaving at 8 o'clock. Share, what's up?
Not much, man. Really. How you doing?
My man, I'm not your girlfriend here. That way you're talking that much. It's just that the woman you call, but then you're talking it down.
Taking it one day at a time.
Are you sick?
No, just tired.
Okay. All right.
They've been done.
All right. You tired from work or you tired from something else?
I'm tired from working both. Sometimes I feel down when, just imagine people sleeping hungry. People are not in school. And school coming open, you thinking you got 10 to 11 people school fee to pay, and you worry about that. You know, so that's the problem.
So what you got for us today? We are
I heard
coming for the future.
this guy talking about system. We got system in place. Yeah, you busting your brain talking for the young people, and somebody just came there. You know, until we can stop the love of individual above the love of a nation, in Liberia will never go anywhere.
Yes, I agree with that.
Plus, people in Liberia, if you J-Rennie, you got a dream. Instead of me supporting you, you know, visionary. One thing in Liberia, we don't support visionary. If it not mean, I shouldn't support Rennie. That's it. The jealousy, we envy each other so much. Like we talk about young generation. Do you know how many young people work in the Eden government and they went with a mindset of corruption? Even I was just listening to an interview from Joe where standing in France, addressing the people, say he fighting corruption. When anybody steal, and he went to the people, he talked about change, and the change he talked about, he brought into the propos that he gave he gave him back to the people. No government official should take the people money. I think I sent that video to them. I said, do we have God-fearing people in Liberia? Liberia don't have God-fearing people that we just say we are Christian, we are Muslims, we are bullies, we are this. But no one fear God. Because if we get God-fearing leaders, you know, our parents will be solved so fast like this. Because you don't go with the intention of working for government because you want to use government to get rich. If you want to get rich, go and make business. Go to the private sector.
True.
Go and make fun. You can get rich. But if you come into government, how much a president or the House of Representative or the senator in America make? They make very little amount. But these are people that they got a mind for the country. All the guys in the Senate, in the House, they all in business. When they leave the house, they go on their farm. How many Liberians will ever forget about government job? Because I know someone from my district who he was senator for the child state time, and he went to his own village. His brother gave him, and this guy know he never had coal. Even if he was leaving from his home, that money he did not give his wife nothing. His brother, he went to Charlesville. They both gave him 2 bags of coals. He left the coals there. He came home. He asked his wife whether food was there. Because when we get in government, we are so big and bad. You know, the ladder we climb when we go up there, that is
And what is the best? What is the way forward now? What is the way forward? What can you? We're talking about the youth now today.
I thought
so what can the youth do now? In your opinion, what can the youth do now to help? You know,
we all need to change our mind and attitude.
Well, we've been saying that over and over. We've been saying that from our lips, but we're not been actually.
It's not from the heart. Okay. So
no. Let's take it from our body and put it on pen and then get it into action. How do we do that?
Yes. How do we do that? Is that if our head is not running government with sympathy, if we realize that Liberia is greater than every one of us, here, you see people in the house, when they catch them with bribe, when anybody bribe them, the people will impeach them and then prosecute them. We got this system. They got our talking about. No, we got system.
No. That man's right. That man's right.
We got system, but we don't implement it.
No. We don't have. We don't have system. We have a broken system. The system is broken. Things A can talk to B, B can talk to C, but between that, we've been operating on what we call unwritten rules. We do things in the absence of that broken system. And so what he was saying that we don't have, so he just quantified it that we don't have system. Because in his mind, anything that don't work is not system. In my mind, I say it's there, it's broken. So he and I can come on it. And when you say we got system, then he will ask you, what make you think we got system? Because system is a process that must flow from one point to another. And then I will kind of say, Josephus, if that system cannot flow from point A to point B, that means the system is broken. So we have the system, but the system is broken.
It's
That's why
broken.
it is.
Because can you imagine one policeman in Labrador cannot show you ticket book no more?
So that's why the guy said there's no system. That's why he said there's no system.
Because if our president, even the rest issue in Liberia, I can solve that problem within the twins of an hour.
My man,
because
no. Come on now.
After listen, come on, listen to me.
Go ahead.
After the election, right? The first thing I will do after my inaugural speech, I will go and visit the 15 counties.
Are you campaigning here now? Are you campaigning here now? All the South, you can't campaign here.
No, I'm not campaigning. But I'm just saying something. Go to the people. You know the thing I like the Republican for, because if I become president for Liberia to create job, security, the first thing, my police director, I will give you money. We will dissolve that whole police.
Are you campaigning here now? We're talking about solutions. So can you hold your campaign? All right. We're talking about the challenges that have been hanging over our country for 171 years. The youth population in Liberia to Josephus is growing exponentially, and they have been misguided in their decision. And we believe that the young people, from what we saw from the presentation of the coalition of political parties, these are people who are supposed to be supporting the legs of Wilmot Pay, the legs of Horatio Gould, the legs of Darius Dillon, to say these guys will be the face of this party in the coalition. We are going to provide them with the opportunity. That did not happen. There is a highly possibility that we may have a repeat of what is happening now, because it has happened before and it may likely happen. And the risk is very hard. Why can't God let Darius Dillon be given the opportunity from the Liberty Party to be in our position? Why can't he?
I think now, I think I can see a change coming up in the coalition convention. Because I was feeling disappointed, but again, I started thinking, the people had not had convention. Okay? Because people like Darius Dillon, they stay there. Women pay, they stay there. People from the all Liberian party stay coming on. And you know what happened? It's because we always feel inferior to the people. We feel one group of people should do this. If you're telling your friend, look, this is how we're supposed to think. This is what we're supposed to do. Don't you think, say, every one of us got it right in Liberia? Our kids supposed to be opening the refrigerator. You don't think, say, our kids supposed to be playing with APA in Liberia? But because we feel inferior to the people, if it's not them, it shouldn't be us.
We need to stop it now.
We're supposed to stop that. That one thing I can always tell people, I don't sing glory to people too much. I don't sing glory to people.
I got 4 more minutes left. I need to go for the kids.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That country, we need to stay advocate for the youth. We need to advocate for youth camp. We need to teach our young people how to believe in themselves.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Josephus is right. That's what we've been on today. You want to tell me? I see great men that artists are not here. A very eloquent, loud speaking guy who live in Liberia. And I believe from 1968 to 1980. Many of you guys on the platform, your birthday is right within our age range. I mean, in those years, 1968 to 1980. Many of you guys watching tonight are in our age range from those years. You want to tell me that we cannot get a president that will be the better replacement for the WIA, Omen Boka, Bernard Ure, Charles Bronski, and Alexander Cummings, that the people you're going to bring? No. You Liberians are better than that. The youth in a party should be given the opportunity. Tyrus Dillon, Wilmer Pay, Orisha Gu, and many others should be part of the primary so that they can participate in the changing of our country political culture and system. It don't have to be the old people. We have come a long way. Liberian population with regards to the youth is 65%. And according to the projection, by 2030, we will be hitting 9 million people. And the youth population will continue to grow. Whether it's based on health reason that people are not living longer, but the youth population will continue to grow. Are we going to wait until someone like Darrell Dillon turns 65 years old, someone like Wilmer Pay turns 65 years old? No. The youth, we need to help them. The Economic Freedom Group, they are being misguided. They got the idea, they got the group, but they need proper guidelines from most of the experienced people to lead them in the way they should be able to mirror what Julius Malema is doing in South Africa. We need to make sure that we provide guardians to Martin Colley, who is out there making all the loud noise, to bring out issue and facts so that together we can make this country better. These guys can become senators. These guys can become representatives. These guys can even become president pro tem or president of the country. They are youth. Kenya is building a reservoir of youth population that are focused in other areas. We got to be able to do this thing. While we got youth in every political party, while we got youth in every sector of our country, we should learn. Look at Mene Bronski. Let me get pick on them one at a time. This man served in the government. He had done his part. When Bronski was serving in the charter administration, those that were in other countries serving in the administration, they are all gone into retirement. When Omen Boka was serving in the administration, those that served in other countries with Omen Boka, they had retired and gone into different places. When Mr. Cummings was all doing his job, many of the people in a peer group, they had retired and gone somewhere else. Mr. Ure, he's a businessman, worked for Charles Taylor. All of them perhaps are in their 60s. Why can't they give chance to the young population in their party and provide all top support? Why? Give the young people a chance. Let young faces from the different party come and stand with President Weir. And let's see what the Liberian position will be. But I can guarantee you, there is a highly unlikely possibility that it will bring the old faces by. The election will be determined on a better will be with the devil we know than the angel we have seen before. So to turn that around, for two reasons. Bring in young people to give the young population hope. Right now, there is no hope for the young population. And the only way you can regain that hope is to bring young faces to the party. Because you already know what happened in the party. I'm not here to come preach politics today. We're talking about youth empowerment and the way forward. But look at each of these guys, they got their own ego in them. They would not want to go second. They all want to go first. And Liberia has a history where coalition cannot survive for 5 years. from the day of Charles Taylor. So I'm saying tonight, youth in Liberia, they need to pull up with us and be able. What you say, Monibo? You send me request here? Monibo. Let me take it better. All right, Monibo. Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I got to go my children, so I get 1 minute each. I go my children, I got to get 1 minute. So, Monibo, I bring you on. I'm talking too much. I ain't paying attention to this thing. I'm talking too much. So, I'll bring other one you got. Sorry.
No, I enjoy your intro. I enjoy your
I
thing.
talking. I didn't even know that you sent me requests because I didn't see the light on. So thank you for reminding me. That's back there. So,
Dapo, you're right. Let me tell you, you are very right. But I think we got a serious problem.
And that's what we need to talk about too.
Yeah, the problem we got there is that, you know, if you, in your community, when you see a man from your community just rise up and got money, you after working in government, he just went through the government and got rich, the next thing you won't follow his footsteps.
Okay.
Even our young people, I will tell you something about sports. Our young people who went into football, soccer.
Yeah.
George Weah went professional. Everybody felt that they could go professional, so they were not even rep.
Yeah.
And they started going.
Yeah.
And even our present president who played the football never came back to even tell the guys, say, listen, to be a professional player, you got to go through the rank and file to get there. Because if you just leave from Liberia and jump into Europe, you might be lucky, but 99% of the time, you can't make it. Okay, George was very lucky that they took him from the rank and file, went to Cameroon, and then went all the way. It's a symbol with this politics.
Yeah.
Look, I agree we want young people. Let me tell you. I'm sure you have seen this book. If anybody who can serve 10,000 hours on a job, you're a professional. And what we lack in Liberia, we're lacking professionals. We do not have the professionals because you know why? We think that the professionals are very old. Now, you see when it comes to politics on election, nobody can retire. The only thing I can retire from politics, maybe your health.
Are you
can't make it
Are you speaking to that retirement on a general platform, or you just limiting it to?
No, you can retire from other jobs, but when it comes to politics, because I heard you talking about Bromsky, I'm not a fan of Bromsky.
But yeah, my point.
Any politician as a whole.
Here's my point here.
Okay.
Right? Here's my point here. We got Bill Clinton today.
Yeah.
We got Obama today. According to the American political system.
Yeah.
People are not going to follow God in any kind of position, and they themselves will not set up for any other position because it's a system that already been set up. Howard Dean was one time, or Senator Barrett. John Kerry or one time. I mean, Howard Dean contested.
Not even Senator Barrett, yeah.
Okay, John Kerry went against George Bush, he lost. These standards are things that give opportunity to other people. So I know you want to talk about Bronsky and these people, but we got our generation, my man. Look at yourself, my man.
I agree.
All right.
I get in there. I agree. You see, in Liberia, who you were blaming, our own people, they want to go after someone who got the cash.
Is that the right way?
Who got the cash?
Is that the right way?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the voters now. Listen, I'm talking about the voters.
That's what I'm saying. The question goes.
But which is wrong.
Okay.
Now, let you hear you in America. You left from Liberia. You came to acquire everything. You came to make life. Now you want to go home. You got home. Some of your friends or family people can say, listen, man, we want you to represent us. You say, okay. Now what they're depending on is that you got the bulk of the cash, no matter what. All they want to do to vote for you, but everybody looking at you, that the man who got the money. Whether you can give them the good ideas, you can put it on the floor. If you don't have that money to move around, the man who got money go against you, he will beat you. You just said 65% of the youth, and you know that the youth, that they don't want doing the voting.
Yes.
They want making a decision.
Yes.
Now, and they're making a decision, but they want, not every, in that 65%, I would say maybe you get about 20% who at least they can think they're going to school.
Yeah.
The rest are the ones who just in the street hustling. What you give them is what they follow. If you tell a man, go and vote for me and bring a picture, I will give you $5, he will do it.
So hold on there. Time out. That's why we here. how can we face that mindset now? What can we do to face that mindset?
That's what we're doing now. We got to continue to talk to them.
Thank you.
We got to continue to go into the community to conscientize our people.
Thank you.
But gradually, it's not going to happen overnight.
Exactly.
Gradually, they will understand.
Yes.
They will understand everything, and how it will be wiping away little by little. You see the election we held in 2005, the election 2011. When you look at it, there were little differences in it. And this going election that George won. Next election, it will be another thing. You know what I'm saying? Don't be surprised. There will be a young person who might even get into this coming race.
And we don't
because
go
right
that.
now,
And we don't go to that.
Yeah, I look at all the leaders now because they are the one we know. But don't be surprised. The way the coalition going together, and what I'm hearing, they gotta open up for convention.
Yes.
That's my problem. No matter what Cummings going to go as standard bearer whatsoever, let him go to the convention. If a young man, whether he got money or not, he want to test it, give him the time to go. If the people said this young man got better idea, we can count as a standard bearer, give him a chance.
That's what we're talking
Don't
about.
push it.
That's exactly what
Don't push it under the table. You see, that's a problem. Like Bromsky want to go all the time because he's the standard bearer.
And that's wrong.
It's the same with the CDC. That's why today I tell you, and why he maybe got a problem with George because he told George you got to give up at the time they lost the 2 elections. Why he said, and Toba,
okay,
say, man, I think you need to give chance people got pissed off. People got pissed off about it. But it's always, now you look at ANC. Who got the money ANC? They look at Cummings. Even if you want to go against Cummings in the primary, you will get majority of the person, my man, we're not carrying you the way you broke. We're not carrying. You kill him right there. Because it's one of the things like telling you.
So then what do you think Cummings should be saying two-way when those things are going on? What should be the role of Cummings now?
Yes, Cummings need to let people to understand it's not the money. It's not about the money. If this man is better than me, carry him. But I'll tell you that not everybody can say it. Not everybody got that wisdom. Some people just put them, look, some people don't want to even settle for, I put something on the internet, I say, why Cummings cannot contest the senatorial position? Everybody got pissed off. And then I made a comment, I said, listen, working in a corporation and to control a government are two different things. It's not the same.
Yep.
Corporation, you want to do everything to make profit. You don't give a damn. When you pass the law, you pass the law. But in government, they got 3 branches. One little statement you made might kill a lot of people.
Yes.
Or might help them. So when you get into, when you start from even a local organization, when you work your way up, you understand how people live and how they understand things.
They need an experience.
And leadership, not everybody, your education do not make you to be a leader.
Nope.
You can get the best degree.
Nope.
Still, leadership is something unique, and some people are born with it. Yes, I understand they can train you to be a good leader, but you got to be an exceptional person who want to listen, who want to learn.
Yes.
But some people are just gifted. You know what I'm saying? Why you say, but when this boy don't even have a master, you don't have a BSc, but look at all the people working with him. They got PhD, they got this boy. If you open your mouth, everybody listen.
Yes.
That is leadership. You know what I'm saying? So, but we need to talk to our people. We need to conscientize them.
Yeah.
Don't just look at the president. We need to even look at the community, our community leaders. Because that's where the corruption starts from. Right in the community themselves, they stay not faithful. Now, for us, you hear some guys criticizing government. They ain't got nothing in the way. They're walking around. By the time they call them and give them one job, the next thing, their tone change. They're different. So for Liberians, I don't know where we're from. Let me tell you, sometimes I sit down, I don't want to come on Facebook. I wonder, I say, is that because the history of Liberia where when they collected the other slaves, because the slaves came from different places, and they just dropped them in Liberia. So you cannot find 40% or 50% Liberian with the same ideas. We are very good individually, we're doing good.
Yeah.
But put us together and see whether we can agree. If it's not me, it shouldn't be you.
Yeah.
You know, that is why today, George, we are president. Because the people we're depending on could not even go in a room and come up with a leader. It happened Charles Taylor time. They were putting a coalition together. to go against Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor was so afraid. I will tell you the real truth. Charles Taylor was afraid. But when they went to that coalition, some of them because of money, some of them because of power greed, they broke away. And in real life, even George Weah today, if they go against George Weah with what the thing said, with 14 parties, 16 parties, 20 parties, he's going to win again. He's going to win.
And you are
because
by the
time you go to that second
on
round,
record for that tonight. You on record for that.
yes.
So
by the time you get into the second round, then you know like Brent talking about now, what in there for me? Although I was against you and I'm the leader, I said, what in there for me? Okay, man, I'll get you this. Okay, I will support you. You see?
Is that right?
But yeah, we don't respect. Look, and one of the things, we do not respect each other. My man, if you're an engineer, I should respect you for what you do.
Yeah.
If this man or sweeper, I should respect that man for the job, because that man bringing food to his table. You know, some of us now who doing certain jobs in America that in Liberia, you couldn't have done it.
So, Money, let me ask you. You struck up. Who point here in between all your stuff? But I underscore one. So now that people get in mind that we might go for a second round. Are you telling us that if the election ever go to the second round because of a third party in our race, so you say one person will emerge or will appear? So are you telling us that if we ever go to the second round, all these guys you see around here call themselves politicians, they're going to go to the leader and say, what is that for me? And they're going to compromise the party interest?
Yes. No, the politician themselves, the leader, he might say, listen, I'm not supporting you. But your supporters, are they going to follow you? Are they going to follow you? Because the man, let's say, okay, let's put it instead of CDC. Right now, CDC is raising, when I say raising money, they got money to run for the next election.
Yeah.
Now, they can go into the second round and say, okay, you see that community over there? We know we're not too good in it. That leader in our community say he's not supporting us, but we'll go in there, we carry beggar rights in that place. By the time you give it to the guy, they're going to vote for it. My man, I saw the thing with my own eyes. I tell you today, when I will run campaign in Liberia, I don't need to go to University of Liberia and pay nobody's school fees. I don't need to even pave no road. I know the strategy now because I saw it. It happened. We gave $1.2 million to University of Liberia for scholarship fund. We went to schools. We created the chicken soup factory road. On the day for election, 2 superintendents from the chicken soup factory market and the Douala market, they came to us. We should give them $2.1 million Liberian for what? To transport people. You know how to transport people to go vote. Then when I got up in the morning, I saw the yard so packed. They said, oh, Papa, we yellow vote. I'm a voting card here. So I said, but what you want to do? Oh, we didn't get transportation. So I said, good. I will blow for a bus to drop you, which I know you didn't care. They said, no. Just give me $5, I will pay my way. Then one guy came and said, listen, go and vote. When you finish voting, you come back with a picture. No, they trying there. They try and go in the vote. They try and win the voting booth. They cast a vote, they selfie. They show it with their face. And they took the picture. When I came, and let me talk to them. That one guy, he not lie to the children. When I came, I said, they said, they finish voting. We keep our $5. I said, for what? They showed me the picture. I said, for what? They said, but, and your brother said, that man wanted to mess. I said, oh. I said, why you tell the train? The train want you to pay.
Wow.
So that group, no matter what, that's why I said, let me tell you something, if you got money, you can change the system. I can pay you for the first time, and I win. But you should be fair to yourself if you win. If you win, you can change them around and make them to understand that, listen, guys, y'all give me the leadership, but I'm not forgetting you.
So are you saying money is the quick fix to facing the problem?
100%.
Okay,
yes.
So hold on. What is the long-term solution? Going back to the
now,
educational system and teaching our people responsibility?
Go no. That's the thing now. The first thing when you leave from here and go to Liberia, the first question they ask you, okay, you are in America for 20 years. What you did for us? Do you think by right you are supposed to do something for them? No. But you carry ideas. You say, listen, this is why we can build our community. We can do this.
And money, I will do stop and go for you over there. So please bear with me. the question about you were in America, what have you done for us? Where did that idea came from? Who introduced that idea?
Let me tell you, who introduced the idea? You see the politicians that the one who in Liberia, who been there for so long, who already solid on the ground, but they travel to now. They're telling the people, you see that man over there? That man, Jack Camille, that for election business, right after the election, that man going back. That had a person the people mind. Now, and let me tell you, there's a guy in Nuclear Town.
And then what would make them to ask that question? Because number one, you told the man coming for this. So then, how did that part got into their mind to say, what have you done for us? How did that come into that picture now?
Okay, now, the best way to solve that whole problem, the best way to, because you see, it's like I'm coming to you for the first time. That's my responsibility to make sure that you trust me. I'm just meeting you. Now I will come and talk to you for the first time. By the time I leave, the man who's on the ground say, listen, don't listen to him. I'm supposed to come back to you again for the second time. Because if I talk to you one time, if I speak with you one time and walk out,
that's how I don't do.
And don't show up, you say, but that man, I true, the man just lied to me. But I will make sure I come back again and say, my brother, I'm staying around here. We're eating the same driver together. If I leave, the men who are running against, who be in that place will come by and say, don't mind him. That man, he's a criminal from America. When you go again, you see the man coming by and say, but how can they say the man here, he's not coming by, the man continue to show interest in us? And to be frank, they are easy to convince. I went in our home mosque, they are very easy to convince, but it's up to you. You cannot visit them one time. You got to go 2, 3, 4. Let them gain that confidence.
What I want to get from you here, and you just brushing around it, is you said earlier, not earlier, but a few minutes ago, that they will ask you, what did you bring for us, or what have you done for us? Where that question coming from? I mean, where it coming from when they say, what have you done for us? How it coming into the picture?
Do you know how, the way you're saying it, that's not how the people in Liberia think about it. Because some guys left from here 2005. They've been in our country, they're in and out, but they're there all the time. Some of them, they never had nothing. Some of them were lucky to become representative. These are the people now telling people on the ground that, oh, I've been here with you whole day. I don't want to talk this way. I did this other one. I did this for you. So this now you still imagine where the guy in District 6 that won our representative, you know how he started? He went there, he had a foundation, a charitable foundation from a church. And to be frank with you, when that guy started, some people who really got a sense said, this guy looking for something. And for true, he built hospital and little clinic. He dug well all over the place. He all in a different group. When this election came, when he knew that Edwin Snow never had nothing strong, he decided to get in the race. And when he got in the race, it was a free thing for him. Everywhere you go, you say, oh, that man, I beg you, that man get a cleaner down the road. But that guy opened a little foundation, getting money from America, and that was what most of the guy now. It's bad. Why you think Cummings had to go? Because a lot of people never knew Cummings. Cummings' problem was not a lot of people never knew. So Cummings had no option but to spend money, go place to place, help with schools, just to know you.
So,
my man, it's bad. It is bad.
So, I'm getting your picture, and you're painting a very good picture here. So, what I'm getting from you here is, number one, the old hair politician, they decide to carry out initiatives, not on promise, but quick convincing initiative.
Yeah.
Well, putting people to school, their children to school.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of modern politics, where the man say, I will promise to do this for you. So,
yeah,
people mind from what I'm getting from you. If you go there and say, you know what, I will build you guys a school or well when you elect me, you're not going to win.
You know, let me get one parable. You know what I can tell you? Because I heard it before and I heard it, and they said, that true, dry meat sweet. But I will be eating until the meat get dry. By the time I'm finished voting for you, you forget about me. So let me eat right now. And you know, I sat up for long, I said, you know what, they're right. Because most of the people they have been voting for, when they get into that office, the next thing they in tinted glass, they pass by. I will tell you what the guy that did, the representative from District 17, what his name said, from Cape Mount, your Vabo. He paid for his vote. I sat down with Kia Zulu. Kia Zulu told his people, he said, listen, y'all will have to give me break for 2 years. Kia Zulu paid people $5, $10. He said, I owe your jack after 2 years before I start doing the work in the District 17. So you can tell me nothing because I pay you guys for the vote. So, I sat up for long. Look at the guy and say, you serious? He said, yes.
So you're telling me now that the population, the voters, they are all now like contractors.
60 or 65% of the voters in Liberia, I'm telling you, seriously. And I will tell you who the group. You see the market women? You see the market women? You see the young boys, the boys, and who's selling in the street before. Forget about the Zogo, there's somebody get 4 or 5 cards. So I don't listen to them. I tell you, some of them have 2 or 3 cards in the pocket, voter registration card. They can sell one to you, they still get another one. The market women. But now, they live in different places. But for some reason, yes, the president do not control them how to vote. But the president want you to come into that market and give certain things. Do certain things for the market people. Either you say, okay, no, I know most of your table broke here. I will go and take care of it. But on the day of the voting, they'll tell you, say, well, you talk to the president, you talk to us. So, if you get money, I will tell you, according to our population, 20% of the Liberians in our country will listen to you and they will make a sound judgment and tell you, say, listen, Dapo, I can vote for you. I enjoy you, and because of that, I will vote for you. They get the other 20% who not too sure they won't vote for you, but then they know that that guy will not win. So me just be timing that guy too. So they just in between, and the greedy ones. But the one who you see the keke boss there, the market women there, I'm telling you, according to the honest crook, you call them. Listen, I'm coming to pick you up today, election day. This the boss that carrying you. When you finish doing your voting, you walk to the house here. There's a man standing over there going to give you $500 liberty. All I want you to do is to do the voting, because all of them got cell phone. All of them got cell phone. And do a selfie with the voting in your hand like this and bring it to me. So that's how Kia Zulu won. And that most of the people won.
So everything you say here is completely contrary to the principle of election.
Yeah.
So what can the political leader do? What can the current representative, both House and the Senate, do? What can the government of Liberia do to stop this kind of behavior? Can they do it? Do you think they're willing to do it?
I don't think, because they in there already. They got their base. Let me tell you, they got their base already. So to stop it is a hard thing. Do you know where Muna Peno got all her voters from? They came from District 4. District 4.
And which district she represent?
She in District 9.
How possible can that
Muna
be?
Peno.
How possible can that be?
But listen, that's what happened when I do now.
I see my brother.
Okay, after this election, 2023, there will be new registration. You know what I'm saying? 2023, there will be new registration. Right now, there's no new registration. So, all in District 4, most of them coming from, they will come from Mount Barclay area, coming all the way. They get her about 4 buses on the day to register. She take the bus there. She got people there. They say, man, let's go. You're going to register in District 9. $5. They give you a $5. You get on the bus. You register in District 9. That's why you're going to do a registration. On the day for the election, there will be a bus coming here, and somebody in District 4 who coordinating everything. There will be a bus coming here, will pick you guys up. You'll go to District 4 and District 9 and do your voting and come back. My man, I saw 16 years old with a voter registration card. The lady, you know what she told me? She said, but any people want us to vote?
So just to make sure that those listening to you right now and those that will listen to the podcast, I want to ask you this question. How do you know all these things here? Were you running for office or what?
Okay, you know, I went to Liberia to run campaign for my brother.
Okay.
And I was heading everything. And I will tell you, I made a statement when I said, what?
Your brother ran as one of the candidates?
Independent. in the by-election.
Okay, and how and
Yes.
and this is how you got to
That's
know
how I
and
get to know all these
understand
things.
here.
Good.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want
I
people
went
to
to
understand.
Liberia.
I just want people to
I
understand.
visited 17th district in Montserrat County. I spent 1 week in Todi. When I said Todi, my first time. That's why all ministers, I said, what I know now about Liberia, if I knew it before, I was not going to waste my time in the gun politics because it was already set. It was already done. We in America, we think, because the way the people have election here, we think that high will be the same. I never knew, even into Todi, there's certain place of Todi, you got to go into bomb mines, in Kakata, bomb mines, then you come back into Montserrat. Rossville, I never knew you could enter Bombing Hills before you enter Rossville in Montserrat County. So just imagine that how I travel. Nobody said they could see me, oh, I saw Moon on the beach. No. And I sat with these people. There's a place called Bonap Farm. I went to Bonap Farm. This boy carried me and said, Papi, I got about 2,000 voter registration cards. I said, you lying. He said, when you pay me, they will come and vote for your brother. I said, you lie. So I went to see. I saw voter registration card with my eyes. They got in a box. The leader, he said, you see all these people, they voted in District 14, which is Vatan, Claratan area there.
Okay.
For Vamuma Conan.
All right.
I said, what?
Thank you.
That's how I know all these things.
I have to call the lecture because you went almost quadruple your time. But thank you for the information. Very helpful.
So I will tell you, if you go into Liberia, get ready to spend the money when you win. Then you can change. When you win, you can change their mind.
I will say this to your face. I'm not running for public office. I'm a consultant.
My man, go will support you.
Okay.
We'll support you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Wow. Guys, I got carried away, all right? So let me bring few people in here. Those that were in the queue, I will bring you guys on, all right? Let me bring Thomas Awaji here. And then after that, I said I will bring you on if nobody come after Thomas, all right? Thomas, you heard our brother's story, man. So it's like from what I gathered from that thing, it's going to be difficult for the opposition to win. Because if the representative, they are all in a deal, the politics we're preaching here is going to take a long way to convince these people, and it got to be strategically positioned. We had to start from the classroom teaching to build our ethical standards. We had to engage the community to make sure that they really provide, we provide community leadership. And for the most part, we had to encourage investors. Whether you are a Liberian, forget about what Joe Weah is doing. Because what Joe Weah and the people from what I listen to and you listen to, if we think that the people will get frustrated and they will vote for us, you're getting it wrong because they already got their Trump card. Election time comes, they're going to pay all these people to vote for them. But I think one of the ways, like somebody said, I shouldn't give them the idea, but I have to do so. If you are a Liberian investor, you need to go and start getting a job because their dependency is in your people's pocket and the people know how to play the game. They give you $5, take a picture that you voted for me, you come back, you get $500. If I get that kind of opportunity as a destitute person, I will want to quadruple that idea. So to counterbalance that, your opposition, Ure, Cummings, your need to start going to the 15 counties, opening community center, providing, job opportunity to the people so that they can become independent mind. If not, I can guarantee them that man will be there for another 12 years. The president now. Have your say, my brother.
But I told you this. I told you this a long time ago. Every time we talk, I tell you this thing a long time. Liberians are visual people. The people want to see what you are doing for them immediately. You can go, you can give those people t-shirts, you can feed them, you can give them $5. When it comes down to it, those people are on a whole different level when it comes to voting. Because you're not presenting issues. You are not presenting issues to those people. Those people are not about bread and butter issues. The Liberian people, they're about immediate.
So So are you telling me that they vote for money is not the new norms in our society? Even though we pretend to have democracy,
it must be.
It's not a democracy that is definition by politicians making a case. In Liberia, it's definition by people giving you quick money so that you can vote for them. Had that process become a norm in our society now?
It must be a norm because that's what's going on.
So how do we fix that now? How do we fix that?
Like we always talk about. Like we always talk about. Like I told you, the people in Liberia today, there is no loyalty. There's no loyalty to country. It's loyalty to the individual. There is no loyalty to the country. If you want to win the hearts, if any election, if you want to win the hearts and the minds of the people, you have to go into the communities. Like I said, any opposition now, if you don't go into the communities, I don't know, there's 16, 15 counties or whatever. You got to go into those 15 counties. You got to set up something like a community center type of thing. And you have to start catering to the needs of the people in those communities. That's how you win the hearts and the minds of the people in those communities. But if you think you wait until election time and give somebody $5 or give somebody a pizza, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. It's too late.
So that means the current government official, they already know the blueprint to maintaining their job.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. They know that when the time comes, they can go in those communities, they can give those people a bag of rice, they can give those people a gallon of oil, and they know that those people will vote for them.
Wow.
So let me tell you something. No matter what these people are saying, George Weah got this thing on lock. He's got this thing on lock.
And it is based on the discretion of what money the previous caller before you, based on his experience interacting with the people. Is that what you also considering that he got it all locked out based on that equation?
You can interact with those people. You can interact with those people. You can give them $5. You can give them T-shirts. You can give them a bag of rice. But when it comes election time, people say, "But what did man did for me all this time?" Okay, when it comes election time, that man gave me a bag of rice 6 months ago.
It said,
that man gave me a bag of rice 6 months ago.
It said the community impact that influence their decision, or it said the personal money in their pocket that influence their decision. I'm trying to understand which way that really get the higher weight. The community impact the well, or the direct money into their hands that go into their pocket. Which one influences the election?
It's not about community impact. It's not about a total community. It's about individual. If you got 1,000 people in a community, but if you can, out of the 1,000 people, if you go give 500 people $5, you can give 500 people T-shirts. You can give 500 people a bag of rice. The people say this man is not impacting my community. This man is impacting me. He's impacting me personally.
But the impact is not sustainable. The impact is a short term that will affect the future.
Exactly. It's short term. If I can get $10 in my pocket right now, I'd rather get that $10 in my pocket right now and don't think about the next month.
So the population of Liberia right now, is about 4.7 something. So that means I'm going to use myself, all right? So that means if I want to go to Liberia to run, and we got a population of 4 million people, let's just assume that value. I mean that number. That means that I have to carry about 8 million to Liberia, because if the current administration, the other officials are running, if they are giving $20, I should be able to get $40 for me to win the election. Because according to money, you got to double how much they're giving. So if I hear they say, oh, the government official giving you $10, okay, but then I'm going to give you 20. Is that how I can win the election if I carry some heavy money like that?
If you go, say for example, if you go to one community, say you go to Nuku Town.
Yeah.
How many people in Nuku Town? I don't know the population of Nuku Town.
Let's just put a fake value on it. Let's say about maybe 25 or 30,000 people.
Right. Out of those 30,000 people in Nuku Town community alone, you think those people are going to come and vote for you because you're giving them free T-shirt, because you're giving them $5, because you're giving them a bag of rice? They will not vote for you because the people just want what they can get from you at that moment.
So, are politicians undermining the opportunity to create jobs in order to independent the people's mind? Do they know that, oh, we cannot provide job opportunity because that would be the eye opener for them to not vote for us? So therefore, we will squeeze the opportunity for job opportunity so that they can become slave to us continuously, where we can give them money. Do you think our politicians and our officials think that way, Thomas?
The politicians in Liberia don't think long term. They don't think long term. They think on that immediate vote. They don't think long term.
Wow.
What politicians? Like I said, for example, the mayor of my city in Atlanta here, the mayor of my city have gone to Japan. The mayor of my city have gone to South Korea. They've gone to China to bring investments just into the city of Atlanta. I'm not talking about the whole country of the United States, just the city of Atlanta. If you look at Jefferson Koji, the city mayor in Monrovia, when was the last time Jefferson Koji traveled to the United States, to any city in the United States, to see what kind of business that he can lobby and generate to come to Monrovia? If anybody can answer me that question, because the people are not serious. The people don't think long term. They're not thinking long term. They're thinking what they can do immediate, for themselves.
My fear here is, from what Money said tonight, and I will give Money, I would say he's the best caller that provided the best information, because I'm giving him that because he had an experience with the election in Liberia, and we had not had anyone who had really experienced the election that how Money did, and today he came back to tell the story. So I think what I'm getting from here, I don't think President Weah can be defeated easily. I don't think so.
Because not at all.
From what I'm hearing, right now the country is economically struggling. Politicians are holding on to their pockets. They don't want to, opposition are holding on to their pockets. They don't want to create job opportunity so that the people cannot be independent. And I think they're taking advantage of that. Number two, the people are already adapted to the system that every election that comes, we'll go and get our own. So they are not really voting for their future. They are voting for what they can get immediately. And knowing government around the world, government that always in power has the high rate, all right, or the highest opportunity, so to speak, to retain power. And with the way the guys are voting in Liberia, I think it would take someone who is a billionaire to go and spend on a country population that is 4 million, and their annual budget, fiscal budget is about 5 million. You got to take almost quadruple of that money just to go to public office. So do you think the reason corruption is proliferating in our society, especially within government, is because at the end of the day, they will have to come and vote or ask for the people to vote. And in order for them to maintain that, they will have to bribe the people. In order to bribe the people, they will have to keep getting money illegally. Do you think that's the equation there? And that's why we are the way we are. We have corruption.
If you bribe somebody to vote for you without giving that person a vision, without giving that person a long-term goal, what am I going to do for you 5 years from now? What am I going to do for you 10 years from now? If I come and give you $5 to vote for me tomorrow, and then tomorrow come you vote for me. What am I getting out of it as a voter?
We got a long way to go, Tom.
If you cannot tell me what I'm going to benefit from 5-10 years from now.
So when I used to tell people on my show that I would take the next 60 years for Liberia to become a better country, I mean, can I still stick to my gun on that? Based on what I'm hearing now from you and money? That people are
that 60-year thing worries me. It hurts me because
but the fight to support that 60 years is in what you guys are saying. So that means even if you went down there, let's say take for example, DJ Blue, the men who are talking about being e-library, the men who are talking about being community centers, he made all the promises, right? He didn't do it immediately to like you said, librarian voter believe in virtual factory. They should see things and they get convinced. But he made all the promises. And in the end, he lost. And I think from what I'm hearing from Money and you, our voters in Liberia, they don't believe in promises. See me now, and I'll vote for you now. Or else, next.
All right.
So let me thank you, Tom. I'm running out of time. You know my deal now.
Okay, man. Thank you. I'm following. Thank you.
All right. Okay, guys. I have to take the last quarter so I can call you a day. Let me see. Hassan, you are very, very blessed. Let me bring you back on. And then after that, I will bring Armstrong, if you want to come on, let me know. Armstrong, if you want to come on. All right.
Hey, my brother.
You start to differ. So what you got? Where you got?
How are you, my brother?
The border. What you got? Huh?
You hear me?
Yeah, you coming in crash, but you coming in. I think we improve over time. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Your colors are very, very bright tonight. They are all on track. We're not arguing with anybody because I don't look at what they are saying, but the point they are making.
Yeah.
They're all making sense here. I was in Liberia, I told you, from the voter registration time till after the inauguration. I went to Liberia March of 2017.
Okay.
And I left Liberia in May of 2018.
Wow.
I was down there for 1 year plus.
Yeah.
So concerning district number 17, about KwaZulu.
Okay.
I was one of the campaign coordinator for KwaZulu.
Okay.
I was. So we did not bribe anybody. We strategized that campaign in a way that I can tell you we westernized it. We went to people while other people were paying them to vote for them. We were talking to them, convincing them. We targeted tribes, religious group. You see, KwaZulu completed a mosque in district number 17. So he captured the minds of the Muslim community down there. So I was campaigning down there with them in Madingo. So I was able to capture the Madingo voters. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So he have,
I see my sister. I see my sister Yasini here, and I want to recognize her. I know sometimes we differ on issue, but I must commend her for coming on the show tonight. So I want to just make that recommendation. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem, no problem. Just tell Sister Yasini that I love her. I love her so much, So, like we were in district number 17. So that's what we did. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
We went to people, and then we talked to them. We convinced them. We were always into them.
So,
you understand what I mean?
So Hassan, I think because Money brother ran against your brother in that race, right?
KwaZulu?
Yeah. The guy that was here.
I don't know who.
Money
yeah, but what is his brother name?
Money, if you listen, can you state your brother name? I will pick it up, and I think Hassan will pick it up because I don't know which district Money, but do you remember the guy who?
I was in district number 17.
Okay, so the brother who were explaining about the entire voter process, in the going election.
Yes, I can tell you in Liberia, I know people that bought voter registration from people in district number 17. That was not KwaZulu. I know people that bought voter registration cards from people in district number 16.
How many candidates ran in our place? How many candidates do you
I
remember?
believe it was, you know, that will tell you how crazy it is. They have 14 candidates down there. 14.
14 candidates?
They have 14 candidates in district number 17. My brother, let me tell you today, my brother, if you're going to Liberia to go campaign, run for any office, let me know. To God in heaven, I don't need money from you.
I have no interest.
Yeah, I know. But anybody in America here, if you can be brave to call me, say, Hassano, I'm going on. I don't need money from you. I can pay my way down there, and I will work with you. I know Liberian people. Never be sincere in the Liberian election. Never be sincere.
You know what you just said. You know what you just said. Somebody told Robert Sedi that when Robert Sedi ran, President Weah, and Robert Sedi, he said, if I not somebody, but he said that on radio, LRB in America here, when he was interviewed by Max Mixer, he said people told him that he should be very insincere and not sincere. And Robert said on radio LRB, and I think Max still has that recording, that I have to be sincere. So are you saying?
Oh, no, he's not yet ready. If you want to be sincere in Liberian politics, you are not yet ready.
Wow.
You are not yet ready.
And
because trust me.
You saying that will all filter tonight. You saying that will all
I was there.
Your words.
I was there. I know people that we give money to. People came to us. People came to KwaZulu. And not easy on us. We need this, we need this. We give them money in my presence. And then after a few days, the same people were campaigning against the same KwaZulu. I was there. That's what I'm talking about. If you live from America today, you go to Liberia, you are a very clear-minded person. You want to tell the people what they need. You want to make sure you give them what they want. And they will say, but I'm hearing that book will eat here.
So
they will not go for you.
So let me ask you this. All the talk show that we carry out on Facebook,
you think they can listen to you? You think they can listen to you?
Well,
wow. My brother, you know, that's what I told people saying. When you think that our talk show, just imagine, Liberia, we have 4.5 million people. How many people in Liberia and in the diaspora have access to internet? It's less than 5%. It's less than 5%.
Wow.
You understand what I mean? It's less than 5%. When I went to Liberia at the earlier stage, I really wanted to campaign as Westerner because we campaigned with Obama here. We campaigned with so many people. So we really wanted to use that strategy, tell our people what they need and how they can achieve that. But I realized that, and when you start speaking, they say, oh, that American born start speaking again. Oh, they think that America here, people gapping. They think that America here. But the biggest problem, our lawmakers' failure are caused by the ordinary citizen they are serving. How you would get $50,000 loan from somebody, run your campaign, won the election, and then you have to pay that $50,000 back. Instead of you investing that $50,000 to the well-being of the people, you will pay that $50,000 back. Let the people wait because you paid them. In Liberia, people selling their future for $500 Liberian, $500 Liberian dollars.
So how do we fix that as
very good
young
The
population?
best way to fix that one, is to target the young people. We need to conscientize our brothers and sisters.
Do we do that through the political parties, the opposition, or do we do it through the local organization like the EF, the
local organization, women committee, elders committee, youth leadership in various districts.
And which area are we targeting? Because from what I listened to from you guys, one of the top indicators that driving them to vote the way they're voting is high level of unemployment that gave opportunity to poverty. So should we focus on how to make them independent by providing some economic opportunity? Is that will be something that will be
Yes, my brother, this is a problem. I'm not saying here that I am supporting the cash violence. I am telling you what I witnessed as a person in Liberia. I was in a political vanguard. I was right there. I was not just listening. When I was in Liberia, I was not active on Facebook because we were having meetings from one area to another.
I
If
remember
you can,
that. I mean, I came a time I started.
very good.
Yes.
Absolutely. So we were down there to go in heaven. I call people, I talk to them. I say, I did not leave America to come here and campaign for money. I can do that one for anybody. I did it for KZulu. KZulu never gave me $1. And this is how we won district number 17. We targeted those bases.
So your strategy for KZulu team was based on constant communication at all times
with people.
With people.
You know, they have intellectual centers now in every district, multiple intellectual centers where you will go down there and buy attire and have other things. You understand what I mean? So we went there, we talked to people from various intellectual, you know, like I was a Harvard University graduate candidate at that time, young, you know, people wanted to see me. Oh, they're both going to the same school, and Joseph Salif went to, so they wanted to hear from me.
Hold on there now, hold on. So don't you think that changed the dynamic because Liberian minds are so focused on Ivy League? So when they saw that, oh, Ellen went, but there's a guy, Randy, who maybe go to Liberia. He's a graduate of University of Denver, where Constellation went, and a Harvard guy. So we will focus more on the Harvard guy. Don't you think that what happened in the case of money?
That's what happened. That's
so how do we face that?
That's what happened.
So how do we face that problem? Because in the United States here, we don't look at those things like that.
They don't look at that.
How do we face it down there now?
Yeah, but that is what I'm saying now. You and I, and Big Brother Josefu Thomas, and other people, we can work together and use one single message. Liberians first. Liberians first. To let these people know that it's not about buying voter card. It's not about buying voter card from voters. And we should tell the voters that if somebody can pay $15, $5 for your voter card, which means you are selling your future for $5 United States dollars. KZulu and now we are very, very close. And we did not give money to individuals. We were just going to those intellectual centers. And then make sure we talk to the young people.
But those who are part of the campaign team, I will take my measurement on the American standard, because you and I here, and try to see how you integrated that idea into Liberia. So when you say, I can run anybody campaign with all pay, you know, and I know that there is something inside for you that you will get later on. So,
let me just make this clarification. I don't know, Mr. or Sister Alexander Yala. I did not say that we gave money to people. I said we did not give money to people, but I know people from District 17 that were giving money to people. I did not say we give money to people, no. So we did not use the cash violence, but I know candidates that purchased voter registration cards from people. I was there.
But the KZulu pay member of his staff that were on his team, did he pay them?
We were all volunteers. Trust me, we were all volunteers. This is what KZulu did, right? This is what KZulu did. KZulu reached out to.
I want you to tell. Did KZulu live in America?
KZulu went to Harvard Kennedy School.
Okay. now you see.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to get.
Yeah, he went to Harvard Kennedy School.
That is the problem that is in Liberia. So you and Kezulu are also part of the problem because y'all went with that Harvard thing.
Professor, you made us. Professor, you made us.
Hold on. You see, so I trying to untangle the whole thing now. Liberians, many of them have not lived in America. They don't know that there are millions of institutions here, but Harvard, Yale, and other schools have been broadcast to Liberia so many times. So when they see you, they put you on a different platform than when they see your guy, even from MIT, one of the top universities, they will take the Harvard guy or MIT because Harvard is
because they are not familiar with MIT.
Exactly. So in that case, you and Kezulu, I can say this, and you got to be honest with me, that the reason, according to you, didn't spend that much money because they see you guys as Harvard graduates and Ellie came from Harvard. So you were on that silver, or I would say that platinum campaign speed as compared to my boy Money. So let's take the Howard factor from inside and never announce it. How you think the election would have been if he announced it from Harvard? How you think it would have been? Let's just speak this thing from the hypothetical.
You know, the problem here, let me be honest with you. Guess the most he was serving as of the Republic of Nigeria after he was from the World Bank. You know what I mean? So he was the most candidate at that moment. You know, there was something.
You coming in broken? Yeah, you broken.
Yeah, there was something that came out with the code of conduct. Yes, wrong. You need Zulu. So the problem here now, Zulu open were campaigning for him. It's open. So campaigning for Zulu. The way you're talking, if other talk show hosts start talking about you, they will give you first. People want to hear from you. People want to see you. Zulu ran his campaign. He did not respond to anybody. Whatsoever false allegation, he let.
Okay, all right. Hassan, you're breaking up. Hassan, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Yeah, you're breaking up.
Yeah, man.
You're breaking up. Let me see how many people in the queue here. All right. Let me bring Armstrong and then I will take Moses live. Let me bring Armstrong, I will take Moses live. Kezulu, the people beating you here, they are saying that you are not being honest. And I hope my challenge to you here, Hassan, you and Kezulu, you guys from Massachusetts, Harvard, I want you to bring Kezulu on the show so that we can have that discussion. Till then, I still hold my view that what Money said is true. So Hassan, I want you to bring Kezulu on the show. Let me ask Kezulu some of the Harvard questions when it comes to politics. So Hassan, I want to see that yes that you promised us to bring Kezulu here. Please, I want to speak to Representative Kezulu because I don't think 9 out of the 10 of the people here will agree that Kezulu did not pay into that political system. All right? I want for Kezulu to come in here. Everybody's saying that Kezulu paid into that system. So I want you to disprove that. Armstrong, are you there? I think my phone are giving the problem now. Armstrong, are you there? Okay, Armstrong, hang up. Hang up. Let me try to add you on. Yeah, okay, good, Hassan. Sorry, I think my phone is the one that gave me all the glitch right now. Oh, Armstrong, there you are. Can you hear me, Armstrong? Armstrong, can you hear me? Okay, he's making some adjustment. But if you, Armstrong, can you turn yourself off so I can add you on? Hassan, I want you to bring, I'm traveling down to Kentucky. Can we do that by God's grace next Saturday or Sunday? I want you to promise me that. So you get a week to talk to Kezulu. I want you to bring Kezulu here, representing Kezulu, so we can talk. Armstrong, if you're there, can you hang up? Because I need to eye you on. All right? Because if I click you off right now, it will create a problem for me to add somebody else. So if you listen to me, Armstrong, turn yourself off, and I will eye you on. Because right now you're coming in to spend money doing the campaign, but we did not buy single vote. Okay, Asa, I understand that. Asa, I understand that. But I want you to bring Representative Kezulu here, please. I understand that. I want you to bring Representative. I want for you to bring the representative here, please. All right, let me bring Armstrong on, and then for now I'll bring Moses. Moses will take off home today, because I will pick up the case. So Hassan, if you listen, there you go. You look. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you clear.
All right. Do you believe what Hassan said, that they didn't pay into the system for voting? Do you believe that?
Randy, you remember I told you that I want to run for the presidency in Liberia, but it would take me 10 years to prepare myself.
Correct.
Because I understand the system.
Maybe you take it 10 years because you're from Louisiana State University, so you're gonna take it 10
No,
years.
because I understand the system.
All right.
What I'm doing now, since 1992, since 92, I started working on this.
Okay.
Right now, working with the students, I want to make sure we have program in all schools in Liberia, in all 15 counties, to educate the students. That's what I'm doing right now.
You're taking a fundamental reverse attitude to change the mindset that everyone has spoken about, right? Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
And also, I'm working with the farmers in the villages. I want to make sure I work with all farmers in all villages in all 15 counties to make sure they can produce their own food.
Okay, good.
I'm trying to supply free solar light to the people in the villages.
Okay.
Trying to give them the help they need.
Okay.
So that tomorrow, when I come before them, I can show them, look, I did this for you.
Okay.
I'm here not because of what your other politicians are doing, but I want to help you. I want to open your eyes. These people, the same system they are using to mess up the people, to steal from the people, it's the same system I'm going to use to defeat what they are doing.
So you carry on a reverse engineering approach to that thing. From the engineering, I'm speaking.
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. And that's why I told you, I said it will take me 10 years because I have to make sure that we have the program in all schools in Liberia.
Okay. Okay.
You see?
Okay.
My brother, those guys, they know what they are doing. That's why they don't care, because they know that when it comes to election, they just need to give the people some rice and few dollars. That's all.
Yeah, I think.
So
I think money really spilled the bean today, and I must commend him for that.
So all the talking we are doing is for nothing.
Yes.
And I understood the system long ago. So I said, you know what? Instead of people talking on social media, I will take the other approach. I will go directly to the people and start helping them.
True.
So that's what I'm doing. That's why I told you it would take me 10 years to make sure I enter all 15 counties, all schools in Liberia, educate the youth that are coming up, because they will be voting in 2 to 3 years from now. They'll be qualified to vote. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get to them.
Thank you.
That's the only way.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you. I'm running out of time. All right.
I know.
It's 10 o'clock here. I have to go. It's 9 o'clock. I have to go pick up the kids. All right.
That's all I want to say, my brother. That's all I want to say.
Message going through. Thank you. Let me bring in Moses. All right. Let me bring in Moses quickly here, because I'm running out of time. Asa, I can bring you back here again. Asa, what I want you to do for me, Asa, I want you to bring Representative Kezulu here, so by the American standard, we all can create him. So please, you owe me one, Asa. I want you to bring that man here. That man went to school here. Just been in us here. You bring the professor here. This man, he's a strong man. Oh Lord, I can't ask him where he's from again. I just got to guess. If I ask you from, is that Texas or Arizona?
Arizona. Arizona.
You know, on my mind. I sure I said it. But anyway, welcome to the show, Chief, and thanks for your education that you provided over there. I mean, my boy is doing well over there too. So I want you to tell us tonight, all right? Because we discussed so many things, and by the way, you're going to take us home now. So you're the last guy here for the night. All right? Now that I pick you to be the last, You keep me lucky at the last time. So don't say I will let make it guys. We have been talking about changing the mind of the youth. You listen to everyone. You are a very young guy. What can you do now to persuade your peers back home in order to now vote for what they can get? What are some of the strategies?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for the platform, and I want to say happy belated birthday. Actually, yesterday
Yeah,
I meant to call you, but
you see my new t-shirt, my program for me. My people in my working place are my birthday and all. Yeah, when they put it, those people call me in the office. I got a call. The secretary called me, and I went in the conference room. They said we got a quick meeting. When I got there, the whole room was dark. Happy birthday! I felt so embarrassed, and I started to cry because I had not seen some family like that. But thank you so much for wishing me. I wanted to just share that story with you guys. There are some nice people here. They make you feel at home to work. So I just want to share you. But thank you too for that too. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, just before I address your question, I'd like to recognize my good friend Hassan here, who was on not too long ago. I've known Hassan from we were in the same camp together back in Guinea.
Yeah.
Back in the days when I used to play football, I think Hassan was on my cheering squad.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, I do miss this man. He's always been a good guy. You know, very very intelligent, very wise. So I want to commend him and respect him for keeping that trajectory.
Yeah.
However, let me address your question, and I'll address your question. I don't want you to say from a psychological standpoint again, but I want to address it as a Liberian. I think one of the first things we have to do is to provide education to our people.
True.
Because you see, education has the potential and the ability of providing knowledge and exposure to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the very first route I would like to go in, if I will approach the youth of Liberia, is to provide education. But not only that, one of the things I would like to do before I take any other step apart from education is to be able to understand the minds of the young people there. You know, because you see, I want to be afraid to just take the system that we have here and then we get there, it doesn't work because that's a different environment.
But even Hassan said that too. Hassan said that he took our approach, but he got to push back. So
exactly. So we based on the geographical location, the cultural difference as well. We do not want to use certain approach that we use here. Then you know what we do? It will create less interest from the people there. They will not want to get involved because they have seen some of these things. They have seen people come from here before, either manipulated them, misused them, and just got what they wanted. And so they will be a little skeptical and afraid. So I would like to do an assessment of the young people there, you know, based on what they need and what they want and how do they want to get this. And based on that, then I can draw a plan strategically to be able to see if their wants, needs but
let me ask you this quickly here because we have less time. With all the different talk shows, guys, that we see on Facebook,
right?
Because we in the diaspora, one of our major failures is the fact that we are not recognizing the challenges back home from a future perspective. We have been recognizing the challenges based on individual preference, and that's not going to help the country. Because from what Money just said about voters getting paid, the government has an advantage right now. The government has an advantage. So
I agree.
You think we can rather support with the different talk show people? And do you think it's going to be a done deal?
Well, Randy, if you can record me, one of my messages that I've stood on for this year, the end of last year up to this year, and I stand on it consistently, is unity. Because unity has the ability, first of all, we must first unite before we can decide on a strategy to imply.
Yeah.
We must first unite as people. We must. If we are going to change anything in Liberia, we must unite. And that is to say that we must coordinate our message. Our message should be one, because if the message keeps going and we are united in providing this message, I can assure you that as time goes by, the message will resonate and will be the new song in the town and people will have to dance with it. But if we are divided, then it will pose a serious problem, threat, and confusion for the people on ground as well. So I think the very first approach is that we should unite first and decide on which message we want to send out to the people. Unity is the way forward first. You know, then when we unite and come to the table, then I can ask you, Randy, ask Hassan, ask Costa, ask Prophet Key, ask Yasendi, ask Chief Colley. Gentlemen, what message are we sending to our people back home today? Let's coordinate this message, because if you are coming on, and this is one of the things that I pray every day that I will see, the unity starts from here, and we disseminate the information to our people back home.
Do you think? Okay, my final question: do you think all the people you are listed, can they look upon themselves and forget about those politicians that represented George Weah and find a better candidate to beat George Weah? Do you think that can be possible? Because that was the key thing in tonight's discussion. I am saying those four politicians, they are doing their fair share. If I were in America here, they will not be representing the party anymore based on the standards.
Okay.
Now I'm saying from 1968 to 1980, there are many Liberians who have acquired better education, more joy experience in very diverse backgrounds. Can we begin to plan and get a better candidate that will take on George Weah, other than those four people?
Well, in the context of better candidate, you got to be able to specify some things, because it could be better candidate in my view could be age, could be limited to age, it could be limited to education. So can you specify what you mean by better?
I just gave you the range from 1968 to 1980. Those are points between there.
Right.
We found a candidate, because if you look at that range, there are many Liberians from 1968 or 69 to 1980. They are not 60 years old. They are under 60. They are under 50.
Right.
Can we look for somebody in our group that align with today's generation that they can use to go against President Weah, other than looking at the four politicians? Can we unite on that? Because
first of all,
we are the youth. We have confidence. We should build confidence in ourselves.
Right. First of all, I like to answer your question by saying the idea of looking for a new candidate, in my view, at this junction, at this point, the idea of looking for a new candidate will create another opportunity for Liberian people to say, we don't know this person, we are not used to this person. This person. Hold on. Let me answer as you have asked me. Let me lay my point, because I will not suggest or suppose the idea of looking for a new candidate. However, I will suggest and suppose that we get a young man on board now. We get a young man or a young lady on board now that will start the process of working with the people, gaining the confidence of the people, start doing something tangible, start making impact in a way that they will resonate in the mind of the people. While we are forming unity to support this person, then when we get to 2020, we can come to the table and say, you know what, oh man, your own or this other person, let's position this young face. I don't want us to rush with this idea of presenting a young person, because you see, one of the things we will face problems with is if you present a young person that is not knowledgeable, that has no experience, it will become a same problem. Then you know what? I will rather judge we are be dead, because that person might make worse mistake, not understanding the intertotals and not understanding how to be able to run a government or how it is structured.
Okay.
So I suggest let's push a young person in front to work with the people.
In all fairness to you, I did not state the question right to you.
Okay.
When I spoke about young generation, you get Darius Dillon,
right?
You got Melvin Page, you got Orisha Boo. These are young people in a different political party.
True.
And I don't know when you joined the show, but these are people that we're talking about.
Okay.
Because they are in the party, they are on the ground, they understand the culture. So as far as the other element you add in there to make them more popular in the eyes of the Liberian people,
yes,
they are already popular. So when I posted the question to you, I did not specify the subjects in that question. But earlier when I was bringing those things out, it can be Darius Dillon, it can be Wilmer Page, it can be somebody else that is already into that generation that is in the political party.
Okay.
Can we together influence those guys, unite, talk to the economic freedom boys, 30 to 80% of Liberian students. And those guys, can they find among themselves who is the right person that will come now, meet the generation that we're talking about, how we can come? Because in my opinion, and I will tell you this, based on what I said earlier and based on what I heard from Money and from Thomas, the way the advantage the government got in Liberia and the way the people are voting, you pay me, I go vote for you. It's giving Joe we are an advantage already. And then number 3, no politician representing, you guys already know their scorecards. They know what they had done. So it's going to be a challenge for the opposition. But if they can bring in a young guy who will be able to stand before them, okay, the guys, somebody said, Gafon, Ama Kone, and I mean, your man Ama Kone and Gafon, the 2 people they got on my radar, they got some approval. They need your guy.
Come on, Rennie.
Yeah.
Rennie. You see, in unity we must all come together on a table to be able to have a common goal. I want to agree with the aspect of unity that you were speaking of. I want to agree 100%. However, I still don't want us to jump the gun to start making this about who can defeat Jawia, because this is not about Jawia.
No. Hold on there. If you want to make perfect sense, you should start to establish the facts here. Those 4 people they presented over there, one of them will take on George Weah, and you know they will not win.
Well, no, you can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that.
They will not win.
But let me learn what I was saying.
Don't waste your time. They will not win.
Let me learn on what I was saying.
These people have done their part. There is no way the Liberian people want to vote for these people. They will not win. And this is where now I will question your sincerity to Liberian. You see many dollars they don't over there. You see many Melvin Page. These are people in the party, and you telling me that, oh, don't talk about that now. Then I will find you to be one of the insincere young men who don't understand the political culture of Liberia. You got a bunch of people who the Liberian deny, and you standing here telling me that, oh, don't do this. Let me fair with you. You see, some of the things that you guys can do. Let's say a minute you were in Liberia. you will say, oh, this. The reason, okay, the reason I'm saying this, these people have done their part. The Liberian people rejected them. The people, the generation is growing in age and immaturity.
The Liberian people rejected George Weah twice.
All right, Darrell Dillon and the other young people. George Weah will run twice, but his age is different from
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's focus on the context of this conversation. Let's focus on the context of this conversation.
These guys are getting old. But let's see it. Mr. Weah is in a position as an opposition. And you listen to what Money said. I don't know why you listen to Money. These guys are using money to influence the election. You say you want to plan. If you come to plan, and the man tell you, say, my man, election tomorrow, can you give me $25 to go vote for you? And you say, oh, let's talk about it. No. The way you can reduce that mindset is to bring people that look like them and begin to convince them. But I will allow you to say your say. But I can guarantee you that don't put a show over there. You'll go back your last salary.
So there's it. Here's it. Just for the record's sake, I've told you before, I've never contributed to any political party. I'm not part of any political party.
No Liberian man will tell me nothing. I don't trust.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. But let's get back on the record. Let's get back on the record.
I run out of time now. So quickly, 1 minute.
Let's get back on the record. Again, I go back to my previous statement. I don't think the goal should be about defeating George Weah, because if that is a goal, then we could have different people coming up and saying they want to run and they want to run. Like I said before, that's why you never let me to land. Like I said before, I think establishing the first thing we should do is the unity, getting everybody to come on the table. Then we can make a decisive decision on who we want to push. However, I stand with my comment that it is important for us to bring the young people on board It is important for us to bring young people on board and introduce them to the party, give them the ability to be able to acquaint themselves with the people that are good. Then, at least when that, let's say, for example, Mele Darrell Dillon right now, if you get Darrell Dillon to be part of, let's say maybe the coalition that they have right now, and he's playing the key in a strategic role, and these other guys are grooming him, and pushing him to some of the riders. He's going there, he's speaking, he's making impact, he's influence, he starts to gain ground. Don't you think strategically this is where we are headed? Instead of sitting on this thing and say, let's push Darrell Dillon. No, let's relax, unite, bring Darrell Dillon there and the other young people on board, see the ability and what they bring to the table, groom them. Coming 2023, then we'll make a final decision and put our support behind it. This is my point. I am not saying young people shouldn't go. I'm not saying young people shouldn't go. But I don't want us to rush the gun and go get and say, let everybody pop there, let everybody other people.
Thank you. You know, you for a state that have failed senators that did not win in the American politics. So I understand your point. All right? We from the East Coast here, we have produced out a president in this place here.
My man.
Thank you. I love your idea, though.
My man, that's all we need to do. That's all we need to do.
No,
because the truth of the matter.
Your point is well taken. Every idea will make sense. Your point is well taken. There are some things that you say that make sense, and I agree with that.
You know the truth. You know the truth. You know the truth. Let me just be very frank with you. We cannot just jump on and get rid of the puppy then. But we need to bring somebody strategically. Mama, I'm speaking from a psychological standpoint.
You know what you need to do?
No.
You need to go back and listen to the show. Then when you come to what you say now, then you say, oh, I think I need to call my man, not only for post birthday, but I think I got the idea. So I will encourage you to go back and listen again. And then we'll meet next time. Let's compare notes. All right?
No, most definitely. All right, thank you. All right.
All right, bro. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to the end of the show. Now I got to go. But here is my point. The youth in the country need to build a self-confidence. Darrell Dillon been in that party for a very long time. Mr. Dillon, not that I'm campaigning for him, but I'm going to give you a perfect example. Mr. Dillon has worked in every fabric of that Liberian government. I see Gaffon here too. I see Amara Corner. But these guys, they have some issue that they are yet to clear up when it comes to me. And I hope you can also bring the guy here too, Hassan. I want you to bring Mr. Gaffon here. I want you to bring Mr. Corner here. Because these guys, when I watched them under the Eddie administration, there was some little, when you put somebody on the infrared or when you do a scan or CAT scan or MRI, I've seen some images on these guys that I'm yet to convince myself that those things are part of their system. No. Until they can come here, I will still have issue with them. So if you want to do yourself a favor, tell how you promised me to get Mr. Representative Kezuru here, they can come here. I don't have to take any course. I can block anybody, but I want to interact with them. All right? I want to interact with them. Amara Corner was here when I was doing my undergraduate program at Temple. He was at Drexel. So I know him very well. I don't know Gaffon. But I want you to bring those guys in here. Let me talk to them. Because what is on my mind, or what the things that are on my mind for them, I'm sure many of these guys have that same thing, and when they come here, we'll be able to ask that question. So as far as Gaffon and the guy go, they have some tinted thing on their character that I will be fair to you here. All right? Because one of the questions I want to ask Amara Corner, he paid off his student loan at Drexel, one of the most expensive Catholic university. And he want to be politician, he had to tell the Liberian people that, Hassan, let's be fair here. See what your man Kezulu, how he went to Harvard, want to know. Because you know what? This man called Barack Obama, when he became president, he had just finished paying his loan off. And we know that because he told the people of Liberia, the people of the world and the American people. That's the standard I want to hold these people up to. So bring let's bring our fellow Liberian brothers, and I will ask them those questions and let them provide. Hassan, I believe in the youth. Most of them have been in Akode for a very long time. And if you say we shouldn't go and stand before we are, there are people complaining about we are behavior. So you allow we are to continue that behavior, we all check him for the 6 years he's going to spend there, and yet we'll start breeding people. No. We need to empower the youth of Liberia to make them to feel important in our country. By right, the age of 35 is the basic age to run for president in Liberia. These guys that they presented the other time, they have what? Let's say what? Remember, student loan can be waived. Oh my man, you know you myself. Student loan can only be waived if you work in the government, if you go on a Peace Corps volunteer. So as I don't go there, trust me. I've been there and I've done that many times. That's how student loan can get waived. Amara Corner did not work on any volunteer role to pay student loan here. I mean to get a student loan erased. I got a friend that worked in Delaware, New Jersey with the state government. That loan has not been waived yet. I still owe my loan from Denver. Denver is a private school that took my loan up higher than my Temple University. I still pay on that loan. The only thing I love my private sector because they making me to feel happy. Because the government will not give you anything higher. They pay you low, but they give you more medical facility. So don't speak for Amara Corner. Don't speak for Gafwan. Don't speak for Kezu. Let them all come here so we can talk that talk. All right? My brother, we still waive student loan. Kezu, the men are coming for you. We still waive it, but let me know so I can go there. But we'll talk about that. So let me my conclusion here, all right? My conclusion here is I want the youth to be empowered to take on responsibility. Let them come into the fray of our politics. Let us encourage them. There is no written script to say you are 100% clear to become a leader. No. Everybody come to the table with some challenges that will make them to have some learning curve. So if you're waiting that until things get perfect, there is not a perfect storm in reality, most especially in politics. So I'm saying the youth should be empowered. Alexander Cummings, Mr. Ure, Mr. Bronsky, and Omen Joe, they can serve as the grand poobah, all right? The grand poobah of the party to help guide the Darius Dillon, guide them, Wilmer Pay, guide them, Orisha Gu, guide them, and even the President Weir, after his time is finished, they can also find another young person to guide them. Because at the end of the day, we must have youth. Every 20 to 23 years make a generation. Are we going to wait until Darius Dillon or somebody else 10, 60 years old before they can become president? No. People have the opportunity. My man Hassan, your message waiting for you. Look, guys, let me thank you guys so much. Oh, tomorrow, I keep promising you guys. There's a project by the World Bank to redo all the piping system in Morovia. I just got that from the World Bank. Very good. It's 123-page documents. But somebody said, Randy, that's a good news. But do we trust the government to do it? So we'll be discussing that tomorrow. All right? So let me thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I love you guys so much for all the inputs. Tonight, it was a very, very interesting night. And I look forward to that. All right? Abel, you just joining. I'm about to leave. So thank you guys so much. Tomorrow, I will be here. Hassan, please, when I return from my trip, please try to make time available for your guys. Call me up. I'll send you my office number. I'll send you my cell phone number. Call me up. Let's make that thing happen. Let's make it happen that we can get these people here. Let them try to talk. If they get the potential to run a political office, let them start it on this show. Because when I see the interest, trust me, the next show you'll be making, I'll be going after you. So I can go there. But I'm not going to go campaign for them freely. I have to get my part of cut. Like my boss Thomas said, he can't work for nobody free. So if I'm going with you down there, I'm not going to campaign freely. Because I know right now, your men can do over there, there are some leverage and privilege you have right now, which I don't have. So if I'm going there, well, I will sign the deal here before we leave from here, all right? So bring the guys in on, man, all right? Bring the guys in on. Let me see here. There are a lot of work that need to be done to get the youth. Of course, Alex, yes, Alex, you read about that. You read about that. So that plan will fit into Moses' plan as well. There's a lot of work to do, and but we want to look at shining guys in the political spectrum right now, like Darrell Dillon, like Oroja Gu, Wilmer Pay. These guys are young people that we can start to engage and determine what are their views other than their political views that we can begin to promote. Because the older guys, trust me, the older the guy get, they'll be spending more time going to the hospital abroad than paying attention to the young people. All right? They have their fair share. If you look at all of them individually and categorize them based on how much they are contributing to the society, it's enormous. All right? So I think they should be helping in other ways to grow these guys out, all right, and make them to be somebody. So thank you guys. If you came in late, please try to listen from the beginning. There were a lot of good points that were made by your colleagues on here tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow. God blessing to everyone. Take care of yourself. If you have any comments, please keep it on. If you have any information for me, inbox me. Let us pull Liberia first and make sure that we leave a better future with a better decision for the young generation. Thank you to everyone and bye. Okay, so thank you guys so much for taking your time out to come and join me at this time of the day. And I would like to say thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Just to bring you up to speed on a few things, as you can see, we are gradually going to the end of July, and the election in Liberia is heating up. The season is here. The political parties are getting their act together so that they can begin to participate in the democratic process for our country. And it happened that this month also too is the 26th. It's going to be July 26th, where we are also going to be having a celebration of our country, Independence Day. What does that mean? It means that there are a lot of things at stake here. So what am I going to be doing in this election season? I think what I'm going to be focusing on this campaign that is coming up. I am contemplating on staying in the middle. Yes, and staying in the middle means I would like to take an analytical approach to things. Some of the things that I want to be looking at, one would be discussing the political leader messages, their campaign messages, bringing it on the platform when we start late August. Whatever they're going to tell the Liberian people, we will be coming out here to break it down, to analyze it, and inform the Liberian people. This election, I really want to focus on the people of Liberia, giving them the last minute to time information that they need to know, that they deserve, because another 6 years, there are a lot of things that could go wrong, and there are a lot of things that could go right for the next 6 years. So whoever is going to get elected in 2023, they're going to take office in 2024. And then if you add, I believe, 6 years to 2024, that person who will be president, or if Mr. Weah is retained as president, they will be coming out by the year 2030. There are a lot of things that will be at risk depending on who will be leading the country to that decade mark. Yes, to that decade mark. From 2020 to 2030, we will be looking at another, 10 years of our country existing. So there are a lot of things that are going to be at risk. But the worst thing that could happen might happen to the people on the ground who are yet to get an opportunity to travel abroad and seek greener pastures for themselves and their family. So what I'm planning on doing when I get into full gear of my podcast, I want to bring to light the political party leaders, whether it is the president going out there and putting out his message to the people, whether it is Boyka, Cummings, or Tewo Gongolo, I want to use my time during the campaign season to bring to you the messages that will be given to the people of Liberia to analyze it. I would like to analyze it, making sure that I inform everyone whether the message makes sense, whether it has anything that is applicable to the people of Liberia, whether the people of Liberia should look at that particular candidate or the president and say, hey, I think the president is our preference choice. And I also will be challenging the Liberian people as well. What actually do you want out of this election? What is inside for you? What is inside for your children? What is your personal goal as it relates to politics and your interest into a political party? What do you hope to achieve? At the end of the 6 years, beginning 2024 to 2030, what will you be hoping to see, not just in a country, but for yourself, for your children, in your life? How much do you know about the candidate you want to vote for or you want to put into office? What is inside for you? Those are things that I will be discussing. So whenever the campaign season, whenever a political candidate or the president go out there and decide to say something, we will catch that recording, we'll download the recording, and then if we take time by time to do it, we'll definitely do it. Because during the political season, there will be numerous events that will be taking place simultaneously, a day after one another. So we have to play a lot of cat and mouse game to catch up. And the purpose of doing that is to provide the Liberian people with information so that they can be in the right mind, very well informed, to go out there and make that decision. Let me say this to Sedition. I'm not going to be against Mr. Weir. You guys who support the president, some of us will only support the president agenda. For me, I support the president agenda, the one that I campaigned for in 2017. It came to an end this past Monday. There is now a new political manager, campaign manager, that is in that position now to take the president to the next round of his term. Whatever he decides to do, well, we look forward to seeing his strategy, how applicable it's going to be out there. But what we want to do is to be able to take whatever the president is going to say and analyze it on this platform. We're going to look at the good ones and we'll tell the Liberian people, yeah, this one is good. We're going to look at the not so good one. We'll say, this one here, well, it's saying something, but it's not really clear as to what he said or he's going to say. We're going to look at Joseph Boyka as well. Because the people in the Unity Party believe that Joseph Boyka can make the difference. And I don't see why people should get mad. If the people in the Unity Party believe that Joseph Boyka can be the next president to make things better for the Liberian people, our role in this coming election is not to say yes to everything Joseph Boyka say and no to everything Joseph Boyka is going to say. We are going to look at his messages. We are going to analyze his message to the people, what he tells the people. We're going to look at it critically, and we're going to discuss it. And again, the same format. If he says something or he says something good that makes sense, we will let the Liberian people know that, oh, you know what? This one Boyka said makes sense. Oh, guess what? This one he said, it doesn't make sense. We're not going to be providing recommendation. We're not going to be criticizing negatively with insult. We will just look at things if it makes sense to the people of Liberia, we'll say, yes, this one makes sense. Same way like Cummings. If Cummings come out and say some things that we believe make sense, and to the Liberian people, we will also come and say, you know what? We have had several disagreements with Cummings. This one, we think this one is right. And then we'll also say, if something goes wrong, we will also say, you know what? This one that Cummings said is also wrong. Same way with Tewo Gonglo too. We'll look at them. Because I believe the 3+ major party come along with Tewo Gonglo will be 3.5. The other rest, well, they are waiting to the second round. The purpose and reason I decided to take the position, I believe that CDC is well equipped now. They have fortified their bases. They believe that the team they got can take them to the finish line. So I need to elevate myself now to be able to just analyze things based on my level of elevation I have now. I'm not going to say George Weah cannot win the election. George Weah can win the election because he believed in himself. The partisan also believe. Joseph Boakai believed that he can win the election. The people behind Joe Boakai believe that he can win. Alexander Cummings believe that he can win the election. And likewise, the people behind Alexander Cummings believe that he can win the election. As a professional person, my role is to look at the central messages from each, or the central message from each candidate, and present it out here. Now, there will be some people that will say, oh, now you're saying this, now you're saying that. Yes, I will say this, I will say that. But I did not tell you yet that I'm going to be in favor of any one message that they're going to put out there. What I'm going to be doing is to critically analyze all the political candidates, including the president, message to the people of Liberia. That is my role. I want to make sure that the Liberian people understand from my point of view, those who have the opportunity to listen to me, I want them to understand that the decision they're going to make is going to be about their life. Without life, you have no future. There are times in my analysis I'm going to tell and ask Liberian people, look at those you started with in 2018 who served in the government. Look at what had changed in their life and what had changed in your life. Look at Boakai after sitting down for 6 years. What has he done in his own weak ways? From the community he lived to the people who surround him. What has he done? And that question will also go to Cummings. And then we bring the circle back again to the government and their officials. 6 years is not something to mess with or to play with. If you are 32 years old, this election, you're going to be 38. Yes. If you are 48, if you are 42 years old, you will be what? 58, I believe. Not 58. Let's see, 42. Yes. Yeah, you'll be. Yeah, if you are 42, you're going to be 48. My bad. If you're 32, you'll be 38. If you are 42, you'll be 48. If you are 52, you'll be 58. So there is 38, 48, and 58, and the list go on. Age-wise, that's what's going to happen between 2024 to 2030. Because we're going to be adding 6 years. So if you're 32 years old, 6 plus 2 is 8. So by the time the 6 year ends around 2030, if you're 32 years old, you're going to be 38 years old. If you are 42 years old starting 2024, by the time the 6 year is over, you're going to be 48 years old. If you are 52 years old, starting 2024, by the time you get to 2030, you will be 58 years old. And you go ahead and do the rest of the math. So with that personal indicators from every one of us, you need to put yourself first in this coming election. 12 years ago when Ellen was president, people gave you little money you put in your pocket. How long that money had been with you? Not long. But it took 12 years of your time, and it added 12 years to your age. If you were working, well, you got 12-year experience. You managed to save 12 years of your income. Your children managed to grow and expand in 12-year time. But the question here is, when you look back after earning 12 years, what can you say to yourself that you benefited, that got you going? Now, Mr. We are 6 years has elapsed. Ask yourself, in 2018 when he took office, 2023 now, what has changed in your life? Your age obviously has changed. Yes, your age has changed. Whatever age you were when we became president, you are today in a different age. So your age and your growth are changing together. But as far as your life success goes, what have you achieved? What has changed in your life? That is a personal question that you need to ask yourself every day from now to October the 10th. What has changed in my life? Look at yourself and look at yourself and say to yourself, what has changed in my life? What can I be proud of? What can I be proud of? And add something else to that question. And that thing is, those who are sat with in 2017 to campaign and who benefited from this government, what have they achieved and what have I achieved? Let's put our achievement together on the table. You will stand no chance. You will stand no chance. Because one of their achievements will take you many, many years to get. So when you look on the side of the government, those are things I want you to look at critically. And never ever believe that those in the diaspora like myself, except for me, but most of them who telling you, oh, do this one for Cummings, do this one for Boca, do this one for Weir. If you live in Liberia and these people are just giving you what I describe as command and control, tell you what to do and control you how to say it, you are investing your time and interest into the wrong set of people. Those people don't live in Liberia. They wouldn't go and spend time in Liberia and come right back. Their investment right in this country or wherever they come from to visit Liberia. They got a fallback plan. How you can tell? Well, all the time you were in office, how many of them left from here and went to live in Liberia until our time is over? No. So you need to find the right platform, such as this platform. Put away your sentiment, put away your emotions, and come here, let's have a very good conversation. The purpose of the conversation is to open up your mind, is to give you a reason to think about your decision, is to give you a reason to look at your children and ask yourself, you are going into election. There are so many lack of information that many of you guys do not have. And that is very sad and a tragedy. You know what are some of the information you don't have and it's too late? Take, for example, you got a senator in power for 9 years. But in the United States, you got a very short time for the president, for the Senate, and for the House of Representatives. Very, very short time. So why in Liberia, a very poor country, will you want to give somebody 9 years of their salary, of your tax-paying money, salary to them for 9 years, one term? That need to be changed, right? Because if you give them shorter period of time, they will be compelled to always do something for you. If you give them 4 years, 4 years go like this. If you give them 2 or 3 years, 3 years goes like this. That means that there will be no time for them to be bluffing around. But how many people are aware that sometimes the decision to reduce the time of the legislatures can be added to the election? Question: should senator and representative tenure be reduced? And when you go vote, you can check that box. But because the time that many of you guys have spent on Facebook watching the wrong people, only been entertaining you, but not been challenging some of the disadvantages that you guys have suffered over the past, 18 years? 12 years of Ellen, plus we are 6 years. Isn't that 18 years? And nothing from the executive has changed. Prince Johnson is 18 years, and he want to go for another 9 years to make it 27 years? How do you measure his success in a county? For one man to just sit down in a position for 27 years. How can we move on as a society when you just see one person in a role for 18 years, 9 years? Somebody else can take at least the first term to shake things up for you. These guys who are staying in opposition only giving you little penny that you put in your pocket and you use for a day or two, and then you go right back to them. They are gaining more than you. We did a math on this platform a few months back. That senator after 9 years are getting, I think, $1.6 million. Representatives are getting around 600 and some change after the 6 year and senator 9 years. That's how some of them are getting. That's what some of them are getting. But what are you getting? Do you get anything close to what the guys will be walking away with after they leave their 6 or 9 years? How do you change that so that it may not affect your children? Because if you don't do anything about the 9 years in office for senator, 6 years in office for representative, you are affecting your generation to come. That is your children. As for you, you are already a victim. But as for your unborn children, you are preparing them to become a victim. But they are rich right now. So how do you fix the problem? You can fix that problem by finding a platform that will not be biased just to please a politician or a political party you follow, but a platform that will challenge you, tell you things, make you to understand the risks associated with certain things that you never thought are affecting you and is potentially going to affect your children as well. 9 years in office for a senator, the greatest country on the face of the planet, America, where many people go to work year in, year out, they don't even think about their representative. They're giving a short period of time to stay in office. Excuse me. But you're in a country called Liberia where the country is so challenged in almost everything. And then you're giving a senator 9 years to collect taxpayer money. And all he or she does is to put a little road project and take picture. But what about your own life agenda? Every one of you guys that live in Liberia, you have some type of agenda for yourself and your family. When you look at that list that is on your personal agenda, you call your goal, what are the things that you have listed and you are crossing out now? You get a pen and say, yes, let me cross this one out. I already achieved this. How many of you guys that have a list of things that you would like to accomplish or achieve? The senator got a list of things that he want to achieve, and all he asking you to do is to vote him into office, and immediately he will start to cross out the things that he wanted to achieve. You give him that power. The representative too, he got his list of things. When he campaigning, he's not going to tell you about his list. He got it as a secret and hidden plan from you. But all he tell you is, put me there and I will make things work for you. But what do you have on your agenda personally that you show to that want to be representative or want to be re-elected senator or representative and say, you see my list here? When I ran your campaign, I had a list for myself. And I'm speaking to all household members who are eligible to vote in Liberia. Forget about the people in the diaspora. These guys in the diaspora, they don't care. They don't live over there. When they are looking at candidates in America or other places, guess what they do? They put in their agenda first. Any candidate in the US that say we'll cut down jobs, they will not vote for that candidate. Any candidate that say, elect me, I will make sure that you pay for XYZ at a high cost, they will not elect them. So those are all in the diaspora here. We got our list of things that we always keep our eyes on and listen to every political candidate that is asking the public to elect them into office. Whatever they say, that list that everyone has in their household, will match that list to what they're saying. If it doesn't make sense, they will not vote for that person. So forget about these guys in the diaspora. They know what they're doing because majority of them are under the white man population. So the white man already know what his fellow white man will say that will make him or her to vote for that candidate. So forget about the people in the diaspora and listen to me. Every political candidate that want to be senator representative or want to be re-elected as a senator or re-elected as a representative, they had their list when they first came to you and say, I want to be a representative or I want to be a senator. You know how you can tell from that list? Look at some of them where they were before they even became representative and senator. And look at their new life today. They are riding nice cars. They're living in good homes, fence around it, and they're getting good water, and their children living good lives. But these are people that you and them Once upon a time, you had nothing, right? But after 6 years, after 9 years, their life had changed in everything. That means that the list they had started crossing things. So now I got my house, got a nice car, fat bank account. What more do I need again? Well, maybe I need to add more money to my bank account. So what can I do? Let me take a little bit of the money, go out there and ask the young men and women to re-elect me again. But then when you look at yourself, you serve this man, you give the man or the woman 9 years in office, and after 9 or 6 years, he or she comes back to you and say, can you re-elect me again? And then you be asking yourself, okay, we re-elected you, but look what our life has done. What on your list can you cross out and say, you know what, I'm going to re-elect you? Because you know what? When you came to me, I have a laundry list of things that I wanted to cross out. So I'm going to re-elect you because almost everything that I had, half of it have been accomplished. So I'm going to re-elect you. How many of you guys in Liberia that have a list that you can come and say, I cross on my list? The people in the population of our country that vote for the public officials, majority of them, their list, not even the first or second item on their list, has been crossed out. Because when you look at their life in the country, you look at their living condition, day by day, nothing has changed. Right? Every time you see your phone, they're inboxing you. They don't know you from anywhere. They're on the street behind ministers then. But these are people who came to you and said, give me the power. They didn't take that job because they had the power. They came to you and said, help me get elected. And then we'll work together. You had done your part for them. You gave them 9 years. You gave them 6 years. What did they give to you in return that will grant you the responsibility to say, you know what, or the obligation to say, you know what, I'm going to vote for you again? What have they done for you? Remember, they got their long list. Most of their list has been accomplished. What about your part of the list? Everyone in this country here, whether it was President Weah here some time ago, many, many years ago, Clyde Weah, Arizona Cummings, your elected officials or wannabe officials, including your OC partisan, you think they don't have a list? You will be wrong. And they are very dishonest to you. All these people you see in this country, let me speak for Liberians that live in the United States because I live here too. Every one of us got a laundry list of things that we look at and want to make sure that whoever comes in that position of authority representing our district, our state, whether it's at the state level or at the federal level, our laundry list of things will be our priority, and we'll make sure that person understands that when you get in that position, it's not about you bringing rules here. Thank you for rule. Or building bridges here. Thank you. That bridge will not build, will not cut my list down. I have to get a job in order to drive over that bridge or ride on that road. But my laundry list of things are within my household. If I never own a home, I want to build one. If I never earn a paycheck, I want to work. If I never been able to send my child to school, I want to send my child to school. If I never went to the hospital because I could not afford it, well, if you get in there, I want to go to the hospital. And don't give me money from your pocket, because there are many of my friends who we all live in a place called a community that make a district that elected you, or make a county that elected you. So I'm not the only person. So I don't need money from your pocket to me. Those are things that you're supposed to put on your laundry list of things to do. But how many people on the different platform telling you guys right now? How many people telling you? The only thing they're telling you is to group yourself together, you put yourself together and go and vote for that person. That's why the people's life always change. Haven't you realized it? People that you elect, they are nobody when they're campaigning, most of them. But by the time their first term over, they got a lot of accomplishment. They have achieved a lot of things. They have crossed all their list. What about you? Your life. This election is about your life. The people that want you to elect them, they are fighting for their life. When you get life, then you can hope for future. And how do you get your life? Is by crossing all things that you want to achieve. And you can achieve them by getting the opportunity. You give them job, right? The reason they come to you is to beg you to give them job. And what the job does for them, it gives them pay. And what do they do with that pay? They take that money and cross all their list of things, their needs and their wants. They cross it out. That's why when they get into office, the next thing you see after 1 or 2 years, next home, next building, next garage, next car, good life. Right? Good life. You heard that right? Good life. Those are the things that they wanted to achieve, but they could not achieve it by themselves. And that's why they came to you and said, give me this job. I got my list of things that I want to accomplish. I need a new home. I need a brand new car. I need to have electricity, generator, good drinking water. And I want to take that money and sponsor my children abroad. I want to travel the world. Give me that job, because that job will pay me. But then what are you saying to them too? Don't you think everything they want that they not have, don't you think you say you deserve it too? Of course. Let somebody just give you that opportunity to be a representative right now or a senator right now. Within the next 2 to 3 years, everything that you ever imagined that you wanted to get, you might have 1/3 or 2/3 of it. Because you will have a job, that job will give you the benefit, and you'll be able to cross all your list. So the question here is, what do you do to start giving the people opportunities so they can stop crossing all their list of things they want, and help you to also cross all things that you got on your long list? You follow me there, folks? So how many of you guys now in the country who are voting for some of these guys today that can bring your list out and say, look, Randy, let me tell you one thing. You have my list right here. I voted for the person in 2018. I was hoping to get a new home, a brand new car, raise a good family, get into a business, travel the world, take myself to the hospital when I'm sick, take my wife out, celebrate my children's birthday. All these things there, I have accomplished half of them, Randy. I live in Gallonville. I live in Ribaji. I live in Bapolo. I accomplished this. I mean, all these things here. How many of you guys in the household or in your household across the country that voted for a representative or a senator, how many of you guys can cross all your list? Crossing all your list means the things that you wanted or the things that you need, you got it now. So when you got it, you cross it and say, yeah, I got the other one here. Just to make sure you keep an inventory list of your personal needs and wants. How many of you guys able to do that today. But guess what? Difficult as the question I'm asking you and how challenging the answer will come from you. When you ask the guy you just elected into office, it's going to just take them the question and the answer will come straight with physical direction. You see that house over there? That's mine. You see the car here? That's mine. That one for my wife. They will not only tell you or me, they will be pointing you so that we should follow their finger. Look over there, look there, look up there, look down here. That's what they're going to be doing. So this election is about you, my friend. It's about you. The people in America here who encourage you to go vote for the candidate of your choice, they don't have a list over there. There are lists in America here. Joe Biden is due for re-election next year. Anyone who believes that he or she got something to accomplish, they got their list. And you know how they can check their list? They listen to the political candidate here. Whatever he's going to say, whatever she's going to say, they're going to look at their list and see whether that thing applies to the list that they have. If it applies, they'll say, yeah, I'll vote for the person, because when that person get there, they will start to help me to erase the list out and accomplish the thing I want. Do you have that? No. Now, let's come to the ministers then. They were not elected, but they say true crab, crawfish, drink water, right? You went and put George Weah in there as president for 6 years, but he could not do the job alone. There were people, there are people today who once used to be around you in the community. You used to sit down together, you used to eat, you used to imagine things. They too, like you, they had their list. Yes, they had their list. Whether it is Kalasco, Finabondo, Mamasi Kaba, Tuawali, Josephine Davis, Sam Twell, you name them. They all had their list. And they were like, wow, when we win this thing here, our life will change forever. Now, after 6 years, when they look at their list, do you know how many things they're crossing out there right now? I got it one. Or checking it off, I got it one. It's just like you went to take a test. The teacher there correcting the test. Every minister in the Weah government, they had checked off a lot of things on their list. And nothing are considered as their accomplishment. Some of them had left their old community and gone to different community to live, because the home they were dreaming of building, it can't fit in that community. The car they were trying to drive or dreaming about driving, it can't be driven in that community. So essentially their life had changed. Yes, their life had changed. But what about you, my brother and sister? What about you? Another 6 more years is coming. What happened to that list for the last 6 years? And what's going to happen to the list for the other coming 6 years? Remember, the people already got their job. They're asking you to keep them there again. They're asking you to keep them there again. And do you know what on their list for the next 6 years? You don't know. But you know what on your list. But have you accomplished yours? You see, I will be the only person that will tell you the truth, my friend. I will be the only person that will tell you the truth. Because I'm not here to lie to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. We live in America here. We got our part of the list. Our list here, we check our list against those who are running in our district, in our state. and listening to what they say, and we digesting it, processing it, while looking at our list. Some of them would be there when Obama was coming for the second term and say, hey guys, you need to try me again. We all had a list. We all had a list. So yes, Obama will give you second round again because you did well for in the first round. When Donald Trump came back and said, look guys, you need to give me a second round. You need to give me a second round. Everyone went and checked their list. When you look at that list, excuse me there for a second. When you look at that list, they said to themselves, they think Donald Trump talking about here. Hold on there, guys. When you look at the list, they say, but Donald Trump, I'm anything you're doing. We didn't accomplish anything on our list here. So we can't give you any opportunity again. So this coming election, I want you to make sure that your list you got, your personal list, I'm not talking about community project. Everywhere you go in the world, it is the government responsibility to fix rules. But what are they fixing for your personal life that is on your list? What are they fixing for you? Remember, they are checking their part of the list. They got their part of the list. Right? When they're facing the rules, don't you see them in their new homes and new cars? So why can't you think about yourself and say, but wait now, okay, you face the rule here, right? Yes, you face the rule. You brought electricity here. You brought this one here. Yes, okay, but you got home, right? Yes, you living in good home. You got cars. You taking care of your family too, right? You got a job. So let's agree that you face the rule. But you got your home, very beautiful home. You got a car. Your family living good life. You got a rule there, right? Okay. I see the rule. I see what you brought to the community. What about me? I have a family. I do not have a job. So how do we balance all that? You got a job. You got a nice home. You ride a nice car. You travel the world. You bring the rule in my community. But what good would the rule be doing for me when I have my list and I'm not checking anything off on my list to say I'm accomplishing A, B, and C because I have a job, because I am empowered to do something. So what good will the rule do for me? That is where I want to draw your attention in this coming election. The bottom line here is those who want to be re-elected, they already got what they never had when they came to you for the first time. Those who had it, they already had some on it already. If they had a home, they had built a second home. If they had one car, they had added 2 cars. But what about you? What about you? What have you added to your list? What have you added on your list? Or what have you crossed out on your list? Look at yourself in the mirror. If you never made a list, go back today and go make that list. It's very easy to make. I already gave you all the answer. You just go and fix it correctly. And you know how you should start? Start with the minister in government. You know them better than I do. You saw them in that town. You live with them. I mean, you live among them. You sat down once upon a time and you did things. But since they got to power, the list they had, they have accomplished a lot of things for themselves. But what about you? Are you just the one that will be the slave that will come and whip your back, boop, go vote for us, and then you be running out there to go vote for them, and then you're not achieving anything, and then you're not achieving anything. This is where I come in, my friend. I always come with the facts. I always come with a reality check. Where is your list? 12 years people were ailing. Those who were ailing for 12 years in government, they got things. Amara Conner, Christina Tar, they all signed up on little concession deals. They got $35,000 in addition to their pay. All the government officials that are in the early government, after Ellen got elected and get a job, they check off their list. Mr. Weah came to office, he checked off his part of the list. All the ministers then check on their list. These people you see talking around here for the government today, in America and elsewhere, you think they're not checking their part of the list? They are checking their part of the list too. They are checking their part of the list. That's why I'm motivating them every day to come and talk to you. But they're not going to tell you. But you can see their life. They travel to Liberia, they go and live in places that you don't live. All you do, you go and visit them. You think by you just standing with them, shaking their hand, you think you're equal. No, you guys are not equal. They got better bank account. They got good homes. They can fly in and out of the country any given time. Those are things that used to be on their list that they have acquired or have achieved already. So, what about you? I want you to think about that for a second. Check your list and check their list. This election is about your life. Your life is your future. This election is about your life. Your life is your future. If you screw the election off, you're done. The ministers then today, representative, senator, when they wanted that job for you, from you, by electing them, it was all about their life. They wanted a better life. With better life, then they can look forward to a better future. This election is about your life. When I say it's about your life, remember the list I talked about? What makes your life better? When you start to accomplish things and see your success along your way, it making your life better. Other people call it the American dream. Or other people got different things about it. Things that you personally accomplished in your life. It gives you a better future, not only for you, but for your children. You think the president, the senator, the representative, the opposition leader, do you know why they want this job? They want to better their life too, and the life of their family. Look at Robert Sedi, for example. The man was in America here as a loan officer. But what happened when he got to Liberia? His man gave him a big job over Nokal. Do you think Robert Sedi coming back to America to work as a loan officer anymore? No. It is my understanding that he in South Africa there now. Living what? A better life. Minister what? Enjoying life. President enjoying life. Representative enjoying life. Senator enjoying life. What about you, the citizen in the country? Are you enjoying life? The people who supporting the different political party in America here, they are enjoying life. What about you? I support the people back home. The man I tell you to go vote for somebody, what is he telling you? And why is he telling you? They got their list. Those who are masquerading around here behind the different opposition leaders, they got their list. Those who behind Joseph Boyka, they had their list. What they accomplished, they misuse it. They coming back again to refill that list and want you to give them that job. The people behind Cummings, in addition to what they got, remember, some of them got lists already. They have accomplished few things. But the people beyond coming to, they coming to add onto their list of things they already have. When you look at yourself, you don't even have something to start with. So then why should you give something to somebody who already have and they're not even considering you? You got your list. It been with you for 6 years, 18 years. You are not being able to accomplish not even 1 or 2 of that list of things you have. My friend, I must be honest with you today. I'm the only person that will tell you the truth. There is just something in me that always tell me, say, when the thing is wrong, say it. It's just very hard for me to look at the truth and hide it. I know many of you guys are not used to hearing the truth. But that's how God made me, to say the truth. And the truth here is the Liberian people got their list, but they have not accomplished anything from that list. Government officials who were never in government before, they were nobody. They also had their list. But when you look at them today, they have accomplished things that they wanted on that list. Why should we continue to use our people in our country and just mislead them, lie to them? But they do have their list. So as you walk through that campaign month, go and grab your list and come on the platform whenever I come on. When we start our new broadcast, we'll be taking people call now. We'll open the phone line. Tell me your list. How long you been having that list? Who is your representative? Who is a political leader? How much have you taken off that list? And how much are you looking forward from 2024 to 2030? Are you looking to take off that list? Let no minister come to you and tell you, say, oh, come and vote for us. Ask them or tell them, I got a list. My list, I wanted to buy a car. I wanted to build a home. I wanted to travel the world. You and I were here the same way, we had that same dream. I gave you a job. All your deal gave me role that I will not even benefit from. Brought electricity that I cannot even pay my bills because I got no job. But I gave you a job by having to elect your leader who gave you that job. But look at your list. You are even showing all your list now. Because whatever they buy, whatever they build, those are things that were on their mind and they wrote down as their list. That's why they're showing you. Whatever on the mind, what they always say, put it down on paper and take that information from off that paper and turn it into reality. When they came to you, they had in mind a list of things they wanted to accomplish. When you gave them the job, they wrote it down. As they started working, they started putting those things down. That's how their plan works. You can do the same thing. As you go to vote for them, you got your own plan in your mind. But when you write it down, it cannot leave from that paper to become a reality. That is a no-no for most of you guys. That is a no-no. That is a no-no. So, where is your list? What have you accomplished of that list? Join me. Share this video. Join me every time I come here. I want you to be very informed. Look at Darrell Dillon recently. Don't you see things changing in Darrell Dillon's life now? You think Darrell Dillon did not have his list? He had his list. He had his list. But the moment the people get him that opportunity, and when you start to see things changing for him now, what are you doing with your list? Liberians, this election is about your life. Everybody living good life now, but not you. So I would like to say a big thank you. There are some of your friends who already got their list that they're benefiting from. They will tell you, say, don't listen to Jay Randy. Please ask them, the things that you have in your life, don't you think I deserve it? Jay Randy is not wrong. He has been telling us for a very long time. And this election again, he's telling us now. We sat with CDC for 12 years. After the end of the 12 years or early, some of you guys took on 6 years. Look at your life today. Your list you have for 12 years, within the past 6 years, you have accomplished a lot. Those are all who were never successful. Our list still laying down there. When will we even be able to cross off anything on that list? Jay Randy is not wrong. He's right. That's why he's telling all the truth about that list. You hire your list, but look at what you have done for yourself since you became director, minister. But look at me, who came and ride along with the same 12-year honor Ellen, 6 years along with you guys. Nothing I have accomplished on my list. So Jay Randy is right. May God speak to you so that you can come and join me here. We got more to discuss. We don't hate the government. We don't hate the different political parties. What we dislike, yes, we dislike. The thing that they do that we don't like are the things that will come and tell you here. They had their list. They already accomplished things, and you can see it throughout in Liberia. And people are talking about it. You have your list, but nobody knows whether that list exists, but only you. But I'm trying to bring that list outside to tell other people that the Liberian people are not going to vote for anybody who don't have regard for their ballot list. Never be carried away by them putting roads in the community, bringing transformer. You know why? Because they already got their homes that they built, that they never had, or they improved on it. What about you? You still park like a new list. I won't say car. You're not an old car, but your list is still parking down there. When will you get it to move? The pilot list has gone to many places because they have accomplished. God bless you guys. I see you guys again. Take care. Share the video. All right, guys. Hello there to you guys. It's J. Randy here. Share, 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 share. Share, 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 share the video, guys. Share the video, guys. Share the video. Share the video, guys. Share the video. I hope your evening went well today. So let's share the video, guys. We are here for the truth. This election is about your life. It's not about my life. I just want you to understand that if you live in Liberia, this election is about your life. Without a life, you have no future. People came to you because they wanted a future for themselves and their family. They asked you to vote for them. They are coming back to you again because they enjoy the pleasure of benefiting their family, benefiting themselves. But the question here is, what can you say about all your time and effort that you are giving to them? In America here, Liberians who tell you to vote for their candidate in Liberia, they will tell you in America here what the leader that they supported, what that leader did for them. They will tell you. But when you ask them, the leader you want me to vote for, what has he done for you or for me? So I'm just here to let you guys know that if you made a mistake, you have to live with the consequences, my brother and sister. It's not me. It's not George Weah. It's not Arizona Cummings. It's not going to be Joseph Walker. You, the Liberian people on the ground, most especially on the ground, will feel that pain. And that is why I'm here to tell you guys today. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is J. Randy here. Let me try to share the video. And then we'll be on our way to discuss. All right. We'll be providing you with additional update. And so that you guys can be prepared. All right. This is a new chapter in this election. I will be giving you guys an update. So that way you guys who will come here, we don't expect many people to come on the platform now because we are re-engineering ourselves, and I'm sure that there will be some people who will leave and some people will come, but that's okay because those who decide to leave, they only want their side to be the only side to enjoy. They will pretend that they love the Liberian people, but just to find out when you try to be very honest in your opinions, in your facts, by deliberating on the challenges our people face, there are some people who will just say, you know what, I'm getting out of here. Randy is not saying what I want to hear. It's okay. It's okay because Randy doesn't work for you. Randy is not obligated to do anything for you. We just here to speak the truth. That's all we're here to do. All right. Right now, I finished eating my heavy bowl of red right here. How many people in Liberia right now can say they finished eating right now? But minister will tell you say they finished eating. People who are close to government official will tell you say they finished eating. Those who are close to communists will tell you say they finished eating. Those who are close to Borka will tell you say they finished eating. What about the average Liberian guy in the country? What about the average Liberian guy that got no connection to Cummings, to Weah, to Borka, to Teo Gonglo? What is the average guy is telling you right now? Can he take out his plate and say, hey, I'm done eating? What is in that plate? Those are the people that I want them to understand that this election is about their life. Without life, you have no future. That's what I'm going to be doing going forward. So if you truly believe that your political party, your political leader is truly in the interest of the Liberian people, then you will join me to push that message forward. To say, you know why? I live in the US. I'm enjoying this country here, just like Randy, just like other people. But when I look across the country and I see people catching hard time, what can I say? What can I do to make sure that the people understand that I do care for them? You gotta live in America here, you're not going to catch hard time. Guess what? Mr. We have been there for 6 years now. How many of you guys went in the country on empty stomach for a day? Ellen was there for 12 years. All those who supported Ellen, how many of them went on empty stomach in America? How many of them? But I can guarantee you that there are Liberians in our country that went through hardship. And those are the people that I'm fighting for. I'm not fighting for Weir. I'm not fighting for Porker. I'm not fighting for Cummings. I'm not fighting for Conglo. And I'm not fighting for you guys that are in America here. Right now, you can leave from here right now and say, you know what? Randy, yes, I'm getting out of here. Let me go get right into my fridge and get what I want. But the guy in Liberia cannot do that. And we need to understand that. You saw ministers then who were nobody before. 6 years ago, you saw ministers then who were nobody before. We have those videos. And in time to come, we'll start showing those videos. But those people who were nobody today, yesterday, today, they are somebody. But do you think they're thinking about the other people? Do you think they're listening to those who were around them when they were in their time of desperation for power? You never saw them. You never saw them. All right, so let me just share my video here quick. All right, let me share my video here. We are in hard times now, folks. We are in hard time. Another decision is about to be made, and I just want to make sure that Liberians make the right decision. You need to make the right decision. You need to be informed. My role here is to provide that knowledge for you guys to be informed. That's all. That's all. Every political party got their own platform. Yes. All right? Every political party got their own platform. This platform is all about Liberia. Yes. So let me just stop here and look up to the camera here. Let me take this thing up. Let me take it off and be myself. Yes. Let me be myself. All right. So guys, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. This is J. Randy here. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Let me make the announcement. The announcement will continue to be made throughout the time until we feel that it is saturated. To all my fellow brothers and sisters from the CDC party, 6 years ago, we were all together in it when we decided to campaign for George Weah 6 years ago. The campaign for George Weah for me was a voluntary sacrifice. Yes, a volunteer sacrifice that I made. Very, very voluntary sacrifice. I took my time. There were not many people on Facebook that time. There were not many people on the radio in Liberia. I made that sacrifice. And I decided to campaign for Kennedy George Weah, who is president today. After 6 years being in office, Sidishan, be honest to yourself. Be honest to yourself. After 6 years in office, you have been here. You sat down here with me. We went up the hill. We came down. You go to church, I'm still here. You come from church, I'm still here. When last did I ever come on the platform? Of all the years, because we've been together, right? Since 2017 when I showed my face on Facebook. We've been together. Good times, bad time, ugly time, worst time. We've been in it together. It was not a day that you look at your phone and you browse through and say, oh, there go Randy again. You saw all of that for 6 years. 6 good years. You saw that. And what you saw me doing? Pushing the CDC agenda. I never gave up. Because what I supported in 2017, I stood by it. And I said to myself, I will not give up until the next campaign comes in. And luckily for me, this week, the president of the Republic of Liberia came out and said, I now present my new campaign manager to the people of Liberia and to my loving partisan and all partners of Liberia. Here go my party campaign chairman. My clock stopped. That means everything that I did since 2017, throughout the course of all the other years, it came to an end. But how do I measure? How do I measure my time and effort that I spent behind the party? My apologies. I was speaking to my family just now. All right. So I had to mute that. My family just came in. So thank you for your patience. Please share the video. Please. Please share the video. We are measuring our time that we've been in the whole politics here. So as I was saying, can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me, folks? Let me try to increase it here. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Let me see here. If you can hear me. Oh, yeah. Speed, I say you can hear me. Thank you very much, Speed. My man, Speed. My man, Speed. Thank you very much. Speed, I didn't win the lottery, my man. I wish I would have won the lottery, Speed, yeah. Thank you very much. Speed, I didn't win the lottery. If I won the lottery, Speed, yeah, you're going to be here today sitting out with me. I'm going to fly you over. But we're still keeping our hope. We one of these days. So, yeah. So, guys. So, look at him laughing there. Speed, yeah, that's my boy right there. Yeah, so my fellow brothers and sisters of Liberia, most especially to the sedition, I am giving you a post-support analysis report to every one of you guys who listen to me here and those who will listen. 2017, I took that bold step to come and support the CDC government. And there was never a time that I mentioned what I did and I did not show you videos, I did not show you audio, and even hard copy or a screenshot of what I did for CDC. I have all the evidence. We made it through. We did a great job. We fought in the dungeon and we defeated Boyka in 2017. But the 6 years came by and went so fast. And to you, my brother and sister sedition, every day you'll see me here. To those of you who have followed me from day one, when I used to be on Radio LIB, on Freedom, you see how I was treated, right? Sometimes you can sit there and say, yes, they guy did well for us. And sometimes some of you guys can take your little penny and say, thank you, J. Randy, for what you did. And I must thank you, God, for that. But look at the people who are in government today. Look at them today. Have I ever come here to tell you, oh, yes, they call me and we have a conversation and they tell me thank you. Let's start with the president. And you can go to church. And the president can go to church. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. You know, I criticize Joe Boyka, I criticize Alexander Cummings, but what I will say about Mr. Cummings, when it comes to somebody that got gratitude for people, Mr. Cummings, if I ever die and meet God, I will say, Lord, Mr. Cummings did something for me. What did he do? I met with him, I sat down, and we had conversation. I may not agree with Mr. Cummings' political stand, political strategy for the people of Liberia. But when it comes to what I think we call human being concern, human being appreciation, I will give that to Mr. Cummings. For Boyka, I never made any attempt to go to Boyka. I never made any attempt. So he's not part of the conversation about appreciating people. But sedition, be honest with yourself. For 12 years, for 6 years, you and I sat on the platform. We discussed everything. But have you ever heard me coming here and say, oh guys, yes, the president called me to tell me thank you for what I did? He never did. That 6 years is over now. He's now looking into a new phase of another 6 years. What does that tell you now about me and the party that you represent, CDC? What does that tell you about me and the president after 6 years? I'm not wishing the president any ill will, any ill intent, but he had made up his mind to look the other way. And I had made up my mind to be here for the Liberian people. As I started it from day one, I campaigned for George Weah to make sure that he put the Liberian people first. But Mr. Weah did not even care to say, you know what? Thank you, J. Randy, for what you did. Thank you. It never came out of his mouth. It never came out of his mouth. I don't hate him. If he ever in any need of prayer, I will give it to him. But I will say that I'm disappointed in him. I'm not disappointed in a mean way. I'm just disappointed in him as a leader. He doesn't show empathy and sympathy for everybody. Yes, he doesn't show empathy and sympathy. Some of you guys who support CDC, you got better human relationship, better human connection than the president, to be honest with you guys. I'm speaking as a leader in this country. I'm speaking as a leader in this country that look at things and say, let's do things XYZ. 6 years, we sat on the platform, we talk. That does not, this information I'm giving is not going to tell me that I'm going to campaign for Cummings or I'm going to campaign for Boyka. No. I just want to let you guys know that the lesson that I got, y'all got to be very, very careful with people. There are some friends that will come to you because they need something from you. And once they get it, they turn their back. It's a learned lesson. It's a learned lesson. So if you're sedition or you're opposition, it's up to you guys. But I have learned my lesson now. I have learned my lesson. You know, one good thing the white men in this country continue to teach us. The white men continue to tell us If you buy insurance, you getting job, anything you getting in this country, you always sign that deal right there. You see me, I take care of you, you walk away. But it's not right. So when the president called Eugene Namwe, that was the end of his 6th year that was given to him by some of us sweat. And he never turned around. He never turned around. That is between he and his God. That is between he and his God. When the president sent for Arsene Wenger to come to Liberia, because he understood what Arsene Wenger did for him, because the world was watching. When Liberians who took upon their time and convinced other people and said, Mr. President, Kennedy, we will be the best person. And he got out there and never looked back. Sidishan, you support this man, right? That's your right. But I want to conscientize you guys today. If you take off your time and did something for somebody, and the person became successful and never care for you, you have no ill intent, no ill will. But deep down in your heart, you'll be there. But when will the guy say thank you to me? To just pick up the phone or text message and say thank you for what you did. He never did it. He never did it. You know, I remember in 2005, it was Jonathan Sebwe, aka Borchais. It was Kevin Sebwe. They sat down. They sat down and was discussing about President Weah when he was a soccer player. And they were saying things about him that time. I never believe it. I never believe it. Why? Because I never experienced it. I thought because they were just saying things. But when I tell you about what Mr. Weah has done to some of us, will you say you don't believe it? Well, if you say you don't believe it, then that means you never saw Jay Randy from 2017 up to right now. But I will tell you that you've been watching all the shows that Jay Randy had produced. And you saw it. And everything Jay Randy saw and everything Jay Randy heard, he came here and said it. But one thing he never told you, to say, you know what, the president of Liberia called me today and told me, thank you for what I did for the party. So what Boy Charles and others say about President Weah, Kennedy Weah in 2005, why it is true that we were not there, we will hold some doubt. But what I'm telling you now, there's no way you can say, Randy, I will hold some doubt. Because you've been here with us throughout. And he proved it to you guys. That's who he is. And that's what he decided to do. So what do you want me to do now? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to come here now and continue to say, oh, George Weah will be president? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I want you to answer that question. What do you want me to do? This is something that I love to do. This is something that my talent is tied into. But when you have somebody who just feel that, oh, because they crossed the bridge, they're gone. What do you want me to do? How will you feel when I come back here tomorrow and say, I don't think Mr. Weah should be president? It's not going to be personal. But it's lack of leadership. It's lack of appreciation. You see, people measure leaders in different categories. And those of you who decide to say, you know what Randy saying, I don't give a damn. Well, you are who you are. Yeah, Musu, I will confuse you because I'm an engineer. What I have studied, you will never understand that. All it takes is for you to be very easy and listen to me. It's for you to be very easy and listen to me. You have never seen somebody like this. It's not easy to find an engineer into politics. Our mindset is different. The way we analyze things is different. The way we see things is different. But what I'm explaining here right now, Musu, if I confuse you, I'm sorry. But let me say this to you, Musu. Maybe you will understand where I'm coming from. If a man who worked hard for you and did everything for you, and you saw the sincerity in that man, and he turned around and married somebody else, you will be hurt. You will be hurt. Or if you marry somebody else, and after all that thing that man did for you, you will be hurt. So when you say you're confused, then you are only tied into your emotion. That means you don't have no feelings. But this is about appreciation. Maybe the definition of appreciation to you, Musubi Kopa, is not one that has empathy for people, is not one that has sympathy for people, but it is one that you must just want to see people doing things for you, and never for so you say, thank you for what you do. I understand that, Musu. I understand that. Perhaps there are people who live with you, who do things for you, but not one day you will get and say, thank you for what you did. I understand that, Musu. I understand that. I understand. So it will confuse you when you're not used to something, when you have not done something before, it will confuse you. But when you understand something, you will get to understand the reason, the definition, and the characteristic of what people are saying. What have I said here, folks, that confuse anybody? Only one person is confused here so far. Why you think they're confused? Because they have been in a situation where they never saw anything getting difficult for them. Where they never saw anything difficult for them. If you don't understand something, it should confuse you. It is right. It is the logical understanding and principle of life. If you don't understand anything, I'm not getting angry here, my sister. There's nothing about angry here. It's not nothing about angry here, or my sister Doko. It's expressing disappointment. It's not angry. You got to understand the language, the tone. What I'm telling you is a story. And this story is all about people who disappoint other people. It's not angry. When somebody get angry, it's because they did something to somebody that hurt them. No. This is nothing but a disappointment. It's an embarrassment. It's a shame. That's why it is. It is an embarrassment. It is a shame. Many of you guys went to Liberia. Since Mr. Weah became president, many of you guys went to Liberia. You met him. You sat down there with him. You talked with him. But those are all who fought in the dungeons, stood before people on other platforms, and we got all the evidence here. But when lies, have we seen this thing? When lies. So when you have somebody who is very disappointing, it's okay. But I know in this country where we are trained to tell people the truth. That's why we are trained in this country. As leader in this country, we are trained to look at each other and take responsibility. We are trained. Right now, as I sit here, every time my company phone go off, we are taking responsibility of things that went wrong yesterday, the day before yesterday. Our leaders, when they go wrong, they come back and tell you, say, we are wrong. Why are they doing those things? Because they are trying to teach the other people who are coming in. They are trying to teach them. So, that's what it is. So what I had decided to do, I am going to be in the middle now. I cannot support Boyka. I cannot support Cummings. As far as Tewo Gongolo go, I don't know where he stands. But what I will do this time around is to enlighten the Liberian people. That is my responsibility now, is to enlighten the Liberian people. Yes, it is to enlighten the Liberian people. It is to educate the Liberian people now. I'm going to educate the Liberian people to look for people who come as wolf in sheep clothing. They pretend that they like you, but only one thing they want from you. When they get it, they turn their back. I'm going to inform the Liberian people who cares about them. And the way I'm going to do it for every political candidate, including President Weah, when they say something out there, I will come on the platform and I will let people know whether they should believe what Cummings is saying and why, or they should not believe what Cummings is saying. They should believe what George Weah is saying and not what George Weah, or don't believe what George Weah said, and that go to Boca and other as well. Because you know why? In 2017, I told the Liberian people to believe in George Weah. Many of them look up to me. There were many times during the course of the year, people look at me and say, oh, you brought him in. Some of you guys saw posting. Some of you guys was on the platform where other people can say, oh, you fool us. So who is right now? Who is wrong? Do you blame the guys then who will come here and say, you know what, J. Randy? You fool all. Now you see what the man did to you now? Do you blame them when they made a kind of comment? I don't blame them. I see them as people who won. They won. Because they said, we're telling you who the man was. But you never listen. Will you be angry with them or will you get mad with them? Absolutely not. Because what I'm saying justify what the man has done. There are times in life you have to move away from things. If things don't work out, you have to move away. Many of you guys in the country here, you love your job, but sometimes the job becomes very stressful. You have to move on. I'm not going to bomb off President Weah. This election, I'm only going to be about the issue. I'm only going to be about the issue. If Mr. Weah come today and say something, I will come on the platform here and let the Liberian people know what he's saying about that particular thing, whether it makes sense, they should believe it or they should not believe it. It will be about the issue. It will not be about his character. It will not be about anything. I'm not going to insult him. I'm not going to say negative thing about him. But whatever he say, I'm going to come here and tell the people, say, believe it or don't believe it. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I'm going to be doing it across the entire bowl. Whether it is ANC, whether it is CDC, whether it is Unity Party. I'm going to come here and let them know. Because I want the Liberian people to understand that I am not into the politics here just to support somebody. No, I want them to understand. Everyone has their list. I spoke about that list. And this election that is coming now, my central message, if you don't know, you see, every politician incumbent, such as President Weah, they must have what we call a central message for the people of Liberia. I'm not going to tell them what the central message is going to be or should be, but I am going to tell you my central message. My central message for the people of Liberia is this election is your life. Show them your list. That is my central message. That is my central message for the people of Liberia. This election is about your life. Because without life, you got no future. All the ministers doing Ellen days, all the ministers doing weird days, one of the important reasons they wanted to be in government is because they wanted a future. Tara Delon, for example, came to America here. He could not see his future through an academic means. He ran back to Liberia and became a senator. Now he has a future. What about the people of Liberia over there now? What about the people of Liberia over there? And those are the people we're going to be fighting for now, folks. So, solution, you either stay with me here or find anywhere. But I'm going to be in the middle now. After 12 years of being into Liberian politics, I had not realized that people only come to you if they know you got something up here that will benefit them. But the moment they get that thing, they're gone. You see, the white man, he got two ways to operate. And he knows that you got something that he wants, he will ask you to do it voluntarily. And he will thank you. And he wants to pay for what you got, he will hire you and pay you. And on top of that, thank you also. In our community, we don't have those things. We believe that we should use people all the time. We believe that we should use people all the time. That's what we believe in. I'm not from that society. I am not from that society. I am not. I'm not from that society. So whatever I have done from 2017 up to present, it was over when the president nominated or selected his new campaign manager. That means whatever happened is done. It's done. So for me now, the president used to play football, they used to call it free agent. I have no more obligation now to CDC. Whatever I committed myself to, when I said if WIA doesn't do the right thing, I will come back here and criticize WIA. It's over now. The 6 year is gone. New campaign team will be put together. I'm not going to be part of that team anymore. I had done my part. Even in the Bible, I think it is in the book of Romans, Paul said, the one that they used to call Saul, who wrote 14 books in the Bible, the New Testament. He said in the book of Romans, I have fought a good fight. And I had done everything. So I'm done now. It is not me. You see, when you don't have open mind, it is not me. Let me ask every one of you guys who are finding themselves getting the shock wave in you. If you came across somebody who did something for you and you believe in God, what the first thing you would tell that person that came to help you? You know what our answer is, right? Well, if you don't know, let me help you. You will say, thank you so much. It is a God economic gift that he gave to you to look at somebody and say, thank you for what you did. Now, you guys saw J. Randy here from 2017. How many of the people you're running beyond today that are part of what Mr. WIA became, that were part of the process? Not many of them. You know when you should start thanking them? This election, if Mr. WIA get elected this election, that when those people you came across after the president took office, those people who started supporting him now, when the president get re-elected, that when now they will start to own their position in supporting the president. But until that happened, they came on our backs. Those are all who took Kennedy WIA. Yes, we took Kennedy WIA from being a candidate to a president. Everyone who came after that, they came on our back and they enjoyed. Now you see why the African American revolutionary who fought for equality in the country. Now you see sometimes when they tell you, say, your parents are not slaves in this country. Now you see what it means. We who took Kennedy WIA and made him president, before everybody came out and started saying, yes, I supported this, I supported that. They were never around. But they enjoy on our backs. So they don't care. So until they can make Mr. WIA to be re-elected, they wouldn't enjoy. We became the people who took the bullet. Nobody can look at them. They can only call most of them what? Praise singer. For us, they will tell us, like for me, they will point their finger and say, you made that man president. We saw you campaigning for that man. Because it was a turning point in the life of Liberia. As Ellen was leaving, he was coming in. And that's why they said, the change of the guards, you were part of that, J. Randy. You were part of that. They don't look at these people around here and tell you, say, oh, you made George Weah president. No, they always call them praise singers. Until they can get George Weah re-elected under the leadership of Eugene Nabwe, they are still riding on our sweat. And that's what Mr. Weah need to understand. That's what every minister need to understand. You know, one thing the American people taught us here, they have high regard for veterans. They have high regard for foundation builders. That's what they have for us. I mean, for the people in this country here. We campaign here. Everywhere we go, people look at us with one eye. That man, a CDC man. He came here to conspire. That's how they look at us. Because they saw us in our full armor, campaigning for George Weah, knocking people down, knocking doors down, knocking buildings down, and bulldozing our way. They saw it. Until one of them today is in the government there, at the NSA. He called here and said, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The other man said, why people want from the one George Weah man? Appreciation, my brother Cannon. Appreciation. That's what we want. Appreciation. Apparently, you, Cannon, whoever did good for you, you never look back and say, thank you. You never look back. In the great America here, even when Timothy Weah played for the United States, Joe Biden called every one of them and said, thank you. He didn't give them money, but he said, the fact that you were on our field representing America, thank you. And that's why you don't have Cannon. And I will educate you on that. It's called social value. You don't have that. So I don't fault you for that. I just got to educate you. Because some of you guys and girls, you were never brought up to appreciate things. You see, when the white man or the white woman get their children on the street, every time watch them. When the child sees something or somebody appreciate them, they will tell the child, say, are you going to say thank you to him? Thank you. They teach them the values. But some of you guys don't have the value in you. And I don't blame you for that. Because the country never came out with a system of appreciating people. So why should I argue with somebody who will just get in and say, what this? Either you don't have the knowledge or the background of what I'm saying. That's why you're saying these things. All right? You think as a Vinga that Mr. Weah honor, why Mr. Vinga did not say, why the man went from behind me? Because George Weah know what Asa Vinga did for him. But you don't know what other people did for George Weah. And you got to learn the truth. You got to understand that. As a leader, you did not become leader by yourself. Everyone who came out there, you got to appreciate them. You got to appreciate them. So I'm not going to waste my time behind people. There you go. Attitude of ingratitude. That's it right there. That's why we're here, folks. You see, as leader, we are taught to apply what we call our care. Our care value. There is something that we have in corporate that deal with appreciation. Just because somebody is working for you doesn't mean that you shouldn't show any concern of care. And that's why we call our care. But some of you guys are not in a position in this country. So I don't fault you guys for these things. With all due respect to some of you guys who are working hard in this country. Many of you guys, and I'm a good people that understand this thing. Some of you guys who will come on here and start to make some comments. You guys have no leadership skills. You guys don't go for training. You don't manage people. So when someone are talking this thing, you look foreign. Because you just go to a place where they tell you, my man, yeah, your job, you go do your job, you come home. But it's not like some of us who got to be evaluated based on our leadership ability to lead people, to make decisions for people, to write up plans for people and see how well the plans are moving along. We found ourselves in a very tough situation where people will look at us tomorrow and when they see our bosses and say, well, I think he did well in this other area here. So I don't fault some of you guys. I don't blame some of you guys. I don't understand these things. Because you have no leadership skills. Nobody know you're in the company above the people you work with. Some of you guys. So when you come here, you want me to kind of comment. I understand. Not to mention the fact that, oh, you just think that somebody just become president like that. No. It's called leadership. Leadership is about appreciating people. That's why you will see the little child will be taught by his parents or her parent and say thank you for this, say thank you for that. We tell our children these things. When we go to the store, we see somebody coming after our child, hold the door. You teaching them courtesy. You teaching them respect. Some of you guys that come here and make this kind of comment, you were never raised in a home. You went out there and just open door. They don't care who come in or who go in. You just leave the door. It's a tragedy that some of you guys did not get those training. So the leadership is not in some of you guys. So you will just come out here and just make all kind of loose statements. But I got it. And that's why some of you guys are in the position you're in today, because people can look at you and look at the whole list and see some of you guys, no, let's get somebody else. So I got it. I got it. We live here by principle. We are guided by integrity. And we'll say the truth here. That's why it is. So when you come here and you want to make remark, why the man want from the man here? I understand that. And that's why I'm letting you know about that behavior. We are talking about leadership and appreciation. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about people who sat down on the platforms and supported an agenda and defended this agenda and went to where no man had gone beyond or before to talk about these things. So, long story short, this election, the people of Liberia, their lives depend on this election. Without a life, you have no future. My role here now is to enlighten the minds of Liberians, tell them any leader who go out there today, tomorrow, and say something, we will bring that video out here. And we tell the Liberian people, including you, who believe in my skills, we will be in the middle now. We will be the referee now. And we'll let the Liberian people know. Because I want the Liberian people to understand that 6 years is not something to be taken for granted. Last night, I sat down here and did a recording that many of you guys watched this morning called The List. In that conversation, I asked many Liberians, the list that you had for the past 6 years, what on that list have you crossed out after you got the CDC government elected? As a citizen, as a Liberian. I'm not talking about you're the citizen, you're the Liberian in America, in Europe. No, I am speaking to the Liberians on the ground. The one that got nowhere to go. They just in that country. But they got the right to vote, and they voted. But while voting, they had things that they were expecting to start working towards. Let's start with jobs. Let's start with healthcare. Let's start with skills. How many of them got that list that they managed to clear out 2/3 of those things? But when you look at the ministers then today, people around the government or in the government and around political leaders, let's start with the ministers. Let's start with the directors. You guys know most of these guys. You know most of these guys. All right? You know most of these guys. All right? You know most of these guys. What happened there? They were nobody before. But today, they are somebody now, right? You gave them the opportunity they got a job? What on their list? Let's start with names. How many people today can tell Sekou Carrasco's story, where he was yesterday? But the very people who supported George Weah at the end of 6 years, when you bring Sekou Carrasco and stand in here, and you bring those people and stand in here, what were on Carrasco's list that he never achieved? Carrasco had a very big wedding out there. What about the people who went online and supported George Weah? How many of them had a big wedding? They cannot have a big wedding because they don't have a job. You as a citizen in America here, you don't have a big wedding like Joe Biden's son, Donald Trump's son. But the fact that you got a job here, you can call for your own wedding. You can call for your own wedding and you can invite your friends because you got a job. Because you have a job. That is called some level of equity. That is called some level of equity. Take the piece of paper here. Let me show you guys something here. See the paper? Draw a straight line in here. Draw a line here. The Liberian people here. So we put LP here. LP. All right? Let me get a darker pen so that you can see it clearly. Maybe the one will help. Or maybe, let me see this one right here. So I'm going to get marking off for you guys here. LP, Liberian people, then government official, GO. Liberian people, government official. Let's look at the list. Put any government official name that you knew before. Start with Carrasco, Finabono, Mamasi Kaba, Samuel Toure, Nathaniel McGill. These are people that you knew from the beginning. What did they show you before they got into government? That is not nothing they had when they got into government. But today, you don't have to ask them for their list. As you drive around, you will see them. Everything you see in their lives, those are things that were on their list to do. Those of you in Liberia right now, when you travel, you come to America. Everything you try to work for, everything you try to do are things that have been on your list. When you come to America, those are the things that you work hard for and start to cross out. The very guy in government, minister, director, when they were in the community just like you, they never care for you. They never care for you. But you decided to what? To work along with them. Now they have gone and sat in government for a long period of time. What you see them doing now? Because you share the same political party, they got in there now. When you look at their list of things, you don't even need to ask them about their list. Because you can see everything they had done. You can see it, right? But what about you that voted for them? Don't ask me for my list. I campaigned for him. I, over the year, have accomplished a lot of things here. And your fellow citizen in America here who's supporting the same party that live in America here, they have accomplished some things too. It's not just some of us. The very people you see on the different platform today in America here, they got their list. But you know what made their list better? Because they live in the white man's land. Even though they're supporting the party, they live in the white man's land, just like me sitting here and those that support the government today, they all got their list of things that they have accomplished over 6 years in this country. They don't have to be the Trump. They don't have to be the Biden or Obama. But they got one thing that every one of us have been fighting for. That is a piece of job. And with a piece of job, they can cross all things on their list. I got a new car, or I got a second-hand car. I got a new apartment, or I got a new home. I got this, I got that. All because I have a job. And the person who gave me the job, I struggled hard and supported their campaign, and they became XYZ. What about you in Liberia? What about you? After 6 years, what can you say after 6 years? What can you say after 6 years? After 6 years, what can you say? You can come to America here right now and meet any seditious who calls himself a die-hard sedition and ask them, say, for the past 6 years, say, Mr. We have been president. What have you achieved in America here? They will show you these are things I have achieved. It's not just we are to them. It's the country they find themselves in. You can go to Australia. You can go to Ghana. You can go to India. You can go to United Kingdom. You can go to Spain, Liberia, who support CDC in those places on a different government. They will tell you on their list of things, whether it is a prime minister, a new president, they will tell you things that our government has done for them. They will tell you things. They will tell you things. Why? Because those leaders in our country where the Liberian people find themselves, they are now only asking voters to put them in power and only cross all their own lists. No, they will do everything possible for those who voted them in office and said, look, if that 50 cents, I will give those people 25 cents and I will take 25 cents. Or I will give them 10 cents and I will take 40 cents. That's how many of us in the country are getting along with the people we call politicians in this country. But look at the people in the country there today. After ending 12 years, there were Liberians with a long list that felt that whatever Ellen did not do, it was no reason to give Joe Boyka that opportunity. Because they felt that Ellen brought her associates and gave them big pay rate, and they got good money from the country, including her son. And the Liberian people looked at the list and said, Joe Boyka, the thing you did to us, we're not going to give you that power anymore. We are going to give it to George Weah now. Because we got our list for 12 years, you did nothing about that list, Joe Boyka. And you think we're going to give you another 6 more years? No. We're not going to do that, Joe Boyka. But we got our list. And they brought in President Weah. But when you ask a typical Liberian today, you're having we said that you were in the place. Tuawari, they were in the place. Mama Sikaba, they were in the place. McGill, then Jefferson Koji, all of you were in the place. You were nobody. Every one of you had your list. They became leaders in different positions. How many of them now can come outside and say, my man, after 6 years, I mean, look, I ain't getting nothing. My man, what you cross on your power list there? Nothing. Almost all the government officials, you gave them pen, it will all be like, check, 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 check. But you, the Liberian man, who voted for them, when they gave you that list, what can you look at now and say, they have changed my environment? No. Do I have a job? No way. You cannot answer those questions. You cannot answer the question. So why should you give them another opportunity again? When they finish checking all their list. And the only time they coming to you now is to say, oh, my man, can't vote for us again. But you got your list. This election, Liberians, and I'm speaking to you guys that are on the ground. I'm not speaking to sedition in America. I'm not speaking to sedition in Europe. I'm speaking to sedition on the ground. From George Weah to the last man in the government, they all now check on their list. Everything they wanted to achieve, they are checking out. But they only bring you, when it's time to ride it up, then they won't bring you for you to come ride it up. Then they give you that t-shirt, your weather hat. But their part of the list already been checked out. You look at their skin, the place they live, it's different from you. It's different from you. It's different from you. And that's something that I was fighting for. When I said Liberians, in fact, let me not waste my time. Why don't we listen to it right now? Let's listen to it small. Maybe some of you guys are just coming here for the first time. You haven't heard this thing before. But let me just play it for you guys small so you can listen to it. We'll talk about comics. We'll talk about Boyka. We'll be talking about them. We'll be back. Next month, we'll be back here. When the campaign season starts, we'll be back here. We'll be going after Boyka. We'll be going after Cummings. We'll be going after President Weah. We'll be going after, what his name? We'll be going after Tewo Gongolo. This time around, we want the Liberian people to get a clear understanding about these guys and their own list. That is what we'll be going through. So if you're a sedition, you won't get mad with me. You live in America here, right? You got your list. Some of you guys traveled back to the country there several times.
Power on.
You traveled to the country several times, right?
Mode.
Yes.
Waiting for Bluetooth.
You visited Liberia several times. That visitation was on your list. That visitation was on your list. But your own brother them, they never had that opportunity to travel. And then you want to get vexed with them? Let me remind you about what I said when I campaigned for President Weah. I want you to listen and listen very good to some of the content in my message that time to President Weah. Let's listen up. Oh, hold on there. I got the wrong thing here. It's somewhere there. Let me try to get it for you guys quickly here. There you go right here. My bad. Sorry. I already got all my evidence there for you guys. Y'all will run away from here, but y'all will not run away from the truth. Sedition will run away from here, but you'll not run away from the truth. You guys are, those of you guys that are running away now, you're already not checked off your list. You're running away from the Liberian people that never checked that list. That's why some of you guys are running away. And that's why we let the Liberian people know about that. So when you come here as a sedition, you run away, it's because you have already checked off your list. Maybe you got some connection with one minister that helped you to check your list. But the people who went out there in the field, if you were to look at all the people and say, tell me what have you accomplished here for the past 6 years, what would they tell you? They will not tell you anything, my friend. And those are the people who want to help understand that if they're going to vote for George Weah again, let them hear the truth from George Weah. Let George Weah tell them, say, I see your list. Now, many things change on your list. But I will make sure that this time around, that list will be changed. That's what I'm talking about here. And that's why I will challenge George Weah when he say anything now going forward. Because many of the people who voted for him, their list never changed. So when you come here, you run away, that means your list are already changed, so you don't care. But when Jay Reddy was campaigning for George Weah in 2017, your list was so low, and you were here. Yeah, go ahead. But because your list now have been reduced, you are getting more of the thing that you wanted now, you're running away. Here's why still hanging out there. Let's listen to this. Let us listen to this. All right? Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this here, folks.
Power off.
Let me just put this on again for you guys.
Power on. AUX mode.
If you two do not come to sit with me, I will come back here and start to hold on for 1 second before I lost my thought. I always say this. I am supporting Ambassador Weah today. If he does become president, which he will, and he starts to screw up, trust me, I'm a well-qualified person who works for one of the biggest pharmaceutical industry in America. I don't need job in Liberia. I will come right back here. And if you two do not come to sit with me, I will come back here and start to expose some of the things that I think that Ambassador Weah is not doing for the people of Liberia. Because you know what? I want to make sure that every Liberian who did not have the opportunity to come into this country or other country should be given an opportunity for the change he's advocating for. So the battle between the change that we're advocating for is just starting with me. All I go for is long life, so you guys can see that the very Randy here is a very controversial person if things are not going right for him. So the people of Liberia, I am not just here supporting CDC because I have an interest. No, my interest is already here. I already built my career for myself. All I'm advocating for right now is you that in Liberia to get that opportunity. Tuna, do you know when you're 40 years old, you have at least 20 more years to live your life? How many people in Liberia in their 40s, in their 30s, are able to say, you know what, I'm going to take my child out on a Saturday to get an ice cream. I'm going to take my child to a private school and see my child go through that private school friend. Not many people doing that, my brother. Not many people doing that. That is what I'm fighting for. You guys in America here, in Europe, wherever you are, you can take your children out to buy them ice cream. How many Liberians who live in West Point, Claratown, River G, River Cess, that can do that? Those are the reason why we came out here in 2017 and throw our maximum support behind this president. Well, at the end of the 6 years, how many Liberians can you see today that can take their child or their children through the private school fence, take their wife out for dinner in the evening? When you see ministers then celebrating birthdays, when the people in the community cannot even buy a candle to say happy birthday to their children, and you see ministers then celebrating their birthday, and then you want to come on the platform and want to run away? Somebody just said, yeah, oh, you did it for the people. Yes, I did it for the people. And the people had not gotten what they wanted. And that's why I'm back this time to let them know that they got to be very, very careful with what people say. And they have to inform President Weah that he did not do what he promised them to do. You see, my friend, building roads, building infrastructure, what good will it do when the people don't have a job? What good will it do when the people cannot even live in the community because they cannot even afford to build a home over there? What will it do when you get a road and they cannot even drive on that road? It means nothing. The political, the ecological, social, political, and economic, all the list of important indicators will never be realized if the human being are not careful. And that's why when you got to understand, y'all can get all angry with me. I took my time and did what I wanted to do for George Weah. God in heaven know that there are things that I did from the sincerity of my heart to get the man elected. There were people I argued with. There were friends I broke friendship with because we believe that this man was going to be who he is today. He never looked back to say, thank you for what you did. That is the biggest disappointment. And because of that, it don't warrant my time to say, let's go and do it again. Because there is no sound of appreciation. There is no sound of gratitude. There is nothing like thank you. People don't need thousands of dollars from you. Do you know why people will see Messi today and take picture with Messi? A strong fan Do you know what fan will see Rolando and say, oh, because the fact that those major players that we see and consider as icon, the fan that support these people, the only pleasure they want is to just stand next to them and take that picture. Or for that fan to just shake their hands. It gave them more joy than anything else. It gave them that zeal to go out there and always say, that man is my man. I don't care what you say. The president doesn't get that. And the people around him doesn't get that. And it's going to be very unfortunate if he get re-elected. Whatever we say here, there is a highly likely possibility that it may not change. After 12 years, when Mr. Weah is leaving office, the very Liberian people will still have their list. And not many things on that list will be solved again. And when you go to the community, you will still see the community and the people still there with that same list. So 12 years, no 12 years, it means nothing. What matters is what every household in Liberia, the head of that household, is able to get from this government. No hard feelings here. Don't take things personally. We did our share here. It is the people in authority that do not care. And we'll let the Liberian people know. Now, let's get to a few things here so that I can get out of here, folks. I read a story today on Facebook about a police officer who died in Grand Juda County. I think they said he is a police. Let me just make sure about the story here and capture his title here. It says here on the front line, front page online newspaper, it says, Liberia National Police Regional Commander assigned in Grand Juda died in fire incident. I read the story a little bit, and what I found out, the cause of death, according to the information provided to front page, the fire started from the front door of the house, and there's no back door in our house for any resident or member to escape. Let me ask you this question. We are going to be 176 years. I think it's coming next week. And we're still building homes in our country that do not have back door. But every day you're sitting on different platforms. And if things for 6 years, people experience fire in the country, people experience accident in the country, and all the things that the law of nature provide, many people experience it in Liberia. And now one day on the different platforms that you always sit on, which is good. But the question here is, how much education are they providing? Do you think J. Randy will go enter a house to live when there is no egress window, when there is no smoke or carbon monoxide detector, when there is no back door? Do you think I would want to live in a house? Do you think I would want for any Liberian to live in a house? The lack of education among the talk show hosts is causing many Liberians who listen to them to die. To die. Because when you have a platform that look at the function of every government entity and look at things that happen now and say, what can we do to discuss it, to inform the people out there? A police officer does not even know that anyone with no back door or egress is a risk. Wasn't a time during the Weah administration, where students from a Muslim school in Liberia, in Monrovia rather, got burned and died because they had steel rod to the window? Do you think the big platform have brought different people on with expertise and said, look, going forward, every building in Liberia should be built with some type of emergency exit? No. Y'all sit on the platform and these people just tell you gibberish. Smoke in the house. Now many Liberians know that they should crawl because the smoke rises from the bottom and go up. It fill the city, then before it come down. Nobody. Y'all sit on all the platforms. And nobody educating our people. And they just dying like that. Police officer died from smoke inhalation, according to the story. Because it's so fast. When that thing fill all your lungs, you're done. It put you to sleep. And that sleep, you're not coming back. He went in the bathroom. For what? You see how these different political platforms that provide entertainment are not doing anything? But some of you guys are living in America here. You watch all the different shows and they teach you how to survive. They teach you what you need to know. You get fired smoke detector in your house. Before any home is finished up, they got people who go there to inspect the homes or the homes to make sure that you live safely. A police officer, because fired to the front door, died. All the time he entered that front door and back door, he never knew that one day that if fire catch that front door, what will happen if I cannot go through that fire where there's no exit? Student in Monrovia, fire came in the hallway of the school. All the windows were black, all with steel bars. The children died. What lesson did we learn? Who came on the different platform to challenge the authority and say, we need to do X, Y, Z. You got them there, right? Every day you're watching them. Every day you're watching them. What are they telling you? Whether it is your ecological environment, your social environment, your political environment, your public safety environment. Nobody talking about all the different areas. Every day is politics here, politics there. So when I see this thing happening and read some of these stories, preventable things that could have been a piece of cake, but it turned out to be a tragedy because it resulted into a fatality. I just look at all the platforms and I say, these guys are wasting their time. Liberians love entertainment. Nobody telling you guys about 30 years from now, by the year 2030, what's going to happen. Nobody telling you guys. Nobody telling you guys on the different platforms. But you think any of them will listen yet? No, because we heavily rely on the white man. Another interesting story too that I got to, I like that story too. The USAID director. Yeah, the USAID director said, and I love this guy. He said, Liberia is online in the Daily Observer newspaper online. He said the U.S., that is the United States, doesn't give out anything for free. This one, I will show it to you guys right here. It's right here. There you go right there. You see that? Daily Observer online. Check it out. Daily Observer online. What did he say? U.S. doesn't give out anything for free. Say, uses enterprise official. This guy right here. You know what he telling you now? You that sit down here when we're telling you, oh, before we do anything here, we should be appreciated. They get the young people there now. That man was not around in 1847. He was not around in 1980. He was not around in 2005. But he's around in 2023 now. He's telling Liberians now that whatever we do for you, it's not going to be free now. At least somebody on the ground now letting you know. Because most of the guys that on the bigger platform, most of the Liberians in America here, They are now willing to tell the Liberian people the truth. Because the Liberian people believe that everything that comes from America should be free. I'm telling them now, we're not going to give anything free now. We expect something in return. At least by the time we get to 2065, a guy like they went, we see them surging in the country, getting support on Facebook. By the time we get to 2065, Liberians that will be existing that time will be better off than today Liberians that we found around here. So guys, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Thank you. We are starting a new chapter here. We are going to lose friends. Some of your friends who come and smile with you, they already got their list. Their list has already been checked off what they wanted. So when they come here, they hear me talking about other people that don't have list, but they need to get their list, then they run away. So when we diversify, we lose old friends and we gain new friends. This platform is not going to be a platform that will insult anybody. They are not going to be insulting Joe Boyka here. We never did. We are not going to be insulting Cummings. We are not going to be insulting President Weah, His Excellency. We are not going to be insulting Tewo Gonglo. Neither any politician we're going to be insulting here. What we will be doing here is we will be bringing out things that they say to the Liberian people this coming election, and we analyze it here, and we tell the Liberian people this one is not true. Don't believe it. This one is true. Believe it. That is what we're going to be doing here now. So we look forward to your independent support. Whatever you get to share with us through your Cash App, we will appreciate that from you. Our people should come first. The ministers then have been so mean to our people. The Liberian government have passed, I think, what, the $759 million budget. How much of that money is going to be given to the people in the community? How much are you going to provide jobs? Nothing. Bulk of that money is going to go in the pocket of the lawmakers. They're going to start building roads. Because that's what they can do. When they want to get low money, they say they're building roads. They pump that money into the road project and the rest go in their pocket. Then they come and say, yeah, we're building roads, we're doing this. That's what they're going to be doing. That's what they're going to be doing. So we're going to be in the middle here now, folks. We'll be in the middle here. So seditions, if you believe that the people in Liberia deserve the same right that you fight for in this country or continue to fight for in America, then you'll remain here with me. All we're going to say, if the president said the right thing, we say the one is right. If the president says something that don't make sense, we say the one are right. Liberian people don't buy that one. And that will go across the floor with everybody as well too. What's good for you should also be good for everyone. So I would like to say thank you. Hopefully by next month we'll be back. And we'll be back down to be analyzing. We look at videos. Any video you got, whether it's somebody in the village catching hard time, whether it's somebody who say, you know what, we've been in the condition for over 6 years, 18 years, and it never changed, we will be bringing those videos and analyzing it here. We want to make sure that before the Liberian people go to the election to vote, we want to make sure that they have enough information about all the candidates, including President Weah, so that when they get to that ballot box and decide to say, I'm going to vote for President Weah to be re-elected, Joe Boyka, Cummings, or Tewo Gonglo, I don't want them to say we did not get enough information, because this election is about their life. Without life, you got no future. When whoever win in Liberia, sedition, ANC, Unity Party people that live in the diaspora, they will not regret it. The government that supports sedition in America, the government that supports sedition in the United Kingdom, that supports sedition in Israel, that supports sedition in South Korea, Ghana, South Africa. They are fighting for every human being that live in a country. And with that fight, sedition, ANC, Unity Party, every Liberian that support any political party that live in another country, they are getting things done for themselves because the leaders in a country are making sure that they get their part of the share. And that share means giving an opportunity where they can check off their list. So we will try this election to make sure that Liberians understand who their leader will be, because 6 years is not something to mess with. A lot of things could go wrong if you don't get it right. And that's what we do here on the platform. We managed to give the CDC a 6-year term, but the leadership decided to do things without caring. We understand. Some people appreciate good with bad. That will not stop us from being good all the time. But our good behavior will be switched to something else. So go in peace. Let God bless you. By August, we will be coming back and we'll give you guys the outline of our coming on, the frequency. But I want you to understand this, that we'll be in the middle now. We'll be in the middle now. It is up to you to come or not to come. Until then, God bless you guys. Thank you guys so much for everything. Have yourself a pleasant night.
Mode.
I am about to do a few things here
connection.
before I go to bed.
AUX mode.
So, thank you very much, folks. We are done here now. All right? Until we see you again, God bless you guys. Take care of yourself. J. Randy is out of here. See you guys. All right? All right, folks. Let me listen to small music here, small. All right? All right. You sure where you go? The show is over. I feel good about myself. We will be here to inform the people. Bye, guys.